Three men set out on the expedition of a lifetime to capture one of the rarest big game trophies, high in the remote mountains of Central Asia. But instead of returning home in triumph, a raging blizzard traps them at 10,000 feet.
That was one of the worst feelings I've ever had in my life.
And just when they think their nightmare is over, their rescue helicopter goes out of control and crashes into the mountains. Stranded, they face frostbite, starvation, and death in the icy wilderness.
If I don't walk out of here, these 100 people are going to be gone.
You don't live through these kind of things.
Kyrgyzstan is a remote mountainous country in Central Asia, formerly part of the Soviet Union. It's here that three hunters have come on a trip of a lifetime in search of the rare Marco Polo sheep.
The Marco Polo sheep is probably the most majestic ram that you would see anywhere in the world.
Spook Span is here with his father, Denny.
All right, let's go.
The trip is the pinnacle of their lifetime's passion for hunting.
We were very much country people. Grew up hunting, fishing, running up and down the creeks and the rivers.
Hunting often takes them away from their home in Tennessee, but this is their most adventurous journey to date.
I really didn't know anything about Kyrgyzstan, just that it was mountainous. I did know that.
Hey, let's have a little wait for the camera, guys.
Joining the father and son is Spook's Canadian hunting buddy, Clay Lancaster.
The biggest appeal with the hunting part is the adventure. I mean, a lot of people think it's all about just shooting something, but it's not about that. It's about getting away from cities, telephones, people, getting into the high mountains.
The three friends arrive in Kyrgyzstan and set off in minivans for their remote base camp. It's a whole 36 hours drive.
The journey out to the camp was the hardest part. It was a long and tough drive, it really was.
Come on, Clay, rise and shine.
I remember waking up and going, wow, is this ever cold? My feet were cold, my body was cold.
Hey. Oh. Yeah, we're fine.
Mountains everywhere you looked, and it was absolutely beautiful.
This is it.
I felt about as remote as a human could possibly feel. I mean, we didn't even hear or see an airplane. I mean, there was nothing. Those are the kind of things that were a lot different than what I was used to.
Say, if I promise to be quick, calling home already, then?
Clay has brought along a satellite phone and GPS in case of emergency.
Back in 1 minute.
But Denny wants to check in with his wife, Ruby.
Hello, Ruby?
I called her and told her if we didn't fire a shot that this trip was worth it, because it was probably one of the most beautiful scenes I'd ever seen.
Boy, it was worth the journey. Thank you. Hope you said your goodbyes, Denny. From now on, this is strictly an emergency phone.
Well, you're kidding, Clay. Every call to the wife is an emergency.
The hunters are on a tailor-made VIP tour, arranged in America. Based in a remote camp, 8 hours from the nearest town, they set off each day on horseback, accompanied by a team of local guides.
They were extremely friendly, extremely proud of their country, and they really wanted to teach you stuff.
They spent 2 whole weeks crossing miles and miles of frozen mountains in search of their prize.
They are a real challenge to hunt because there's times when you're in, snow waist deep.
Just days before their trip is over, the hunters get a sight of what they came for.
Seeing that ram, I felt like I was dreaming. I didn't even feel like it was real. It was something that I dreamed about for years and years.
We were real pleased with the hunt. We'd taken 2 real pretty Marco Polo sheep.
So that night we had a special dinner to celebrate.
It's the final night of the hunt, and the locals are determined to send the guys off with a bang.
I don't drink, so I was having a hard time. I told them no, 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 no. Well, they just wouldn't accept no for an answer. So when they counted to 3 and they all threw it back, I just took the glass and threw it by the side of my ear and poured it out behind me and slammed it back down and shook my head just like it about killed me,
Having bagged their trophy, the hunters are looking forward to heading home. Denny, Spook, and Clay leave base camp to travel on via the nearest town, over 300 miles away. But as they set off on the 8-hour journey, the weather begins to close in.
It had snowed a bunch. The road that we came in on, you couldn't actually even see it anymore because the wind got blown. It filled the road right in. I walked out away from the van, and I remember making a mark in the snow.
What'd you do that for?
I said, that's about as far as I think our Volkswagen van's gonna get.
I hope not.
I don't think we realized how deep and how bad it had got until we started.
Jeez, even I was being optimistic.
The snow is far too deep for the minivan, but the local guides now decide to carry on down the mountains to try and beat the oncoming blizzard.
And then that's when they said, oh, you have to get in this other truck. And I remember thinking, surprise, surprise. It was an old military type vehicle. It was wide open, the wind's blowing right up your tailpipe. It wasn't real comfortable in the back of there.
This was supposed to be, quote, VIP hunt, and that was part of what's supposed to make it so special. And we'd make a little joke about it, just having fun with it. It didn't feel like much of a VIP treatment.
The truck heads off from base camp, but almost immediately, the snow from the blizzard begins to engulf their aging vehicle.
But we didn't go a mile till we got stuck really bad.
We had to get out and shovel the whole thing out. And we kept shoveling and getting the truck out. And everybody get pushing and get the truck rocking, and away it would go.
I've been driving a truck since I was, just a kid, and I guess I made the comment that I thought I could drive the truck through the snow.
With Denny at the wheel, they struggle on through the snow.
And he did an awesome job. We actually made it further while he was driving than we did with anybody else.
But after a few hours, Denny tires and has to give up.
After he started back, he never let me drive anymore.
And as the day goes on, they keep hitting snowdrifts.
We reached a point where we couldn't really tell where the road was at.
Every time we come to some of the hills, we'd get stuck 3 or 4 times on the hills. You know, and eventually have to shovel the whole hill off, and then he could get a run, get to the top, and we'd go a little bit further.
It just snowed and snowed and snowed and snowed, and it got deeper.
By late afternoon, the hunters have come too far to turn back. And the weather is getting worse.
Well, it started to get completely white, where every rock was covered. I mean, it was just solid white. The snow was snowing, and nothing looked familiar. You're in this huge, vast valley. We're getting stuck worse and worse and more and more.
As the hours pass, the battle to make headway is taking its toll.
The snow got so deep, you'd shovel it out and you wouldn't go 10 yards.
We were just too exhausted to try to dig out anymore.
I kept thinking, you know, this is starting to get to be a bad situation. When you start getting your progress down from, you know, 200-300 yards at a time to 2-3 yards at a time, or 2-3 feet at a time, that's when you start to realize this is done. We're stuck, and where we're at right now is where we're going to stay.
The hunters are stranded in an icy wilderness, 10,000 feet above sea level in a raging snowstorm. Night is fast approaching, and the temperatures begin to plummet to minus 40 degrees.
How am I going to get out of here?
We decided just to stop and spend the night and wait and hopefully figure out a way to get out.
That's when you're beginning to get a little bit apprehensive about, you know, how am I going to get out of here?
The hunters know they have no option but to stay put in the middle of nowhere.
It's gonna be one hell of a night for sure.
It did get worse and became a real problem.
As night falls, the temperatures plummet. Exposure to this extreme of cold can kill human beings within minutes. With just their snowsuits and a thin canvas, they have to huddle up to keep as warm as they can.
I mean, it got down to, you know, somewhere around 30 to 40 below zero that night. The back of the truck was very crowded and it was very cold. It wasn't a fun, comfortable night by no means.
I was apprehensive, scared about the cold, being out of food. It was hard.
Maybe some sleeping bags down there.
Dad is very, you know, compassionate, always thinking of other people.
Somebody else.
And he was worried about were they going to be warm enough. We gave them whatever they needed, socks, boots, you know, jackets, whatever we had that we didn't have on our body ourselves, we let them use.
It's okay.
As night wears on, the locals sense just how dangerous the situation is.
They're getting a little worried. They live there all the time. They realize that people don't go out of their way to come save them, and there's no such thing as a search and rescue or anything like that.
Their behavior went from kind of being a jovial, you know, fun, laughing, joking, to now it was just a blank stare, desolate, concern, worry, disbelief.
The hunters make it through a bitterly cold night. But dawn brings no let-up in the weather. And as Clay emerges from the truck, he's in for a shock. Overnight, the truck has been engulfed by a whiteout. Clay can now no longer tell land from sky.
There was nothing to see anymore. It was just a solid snow landscape. You're in this huge, vast valley. Nobody really knows where they're at. That was a nerve-wracking feeling.
To make matters worse, the local guides begin to turn to the Westerners for suggestions of what to do next.
When you got them out of their normal routine, that they didn't have a clue what to do. And that was, I think, the part that got scary. And that's when we decided, look, they're not going to get us out. We're going to have to do something else.
Seems like more and more, they're starting to look to me what to do. I'm in a foreign country, and I really don't know what to do.
Clay knows that they're stuck and in big trouble. Using his satellite phone, he makes an emergency call to the man who they booked the hunting trip from.
He was in Russia at the time, in Moscow.
This is Clay Lancaster.
And he kept making light of the situation. No, it's not bad, it's not bad. And I kept saying to him, you don't realize where we're at and what's going on right now. Like, we are stuck.
Our truck is jammed in the snow. We can't take it out.
Pretty soon he was to the point of, hey, I gotta go for supper right now. I'm busy, I can't talk to you.
Hello?
And hung up the phone and turned his phone off.
Hello?
At that point there, it's a good thing I wasn't around him.
Can you believe this guy?
I said, that's it. I'm not relying on people here. I'm getting a hold of my brother back in Canada.
But the battery in Clay's satellite phone is already on reserve.
Listen.
It's just seconds away from dying out.
These are our coordinates. It's north 42.
It was a frustrating point. I was like, why did I let so much of that battery wear down? And it was the last battery that I had.
North.
Just as he's giving their exact location,
16. Hello?
the phone goes dead.
Hello? Hello? You think he heard you?
With no phone, the hunters are now completely isolated. All they can do is hunker down and try to keep warm.
Oh, thanks a lot.
We kind of got into survival mode, I guess.
Just thinking about Ruby.
Human instincts for survival do kick in when you get into a situation that you have to do something to survive.
The hunters and guides finish their last scraps of food. With nothing left to eat, they'll weaken and succumb to the cold more quickly. It's now been 24 hours since they left base camp, and they begin to doubt that they'll ever be rescued.
At this point, you're wondering, are they going to come after us, you know?
You okay, Denny?
Just thinking about Ruby. She's expecting me back tomorrow.
It was definitely a concern of mine that if somebody does get to us, are they going to get to us on time?
You're thinking about your kids, thinking about your family, your wife. I don't know, it's hard to stay motivated. I mean, you feel helpless.
As the second night falls, the temperatures plummet again. And so does the mood in the truck.
Having to be out there another night when it's 30 or 40 below and realizing that nobody's gonna be there. It's just, I don't know, it's an undescribable feeling.
But despite everything, Clay is determined not to give up.
I kind of set my mind that this is not where I'm gonna die at. I'm not ready for that right now.
He wants to walk away from the truck towards their base camp, where he can recharge his phone and call for help.
I talked to them guys and said, if nobody comes the following day, then I'm going to try and walk out of here. One way or the other, I'm not going to stay here and just wait.
But leaving the vehicle breaks a golden rule of survival.
You can't help but be just a little bit afraid of how hard that might be. What all the consequences might be if you started the wrong direction. There was basically no way to know exactly which way to go.
The attitude from everybody else was like, we'll never make it. We need to stay with the vehicle. That's our best chance. The longer you stay with that vehicle, that's probably what your best odds are.
It's an agonizing dilemma. Clay may never make it alive to the base camp, but staying put and doing nothing may also threaten the lives of the whole hunting party.
If you look at it from the other side, that if nobody comes, that's probably far more dangerous. And how many days do you go without food before your strength's not going to be there to be able to do something like that? At what point should I go? At what point should you decide, hey, let's try and get out of here?
Dawn on the third day brings a life-changing decision for Clay Lancaster. Stay and hope rescue will come, or risk hiking out to find help.
I thought to myself, okay, I'll give it to the end of today, and if nothing's happened by the end of today, then I'm walking. I definitely set it up in my mind that I was going to go.
As the weather clears, Clay's decision to stay proves to be the right one.
Listen.
Now it's like, there they are.
It's a helicopter, I know it is. Come on!
You know, it was a great feeling to see that helicopter come in.
Clay's phone call of the previous day has got through.
These are our coordinates.
You know, everybody was excited. It was a thrilling moment, feeling of relief.
After 36 hours out in the cold, the party has finally been rescued.
It went from just miserable, cold and hungry, and all of a sudden, boom, all of it's gone.
I remember looking at Spook and giving him a high five and going, it's about time.
They've only eaten scraps of food in the last 2 days, and they're ravenously hungry.
The food tasted really good. And of course, they had their vodka. They always have vodka, you know. That's like water to them.
But no sooner has the helicopter landed than the hunters are astonished to see another unexpected sight heading towards them in the distance.
Then all of a sudden, here comes 3 snowmobiles.
We didn't have a clue who they were, where they were coming from.
It was like something you would see in a movie and you'd say, oh, that wouldn't really happen. These guys pull up, and the guys were from America. They spoke English.
We were kind of really shocked to see English-speaking U.S. Border Patrol guys on snow machines where we were at.
The Americans are on a training mission to help the Kyrgyzstan army, and they've been diverted to rescue the men.
And they said, we're here to get you guys out. And said, we'll do whatever you want to do, any way you want to do it.
Clay, Denny, and Spook now have a crucial decision to make. Do they ride out overland with American military? Or take the much faster route? On board the local Kyrgyzstani helicopter,
What do you think? About a half hour ago, and we got some Kurds in bad shape.
We were kind of anxious to get home.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
The three of us agreed, no, we'd stay on this helicopter and fly directly back to Bishkek, because that's where it was going to. So it'd save us at least a day.
decision made. The guides load up the chopper. But Spook notices it's carrying an enormous load.
As I get on the helicopter, and I just had a brief thought of, that's kind of weird, all our gear is just piled up in the middle of the floor in the helicopter. It's not strapped down, it's just kind of stacked up.
As it struggles to take off, he begins to doubt they've made the right decision.
And I look back at Clay and I said, "Do you think we're overloaded?" But I mean, the crew seemed to be okay with it, so we just kind of let it roll off our shoulders and went with it.
The pilot gets airborne, and finally the ordeal is over. The three friends are on their way home.
I thought, great, we're finally going home. Finally, we're heading out of here.
Of the Kyrgyz people that were with us on the hunt, they was talking about, pointing and all this stuff and laughing. They'd never been on a helicopter before, so they were laughing about getting a ride.
I remember looking out the window, just, being one of those surreal moments where it almost didn't seem like what had happened had happened.
But as the helicopter makes its way over the mountains, it becomes clear something is wrong.
I could feel the helicopter sort of tip ahead a little bit. I thought, well, maybe it's out of balance or something.
Move back.
Each moved back one seat.
Get back. Move back.
I remember looking back out of the window and still seemed like we were high up. And that's the last thing I remember.
The helicopter suddenly spins out of control and plummets to the ground.
I didn't even have time to put my hands up, and then my face flew right into the top of the roof of the helicopter.
It's just a horrifying moment. The fuel tank was on top of me.
I remember all of a sudden going, that looks kind of close. And then boom, we hit. We went sideways and we flipped 8-9 times.
People were screaming and hollering and stuff was flying in every direction.
These drums came past me and hit me a couple of times. Then all of a sudden we came to a sliding sort of stop.
First thing I thought of was, you don't live through these kind of things.
The helicopter is ripped open on impact. In the front, Clay is injured, his left eye badly bloodied. The first thing he hears are Denny's cries.
Denny started hollering from the back.
Where is he? Can you see him? Spook! Answer me, son. Answer me, son. Spook!
He didn't answer me.
Denny has no idea if his son has survived the crash.
That was one of the worst feelings I've ever had in my life. And I don't know whether it was 1 minute or 5 minutes or whatever it was. It seemed like an eternity.
As I turned to my right, I seen Spook laying down beside me. I said, it's okay, he's right here, he's right here. I said, I got him.
Spook!
Spook is alive but badly injured. He's been crushed on impact and has broken 6 ribs.
Easy, son.
I had blood coming out of my mouth. I could actually feel 1 or 2 of my ribs moving when I would breathe. Felt like knives sticking in me. I've never been in that much pain in that many different places.
Danny and Clay pull him out of the wreckage.
It was like something that would happen to you in a dream. And all of a sudden, you just go deaf. It just goes quiet.
And it's only now Clay realizes that he too is badly injured.
And I realized at that point there that I couldn't see anything out of my one eye.
That eye.
It was bloody and looked like his eyeball was just torn out almost. You know, I thought it was gone.
And I looked at Denny and I said,
How bad is it?
It's bad.
Clay has lost the sight in one eye. But despite his injury, he and Denny head back into the wreckage to help the others still trapped inside.
There was some people's faces were just torn. It was really, really bad. People were hurt bad. One of the ladies was under the helicopter, and her husband was trying to pull her out. And there was no doubt in my mind that that lady was dead. I don't remember how much time had passed, but he put her in his arms, carried her out, and he'd got her way away from the helicopter, and she was actually alive. I couldn't believe it.
Amidst the carnage, Clay makes a shocking discovery.
so I started trying to count. And then I looked at one of the guides and I had asked where this young fellow was that had been looking after the horses, and nobody could see him anywhere.
Just feet from the wreckage, half buried in the snow, is the body of the young guide.
That was it, he was gone. It was a really weird feeling for me because 15 seconds before that, he'd moved into my seat.
Everybody, move back.
I've thought about it many times since then. I've looked back on it, wondering and thinking what would happen if I hadn't moved.
The guide and the pilot have been killed in the crash. But the survivors are now in an even more desperate situation than before the rescue. They're severely injured, need urgent medical attention, and are out in the wilderness with no protection from the freezing cold.
One of the ladies that was one of the cooks had really bad internal injuries plus a broken pelvic bone. There was another fellow that was unconscious. He was breathing, he had a pulse and everything, but didn't seem to respond to anything at all.
It was a sad feeling, and knowing that people were hurting like they were, and it didn't seem to be anything that you could do.
They're totally stranded, and with no life left in the satellite phone, they have no communication with the outside world.
And we knew that we had already run the battery down to dead.
But Clay knows he can't give up. He has to do something. It's their only chance.
I knew the battery was dead, but I was wearing wool pants. So I grabbed the battery and I just started rubbing it on my leg, trying to create some friction on it.
Clay is hoping that the warmth from the friction will produce enough heat to recharge the battery.
And I rubbed it, hour and a half kind of thing, and just kept rubbing it. And then I put it back on my phone, turned it on, and I pushed send.
It produces the slimmest of lifelines.
Hello?
It went through to my brother,
Hey, it's me again.
and I said, helicopter crashed. And and I got half the GPS coordinates of where we're at to him.
Bro?
And then the phone went dead.
You still there? Bro? Bro?
Did my brother catch it all? Did he write it down? I don't know.
With no idea if the coordinates got through, they now face their third night out in the wilderness. And Clay realizes Denny is in extreme pain.
You okay, Denny?
My pain seemed to get worse as the nights went on.
Okay,
I had him lift up his shirt and could see a lot of bruising.
it's my ribs.
The adrenaline has been masking the pain until now.
I could tell his ribs were broken, and I was worried that, something was going to happen to him, whether it was puncturing a lung or maybe he'd already done something. Maybe he had some bleeding inside too.
I say you've broken a couple of ribs there, Denny.
Yeah, well, maybe, but you don't look too good yourself.
The temperature plummets, and exposed on the mountainside, they have no protection against the minus 40-degree cold.
Several of the other people had gone and built a fire. And there wasn't really that much stuff to burn other than just stuff that was on the helicopter,
The local guides turn to alcohol to keep warm and blot out their fear.
They opened up a bottle of vodka, drank the entire thing, grabbed another one, chugged about half that. They really had the attitude, well, we're definitely not going to make it now. Nobody's going to come get us. I think people really believed they weren't going to make it through the night.
Drinking alcohol may numb their senses, but it also dilates their blood vessels, causing their bodies to lose heat even faster.
And there was a lot of people, their attitude was, this is it, we're done, and they just started drinking the vodka.
As night wears on, the fire begins to burn out. In a panic, the local guides look for anything to keep it alive.
I see people start burning their clothes, throwing jackets in there and shoes and stuff.
It was like crazy. They just couldn't cope with it. They didn't try to preserve anything for any later moments.
I thought this is going to get really bad in a quick hurry.
Clay decides he must act, or risk everyone dying on the mountainside.
I'm not really good at sitting there and not doing anything. I don't really wait for anybody else to tell me what to do. I just go do it.
But Clay himself is carrying an awful injury.
I took a bunch of snow, cleaned off my eye the best that I could, and actually took some duct tape that I had there and just duct taped it up.
He now realizes he has no option. Half blind, he knows he must leave the wreckage and seek help.
This isn't good, if I don't walk out of here, there's definitely going to be some other people that are going to be gone. You sit and wait when it could be 2 or 3 days before somebody comes along. I wasn't willing to take that risk.
I think this is where we are.
Spook and Denny are too injured to go with Clay.
You'd never make it.
The one husband, he was extremely concerned about his wife.
I'll take one of these guys with me.
There's a real strong bond that as soon as I got to camp, I could see between the two of them. So I thought at that point, if we wait 2 or 3 days here, she's definitely not going to be here. And that's when I said to him, I go, tomorrow morning, you and I are going to have to walk out of here. And he really didn't want to lose her. He was broke down pretty hard. So that's when we made up our mind the next morning that we were taking off.
Heading out into the snowbound wilderness will put Clay's life at risk, and there's little chance he'll find help. But staying put could mean everyone perishing in the cold.
There was a bunch of people saying, you know, don't go, don't go, don't go. I wasn't really into discussing it with anybody anymore. I went through the options in my mind, and I thought, if I don't go, then there really is going to be quite a few more people that are not going to make it.
Clay makes up his mind to head out in search of rescue. The husband of the seriously injured Kirk woman volunteers to go with him.
He took my gun, some shells, and, you know, they struck out. I was kind of nervous for him because that snow, you know, I mean, it was 2.5, 3 foot deep, and it's tough walking in that kind of conditions. Really tough.
They head due north, hoping to find a local road and the remote chance of civilization.
This is going to be a long, tiring day, and I'm not real optimistic about where I'm going to.
But just when they think their plight can get no worse, they're hit by an almighty blizzard.
It started snowing again like crazy. It was a complete whiteout blizzard. And when you're in a complete whiteout like that, in that kind of a landscape, the snow as deep as it is, you actually get to a point where you can't see anything. You can't make out any other color than literally to hold your hand in front of your face. I would walk, then I would stop and I'd reach in my pocket. I would take the compass out, and I would find I was going in a completely opposite direction than I thought. I thought I was walking in a perfectly straight line.
With only one eye, the blizzard causes Clay debilitating snow blindness.
You know, there's a lot of strain on my eye, and just not having any depth perception where you can't see rocks or trees or grass or anything. Everything you look at is white. You don't know if you're going uphill, if you're going downhill. You just step, 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 step. I concentrated on my family and thinking about them, and just kept walking.
Back at the wreckage, Denny and Spook can only wait and hope Clay will make it through.
Seeing death around you, seeing people other people who you think may die within the next few hours, and being faced with the possibility that you may be one of those people. I had thoughts about, you know, missing out on my kids growing up, and, you know, all the things that you get to experience and enjoy as a father. Fishing trips, hunting trips, ball games, plays, you know, just watching them grow up. I love my wife dearly, and the thoughts of, you know, not getting to see her again, you know, race through your mind. It was the worst feeling, the worst moments that I've ever experienced.
Clay and the guide have been battling through the snow for 10 hours.
My legs didn't have the energy. Every time I'd step, I was like, take a deep breath, and it's just like picking up a chunk of lead.
They're completely exhausted.
was getting closer to dark, and I hit the top of the hill.
Then, out of nowhere, he sees the sign of life he's been hoping for.
I looked in front of me, and I could see a military outpost, and I could hear snow machines.
It's a chance of rescue. But the riders of the snowmobiles can't see Clay and the guide. He has to find a way to get their attention.
It didn't seem like it got anybody's attention.
But Clay notices that one of the riders has stopped.
He went to the back part of his machine, and I fired a shot back behind him. And I watched with my binoculars, and his head popped up. I fired a second shot. And they all kind of turned and looked back towards him. And I could see they seen me, and they all jumped on their machine and come roaring to where I was at.
Incredibly, the snowmobiles are the same ones from the US military that Clay, Denny, and Spook turned down a lift with just 36 hours earlier.
Seeing English-speaking guys on snow machines at that point, I was pretty happy to see them.
After 3 days out in the mountains, their ordeal is finally over.
Hearing that snowmobile get closer and closer and seeing him pull up, it was a sweet feeling.
Oh, it was just a great feeling. That was one of the greatest feelings I've ever had.
The hunters are flown to Hong Kong, where they receive medical treatment. Clay's eye is treated, and his sight is saved.
Do I still hunt like I did before? Yes. Probably with more respect for nature still, and with a big smile on my face that I'm still here to do it.
I had a great love for life before the crash, and I have that same love for life afterwards.
I'm a very blessed man. Not only to get out of a helicopter crash, but to have great people to come home to.
When hunter Bram Schaefer is attacked by a grizzly bear, he faces a life or death battle for survival.
I thought to myself, oh, you're dead.
Severely injured and alone, Bram has to fight to get off the mountain in a violent storm.
I was starting to think probably wasn't going to make it.
Help me, please!
Just when it looks like he might be saved, a deadly new threat appears.
You could very easily be dead by morning.
Bram, stay awake now, come on!
I'm watching my step. You watch your step.
I'm doing fine, don't worry.
Bram Schaefer has just finished high school. To celebrate, his father Dennis has brought he and his brother to hunt elk with some friends on Horseshoe Mountain in Montana.
My dad and a friend of mine's dad had decided they just wanted to do one last trip, you know, since we were kind of moving out and getting on with our lives.
Watch out for these potholes.
I'm looking. Eyes like a hawk, son.
Eyes like a mole, Dad.
Your kids are going from boyhood to manhood, and it's part of the transition. Learn from their fathers when their fathers are having fun.
Keep up, Dad.
Keeping up, son, don't you worry.
But after a week of hunting, they still haven't shot anything.
Sure your rifle's shooting straight?
Yep.
You ain't bagged one yet.
Well, just a matter of time, son.
The mountain rises to 10,000 feet out of the wilderness.
There's no roads, it's just trails, and it's just pretty wild.
September is hunting season, for people and for bears.
We've seen lots of bears. It becomes a feeding ground for them once this rifle season starts.
The bears are more dangerous towards fall because they're getting ready for hibernation, so they're scavenging for whatever they can find to fatten up for winter.
Today is the last day of the trip. The men climb almost to the top of the mountain, from where they'll sweep down in a wide line, hoping to find some elk on the way. They don't have much time. A big storm is heading their way.
Okay, guys. Why don't we all spread out, see if we can't flush something out.
Bram goes to the end of the line.
Okay, let's move it.
Last chance, Pop.
Last chance for what, son?
Last chance to bag
Bag an elk, you said it.
Bram had his own speed, and the way he went, he just went over a ridge, see? So he wasn't in sight of us.
Bram takes off alone, ignoring any possible dangers.
He was very strong physically and strong-willed. He was fearless. What's gonna hurt me?
Bram's orange vest might stop other hunters from shooting at him, but it also makes him more visible to predators. But Bram's a high school football star, bold and brash.
I was a pretty cocky kid. I didn't worry too much about anything. You know, I was 18, bulletproof. I walked for quite a ways and wasn't seeing much. You know, some elk sign on the ground and stuff, but nothing really to suggest anything was around. We were kind of supposed to stay within earshot of each other, but they were up on the top of the mountain and I was off kind of coming around the side, a little lower.
Now a few hundred yards away from his dad and the other hunters, Bram is suddenly aware that the forest is too quiet.
I kind of got a weird feeling about then, and there wasn't hardly a noise. You know, there weren't no birds chirping or ground squirrels running around or anything. And there must be something around here keeping the birds quiet, you know, a predator of some sort around. Kind of made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I hollered. She didn't slow down. My next thought was get the hell out of the way. I was just freaking out. The next thing I know, she's sitting there with her head in my lap, just huffing at me. I was very terrified. I thought to myself, you need to either eat me or get off of me. My temper was starting to get the better of me. So I reached up and punched her in the nose. I come back with my other hand, and she bit through my thumb. And I got to looking around, trying to find my gun. She was sitting on it with her hind legs. Just picked me up and shook me like a puppy with a sock. It felt like vice on your leg. And then I thought to myself, oh, you're dead right there. When she got done shaking my leg, she just kind of dropped me. I think she was just gonna see if she'd done enough damage that she could just leave me there.
As long as Bram keeps still, the bear thinks he's no longer a threat. The moment he moves, the bear attacks again. Unaware of Bram's terrible ordeal, two hunters further down the mountain, Bruce Pisecki and his son Bryce, are also looking for elk. So far, without any luck.
Come on, son. Our luck will turn.
On their way to try a new spot, Bruce sees something that makes him very nervous.
I'm starting to see bear sign and footprints of the bears.
See that? It's a big claw. Pretty recent, too.
But the hair was starting to stand on the back of my neck.
With bears in the area, Bruce wants to get off the mountain as quickly as possible. That means going straight down through unknown territory. At the bottom, they'll try to find a trail to lead them back to their camp, a couple of miles away.
There was something crawling up my neck that told me something's wrong. Pay attention. And part of it I told myself was, you just don't know where you're going. You're worried about getting lost. I'm getting very concerned because now I'm walking in an area that I can surprise a bear at a moment's notice. So I'm trying to make noise. I was saying things like, okay, bear, here I come, you know, get aside, here I'm coming through.
Okay, bear! Here we come! Coming through!
Bram has done the nearly impossible. He's killed a grizzly with a single shot.
I felt just a lot of relief. I was pretty happy for, a few seconds anyway. Didn't really know what all the wounds I had. I was just kind of trying to figure out, what damage was being done and what I needed to do to get out of it.
A mile and a half away, at the bottom of the mountain, Bram's father and brother arrive back at camp. They haven't seen Bram for nearly 2 hours.
We got to camp, no Bram. So I asked everybody, where's Bram? Have you seen him? No. Have you heard from him? No. I said, well, something's wrong. I got my other son immediately, and we went back up on the mountain.
Let's go look for him!
I knew he wasn't lost. He had a compass in his head. So I knew that wasn't a problem. But for him not to show up was just, it ate at you.
Back up the mountain, Bram is taking stock of his wounds. Adrenaline is pumping through his body, so he has no idea how badly he's hurt.
I noticed my shoulder hurt. My head was bleeding, but I didn't really know what all the wounds I had.
Bram has been savagely mauled. The bear has ripped his scalp and bitten deep in several places. But the adrenaline is stopping him from feeling the worst of his injuries. Standing up for the first time since the attack, Bram is in for a shock.
Ah! Ah!
His right thigh has been ripped from the bone.
My upper thigh was just shredded. You could see the artery in there just pulsing, and then just big slabs of meat just kind of hanging loose. I pulled the meat back up and kind of laid it back in the hole. I wrapped my hunter's orange vest around the wound and kind of tried to tourniquet it a little bit. It hurt pretty bad when I pulled it down tight. First thing, I sat there and I shot 3 shots like they teach you in hunter safety, and it's, you know, it's supposed to be the universal signal that I need help. Somebody's supposed to come find you.
Come on! Damn! Help!
Climbing the mountain through the storm, Bram's father, Dennis, cannot hear his son's gunshots.
Bram! Son, can you hear me? Bram!
It was getting really nasty. The wind started blowing about 30 miles an hour. We couldn't hear nothing. If he fell down, broke a leg, whatever, with the thunder and lightning, this was starting to become a life-threatening situation.
When no one responds to his distress signal, Bram's hopes of being rescued begin to fade.
And I sat there for maybe 10 minutes thinking, you're an idiot. Nobody's gonna come get you. You hear 3 shots all the time. You never go look for anybody. So I had to decide what I was gonna do. And I just decided I better get up and get going.
But walking with such terrible injuries is nearly impossible. Bram must get off the mountain quickly. If he doesn't get help soon, his injuries will kill him.
Help!
I was gonna try to head towards camp, but in order to get there, I would have had to go uphill. And I didn't have the strength in my leg to go uphill. I could just kind of peg leg along, and if I kept my knee straight, I could use it. So I just picked out a point out there where I knew I would come across a trail and started heading for that.
Yeah!
I was pretty pissed off at the world. I hollered and stayed mad as I could for quite a while.
Bram's anger is fueling the adrenaline that's pumping through his system. It's the only thing fighting the pain and keeping him alive.
I think the things that kept me going were just willpower and a good, healthy anger base. It was hard. There was a couple of times I thought about, maybe just sitting down and quitting, but I'm about as stubborn as they get. I knew if I didn't keep going, I probably wouldn't make it anywhere. Nobody would find me.
Oh, damn!
As night falls, the storm gets worse. Further down the mountain, Bruce and Bryce Pisecki are still searching for the trail that will lead them back to camp. In the darkness, Bruce is now very nervous about getting lost in bear country.
The uneasiness that I had, part of it was not finding the trail, because I didn't want to be lost. And the other part was worrying about the bear sign that I'd seen. It was just made. I know they're there somewhere.
Dad, can't see. Let's use the flashlight.
No! No! We get lost. We need them batteries full. All right? Okay, so stick close. So we can see each other.
On the other side of the mountain, Bram's father, Dennis, combs the slopes in a desperate search for his son.
And the weather finally went down to about 10 degrees. And he's out there. So I'm looking and we're shooting and hollering.
Son, can you hear me?
Dennis knows Bram might not hear the shots through the storm, but he also knows he's taught him vital skills to survive.
He knew how to get under shelter without having fire. He also knew that if you are caught in cold weather, you walk. No matter if you walk a 100-foot circle, you walk until daylight.
But Bram's leg is so badly mauled that walking down the steep mountain slope is impossible. With every fall, Bram risks tearing the exposed artery in his leg. If it bursts, he'll bleed to death in minutes. Alone and on the wrong side of the mountain, Bram begins to realize how slim his chances of survival are.
I was starting to think probably wasn't going to make it.
But help is closer than Bram realizes. Further down the mountain, Bruce and Bryce finally hit upon the trail that will take them back to camp.
Dad, over here. Look.
So I'm saying to myself, I hope this is Rock Creek Trail. I hope this is Rock Creek Trail. And by God, it was.
Hey! That's our trail. Excellent. All right, look. We're both tired, soaked through. Let's take a short break.
But Bruce's nerves are still on edge.
I'm still got this uneasy feeling about this bear sign that I'm seeing.
His fears are aggravated by the fact that he and his son are using old-fashioned muzzle-loading rifles.
It's a fun weapon, and it is a primitive weapon. It's kind of like shooting with a bow and arrow. You only get one shot, basically.
But if the powder gets wet, the gun is useless.
And I thought, you know, we're all wet. These weapons are wet. We don't know if they shoot when they're wet.
Let's see if this thing works.
I heard a gunshot that was pretty close. I just about jumped through my skin, you know. I was pretty excited.
I think that's Dave.
I thought it was my friend Dave because now I'm an hour late for dinner.
Dave! Dave! Over here! Dave! Help! Down here! Dave! Help! Help me!
I heard this voice come around in the wind.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
But it was like a frantic voice. And I thought, that wouldn't be Dave. I mean, Dave, if he's looking for me, he knows he's found me. He wouldn't be screaming.
Dave! Dave! Help!
Knowing help is nearby, Bram begins to relax. But it's too soon, and it puts him in even greater danger.
I didn't have to bear the whole weight of it anymore, so my body started shutting down,
Help me!
quivering, and stuff. So
Help me!
Bram is going into shock. If he loses consciousness now, Bruce and Bryce might not find him until it's too late.
He was yelling back at me, but it was frantic. I couldn't hear what he was saying.
All right, shine your flashlight up in those trees. Let Dave see where we're at. Dave!
I didn't see no light from him, and I kept yelling.
Dave! We're down here! Rock Creek Trail! At the trailhead!
And this wind wouldn't let up. And then all of a sudden I heard, help me, help me. The wind came around and just carried it just perfect. And all of my fears of bears just came alive.
Oh my God, somebody's hurt there. We gotta help. You stay behind me. Anything comes at us, use that muzzle loader, you understand? You all right?
Bruce and Bryce start climbing towards the voice in the darkness. But Bruce is hesitant, fearing he's leading his son into a potential bear attack.
Where are you? Where you at?
As I'm getting closer, I'm yelling at the top of my voice because now I'm scared. And I'm going, where you at? Who are you? I was getting excited because I knew there was a bear in the area. And this guy said he was attacked. I flashed the light and I hit something up in the woods, but it was a red glow. And bears' eyes are red, I'm thinking, when they see him with the flashlight. I said, Bryce, the bear's right on him. Let's go. Let's get up there.
Help me, please!
Oh, God.
Help me, please!
I'm at the height of my adrenaline. I have my pistol cocked, and I get down below where this guy is standing. He's just shaking like crazy, and steam is rolling off of him.
Don't move! Stay where you are! I'm coming! Help me, please! Where's the bear? Bear's dead!
My mind's really racing. I don't know what to do with hurt people.
You could just kind of see the color leaving his face. But, you know, he never really acted panicky or anything around me.
Even though he looked hideous to me, in my mind I'm thinking, reassure him that he's gonna be okay.
What's your name, son? Bram. Okay, Bram. Now we're gonna get you off this mountain, okay? Get you back down to camp, all right?
God, I kept saying, Bruce, don't freak out. You gotta help this guy. There's nobody else around. Nobody's gonna help him but you.
All right, here.
My concern was to get him to safety.
Hold this too. Here. Okay, you ready? All right, here we go.
Bryce was only about 19 years old.
Oh, have you got him, Dad?
I was in pretty good shape. I was a painting guy. I was up and down ladders all the time, carrying stuff that requires a lot of strength. I said, I can do this. Come on, Bruce, you can do this. I just didn't realize how hard it was going to be.
A mile away, on the other side of the mountain, Bram's father is still searching for his son. With each passing minute, his anxiety grows.
My fears was he slipped, broke a leg, broke an arm, busted a shoulder. You know, anything could have happened. Your imagination runs pretty wild when you're afraid.
Let's drive here.
Dennis won't ever give up. But the others know that the chances of finding Bram at night, in the raging storm, are slim. On the other side of the mountain, Bruce is struggling to carry Bram. His strength is running out.
And I'm saying to myself, Jesus, this can't be this hard. And it was like the worst thing in my world. I thought, how am I going to continue this? But I said to myself, whatever you do, Bruce, don't give up. You have to get this kid back to safety.
Bruce senses that Bram's shivering is getting worse. He's in severe shock, and his body temperature is dropping.
All right. Hold him up. Hold him up.
So I took my raincoat off, and I wrapped it around him to try to keep that warmth in him.
All right. Sure, I'm in there. That's it. That's it. Every time we stop, all right? I'm gonna stand you up. I'm gonna put my arms around you and try and get you warm, okay? Okay. You ready? Here we go.
But the relentless storm and the slippery ground are taking their toll on Bruce. Only a few minutes later, he has to put Bram down again.
Now it's only been 50 yards, and I'm winded again. And I'm going to myself, you cannot give up, Bruce. You cannot give up. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I am breathing so hard, and I'm sweating so bad. I know I'm in trouble.
But Bruce knows he must get Bram off the mountain fast. If he fails, Bram will die.
I said, God, I need some help. And then I fired off my 3 last rounds of my pistol to try to get more help.
I heard a gunshot, and I thought to myself, what a fool. Who would shoot an elk at this time?
By chance, Andy Wolf has also been hunting on Horseshoe Mountain.
When I heard the second shot, I got that uneasy feeling. And when I heard the third shot, I knew something was wrong. Somebody maybe was disoriented. I thought maybe we would just go find them and help them off the mountain.
Andy knows there are others camping nearby who can help him form a search party.
I knew better than to go up onto that mountain in a storm alone.
Joined by the other hunters, Andy Wolf sets off in the direction of the 3 gunshots.
So here we are going this huge mountain in the middle of the night with roaring wind. We're having to yell to each other to even talk to each other.
Unaware that anyone has heard his distress signal, Bruce struggles down the mountain. But the going is so tough, he can only manage a short distance before he has to put Bram down again.
I said, God, I'm asking for help. I need the strength that this guy has. I need the strength that I had when I was his age. Give me that strength back just to get him to safety. He goes over my shoulder again, and I'll be damned, I started walking. And I didn't feel the pain anymore. And I felt stronger. And I walked, and I walked, and I said to myself, thank you, thank you, thank you.
They're now less than a mile from Bruce's camp. And although Bruce has found a new strength and determination to carry on, Bram's condition is rapidly deteriorating.
There were several times when I was carrying him that I felt like I was carrying a dead man. And so much so that I stopped to throw him back up on his feet to get him coherent.
Bram, wake up, Bram. Stay with me. Bram?
Well, Bram was like in and out, in and out. He was okay, then he wasn't okay. He was real coherent, and then he wasn't. I'm saying, don't you dare give up. Don't you dare give up. All of a sudden, Bryce started yelling and says, Dad, Dad!
Bram! Bram! Bram, you're gonna make it! You're gonna be okay! Somebody's hit! Hey! Up here!
We were probably 45 minutes into our hike when we started hearing screams for help.
Hey, up here! Up here, help us! What happened?
I'll never forget the sight that I saw. It just was very surreal. Like, holy moly, you know, this is serious.
It's chewed up really bad. I don't know if he's gonna make it. I need some help. It's okay, I'm a doctor. You're a doctor?
By an extraordinary stroke of luck, Andy Wolf is a doctor with specialist training in shock trauma.
What's your name?
It doesn't take him long to see how serious Bram's condition is.
He was going into shock. Shock kills people.
Man, come on now, stay awake, son. Doctor's gonna look at your leg now. Just take a second, and we'll get you back home. Stay awake now.
When I examined this thigh area, I reached my hand up in there, and my heart just dropped. I could feel his femoral artery just like a garden hose. And right then and there, I thought, this kid's can either lose his leg or his life. We're gonna be lucky if we save his life.
You still with me? Talk to me, Bram. You're gonna be okay, son. You're gonna be okay.
Andy was, checking my leg out. And he looks up at me and says, "Oh, you'll be all right." I said, "Yeah, that's what they say in the movies, just where the guy tips over."
Let's go. Bram, come on now. That's it. Almost home.
If we don't lose this kid from loss of blood, we could lose him from shock.
Come on, give me your hand.
If that artery goes and I don't get it stopped, we're gonna lose him from that artery. bursting. We needed to get him off that mountain to save his life.
The camp is only a mile away from where Bram was attacked by the bear. It's taken him nearly 4 hours to get there.
Guys, go try to find some help!
2 of the rescue party are immediately dispatched to get help. The nearest ranger station is less than 5 miles away. But even if they make it there and call for air rescue, a helicopter would be grounded in this storm. Bram is a long way from safe.
I felt so relieved that we got him in there, and it started getting emotional for me, because I knew we gotta really save his life. We gotta take care of him.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some water.
I'd lost most of my adrenaline, so I was starting to feel more, and I was thinking about, you know, you could possibly die.
Bram was in a tremendous amount of pain. You could just see it in his face, but Bram's a cowboy, and he would not complain if both arms had been chewed off. I put a lot of antibiotics into him too, trying to stem the tide of infection.
The doctor knows that even if Bram survives the night, his injuries are severe enough for gangrene to set in, which means he could lose his leg, or, if not treated quickly, his life.
Do you have any dry clothes?
Yeah.
Unaware of the severity of his condition, Bram's thoughts turn to his family.
I was pretty concerned about my dad and my brothers. They had no idea where I was or if I was alive. I was sure they'd try to look for me and, you know, possibly get hurt themselves.
Once we got him stabilized, I thought I could take a moment to myself. I wept. For Bram's sake, I wept because his father is without him. He's got to be going crazy. I would be if that happened to me.
Up on the mountain, Dennis Schaefer is confronting his deepest fears.
I got to thinking, man, I might not be bringing one home. You know, and that feeling down in your guts, I'll tell you what, is an empty, empty feeling.
Searching the dark, treacherous slopes in a raging storm is becoming too dangerous. Dennis's friends decide it's safer to wait until morning.
Dennis, we can't go on.
I don't care how bad it is. I am not going back. That is my son out there.
Dennis, please. I'm sorry.
I was determined to be out there looking for him, but the mountains are unforgiving if you're caught wrong, and they will kill you. So I got voted down, and we had to go back to camp.
Andy has managed to keep Bram alive so far. But now, the doctor spots a new danger threatening to kill him. Gas gangrene. Gas gangrene is a deadly poison produced by bacteria trapped in infected tissue. It destroys flesh, blood cells, and blood vessels.
Gas gangrene can travel 6 inches in an hour. If Bram's femoral artery was being attacked by bacteria, it would burst. Bram was in serious trouble at this point. He could very easily be dead by morning.
How you feeling, Bram?
I was laying there thinking that, you know, I could lose my leg, and the thought of dying was still there, yeah. I mean, I knew I was in bad shape.
Dr. Andy Wolf has given Bram antibiotics and painkillers. But without more powerful medication, Bram could be dead within hours. The gas gangrene is spreading rapidly towards his femoral artery. If it attacks it, it will burst.
It was very serious. It was just as serious as a bear attacking him.
2 miles away, Bram's father has no idea what's happened to his son. He spends an agonizing night waiting for the storm to abate.
They wouldn't let me leave camp, and that was probably the biggest torture I went through, was being in that camp, not doing anything. It could drive you nuts as a parent. One of your kids is missing. You know that the elements are horrid. It's unforgiving. I was awake all night, pacing, crying. Your heart just like it was going to explode, you know, because for the lack of ability to be able to go do anything and the unknowing, you know, you just sit down and weep sometimes.
Andy and Bruce also spend a harrowing night, hoping Bram will survive until morning. Bruce tries to keep Bram from falling asleep.
Wake up. How you doing?
Andy said we need to keep him active and keep him going so he doesn't slip into like a coma or something like that.
Talk to me, Bram. Come on. How you feeling?
I didn't know how long Bram could last, but I knew that at the level of care that he was at, that he would not last.
Andy knows that the rapidly advancing gangrene will kill Bram if he doesn't get to a hospital fast.
Stay awake, son.
I felt very impotent. It was just every moment wish that the sunlight would come. We'd hear a helicopter.
We stayed up the whole night. We took turns looking at his wounds, changing his bandage, waiting for help to come.
But help is a long way away, and time is running out for Bram. Bruce and Andy don't know how much longer he'll survive.
Stay awake, Bram.
Just at daybreak, we heard the chopping noise of the helicopter coming.
You hear that, Bram? You hear that?
I was pretty excited when I heard that helicopter coming in.
I've never been so happy in my life as to hear rotor blades.
Help is on its way.
I was just relieved. You know, I was happy because I thought, wow, he's going to be okay.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh! That's it, Bram. That's it. Watch his head.
With Bram on his way to hospital, Bruce sends one of his party to find Bram's father.
Bram!
Dennis has been searching since first light.
Our plan was to go exactly where we had all left off the day before, and work our way down the mountain. If we found him, we were to shoot 3 shots and then shoot the 4th round. So then you would know that somebody had found him alive. Jubilation. Tears run down my face, and we're literally running down the mountain. You're just so happy he was alive.
It took 18 days for the doctors at Billings Hospital to save Bram's life. Miraculously, they also saved his leg.
I was pretty happy to see it when I woke up, that's for sure.
I feel very grateful for all the angels on the mountain, Bruce and his boy and Doc Wolf. Those people really done us a great, great favor. by taking care of our son.
I'm not a hero. I just did what I had to do. I just know that I did the right thing. And to this day, I care about him a lot, more than he thinks I do.
When I left the hospital, they told me I probably would never be able to ride a horse or do this or do that. Riding horses is a pretty big part of my life, so I think it was less than 2 months before I got on a horse, and I've been able to do just about anything I want to do.
Despite his ordeal, Bram suffered no lasting injuries. Today, he's also a father and looks forward to the day he'll take his own son hunting on the mountain. One sudden slip along a desolate canyon trail puts world champion adventure athlete Denell at the mercy of the Utah wilderness.
I was in the middle of nowhere, and nobody knew where I was.
Her legs useless, she's forced to crawl for every inch to try and escape the unforgiving desert.
I thought I was going to die.
But she'll also need the help of her best friend.
Go!
If she's to win this ultimate survival test. The battle for her own life.
Go find me help. My last chance.
Denell is a super athlete. In triathlon and endurance sports, her reputation is legendary. Several times national and world champion. It's no wonder she's just earned the title US Athlete of the Year for the 6th time. For Denell, giving up is not an option, as paramedic John Marshall is about to discover.
My first meeting of Denell, she just ran 60 miles across open desert in 115-degree temperature before she got to the checkpoint that I was working at. This small-framed woman comes into the med booth. Her feet are blistered, she's completely dehydrated, somewhat delirious, and I said, hey, we would highly recommend we start an IV in you, get some fluids back in you.
You're gonna need this. No, just a drink and some duct tape.
This kind of sets the mode for my involvement with Denell. I learned that this girl, right from the get-go, was as hard as nails. This was a true athlete to the fullest extent. They say to be a great adventure athlete, first and foremost, you have to be hard to kill. Denell was hard to kill.
It was December 13th, 2006, and I was at my house in Moab. The winter season was approaching, and I was wanting to get in shape for the snowshoe racing season and also to compete in some winter triathlons.
Oh, hey, Tess. Give me a minute, okay? Just give me a minute.
So I was to head out on about a 2 or 2.5 hour run, and I kind of had one of my favorite loops in mind. I hadn't done this loop in a while.
Okay, all right. Okay. I get the message. All right, let's go.
One of the world's premier extreme sports athletes, Denell is known for staggering feats of endurance in adventure racing. Single and living alone, her constant companion is her dog, Taz.
I got Taz from a puppy rescue. I remember going to the shelter and there were several puppies there. This one puppy sort of stood out.
Hi.
Because he was energetic and he liked to run around and he was hyper and he had this real playful attitude about him that I liked. I sort of connected with that.
Look at this one. Oh, you're cute. Oh.
And I remember some other lady went up to Taz and was holding him. And I looked at this lady and that's my dog. He wasn't my dog just yet, you know, but I just knew that he was the one. And then I kind of kept an eye on this lady while she was playing with Taz. And as soon as she set him down, I snatched him up and said, I want this one. There's something that drew me to Taz, that I knew that he was the one for me.
I need you to help me.
With Taz for company, Denell is planning a routine training run through Moab's backcountry. It's a beautiful but rugged wilderness where few people ever go.
It was a sunny day, but it was cool, probably temperatures in the 30s, around 30 degrees Fahrenheit. I had my kayak on top of my truck, hopefully planning on going kayaking later that afternoon. I didn't see any bikers or hikers out, just myself and Taz.
Come on, Taz.
I brought my water bottle, and at the last minute I thought, well, I'll grab this little waist pack so I don't have to carry the water bottle in my hand. That way I could just put the water bottle in the waist pack. And it was a small waist pack with 2 zipper pockets. I didn't know what was in those pockets. I just grabbed it, and whatever was in there from my previous run was in my waist pack. And I headed out on the run.
Let's go.
I had absolutely no idea that my life was going to completely change that day.
Come on, boy.
Despite its beauty, the backcountry surrounding Moab can be hostile and dangerous. Just in the last month, 2 men have fallen victim to the deadly terrain, found frozen to death in the bitter desert night. Search and rescue teams are called out regularly to save hikers in distress. But Denell is fearless. 6 times the winner of US Athlete of the Year, she thrives on pushing herself to the limit in the most extreme environments.
I was actually in pretty good physical condition that I usually could push myself right to that limit of pain, but not quite go over it. It actually almost feels good, like you get into the rhythm, get into the flow.
It's out for that.
Denell's training route is not marked on any map. And with every step, she's heading further into uncharted territory.
All of a sudden, the next thing I know, Taz was ahead of me, and my foot slipped out from under me. I almost immediately knew that I was in trouble because I couldn't stop. And I was moving fast at that point. And then the last 20 feet were an overhang. Free fall. I definitely had time to see my life kind of spin through my head and think about maybe I wasn't gonna see another day. And then boom. Oh my God, I'm still alive. I didn't know what I had done to myself, but I knew I had hurt myself pretty bad.
It's a horrendous fall. The impact has shattered Denell's pelvis into pieces, leaving her skeleton severed in 2. There's nothing but soft tissue connecting her legs to the rest of her body. Super athlete Denell goes into survival mode.
Somehow my brain didn't allow itself to think too deeply about what had happened.
Despite her terrible injuries, Denell's endurance training kicks in, and she's determined to keep moving.
So what I did was I took my right hand and put it on my right leg, and my left hand and put it on my left leg, and I could feel my legs. And so I knew that I wasn't paralyzed. And my next reaction was, I gotta get out of this canyon. I gotta get back to my truck, and I gotta get home, or I gotta get to the hospital.
Incredibly, despite her shattered pelvis, the endurance athlete tries to stand up and run out of the canyon. But with her skeleton effectively in two, Denell's legs cannot support her body. Unable to walk or run, she's facing her worst nightmare. Her legs useless, she's alone on a ledge, separated from her dog, Taz. Denell is stranded in 1,000 square miles of barren, uninhabited wilderness.
I knew that I needed to get out of that canyon. The temperatures were cold, and it was the middle of winter, but I couldn't stand up, I couldn't walk. So I just started dragging myself.
With her skeleton broken in two, shattered at the pelvis, Denell is critically injured. Most people would be in agony, but super-fit athlete Denell is experiencing an enormous adrenaline surge, masking the pain. But the problem for Denell now is which direction to go. She's no idea if there's a safe way down from the ledge. Taz comes to Denell's rescue.
Come on, there you are.
Taz has found her way back through the canyon to reach her. She is no longer alone, but Taz's appearance brings more than comfort.
Since he had gotten to where I landed, I knew that there was a route out. So I used him as my guide and kind of dragged myself where he went, along the shelf and then back down to the bottom of the canyon.
With incredible determination, Denell follows Taz to the bottom of the canyon and now plans to pull herself back to her truck. But as the adrenaline surge wears off, the pain is starting to take a hold.
It would take all my energy to sort of drag myself an inch. And then the pain would be so bad I would have to regroup and try it again.
Time is working against Denell. She knows the dangers of this remote wilderness, and that if she doesn't reach safety by nightfall, the sub-zero temperatures could kill her. With her energy slipping away, Denell remembers her waist pack.
I didn't know what was in that waist pack because I didn't check before I left. And in one of them was a little gel pack, sugar pack, that endurance athletes often bring with them to help provide energy for running.
Eating the gel provides Denell with a much-needed boost, as well as a moment to reflect on the colossal task she's taking on. But her progress is excruciatingly slow.
At one point, I looked back at my tracks, and I could just see where I dragged myself through this canyon. It took me probably 2.5 hours just to get to the bottom, dragging myself inch by inch. The canyon that took me maybe 2 or 3 minutes to walk up.
The only comfort Denell has is her dog's constant companionship.
Taz was with me this whole time. I think he probably realized that I was injured. I think he was kind of wondering why I was going so slow.
As the winter sun sets, the temperature is dropping below freezing. Daylight is fading fast, and with it, any chances of getting out of the canyon before nightfall. Despite Denell's superhuman efforts, she's far from safety. Too tired to go on, she stops for the night. But she knows that this desert has a habit of claiming victims in the hours of darkness.
It was comforting having Taz there. And I also knew that if there was to be, say, a coyote or something that was to come into the canyon, that he would bark and scare any wild animals away.
But Taz's presence won't save her from the bitter cold of the savage desert night.
With the injuries to my midsection, it was a little bit uncomfortable if he got too close to me, because it would kind of move my bones around. I was really hopeful that I was going to make it out of there, or that somebody was going to get me. I should have realized right then that I was about to die and that I was in the middle of nowhere and nobody knew where I was.
With hours to go before dawn, the temperature is already well below freezing, and it's still falling.
It was bone-chilling. You know, it'd be like laying in a freezer. My feet were frozen and they got frostbite.
Exposure to the cold is causing Denell's body to shut off the blood supply to her extremities to protect her vital inner organs. Frostbite could claim her fingers and toes, but it's only the first stage in the onset of hypothermia.
I know that once you start to get too cold, then the brain will shut down, which is a symptom of hypothermia.
With winter temperatures plunging into the 20s in the Moab Desert, Denell draws on her athletic training to help her survive the night. Despite a fractured pelvis, Denell starts to do crunches to keep herself warm.
It was almost like just lifting my head up, my head and my shoulders up. I couldn't do a full sit-up because I didn't have any movement in my midsection.
It takes a superhuman effort that's almost too much for her.
And then I started to fatigue, and I became tired, and I said to myself, I gotta find a pace that I can maintain through the entire night.
Denell forces herself to do one sit-up every 5 seconds, non-stop, over the next 6 hours. It's an extraordinary challenge, but it's the only way she'll stay alive.
I knew if I fell asleep, I would have died of hypothermia, and I knew if I stopped doing the crunches that I would have died of hypothermia.
In an incredible feat of physical endurance and mental stamina, Denell wills herself to survive in freezing conditions. When most people would probably have given up, Denell has made it through the night by doing sit-ups. In the morning, she has no time to rest. She intends to crawl her way 2 miles back to her truck.
My plan was to take that gel to give me some energy and then to continue to crawl out. I thought that it would be no problem for me to continue dragging myself. And what I didn't know is that that the adrenaline had gotten me through those first 5 hours right after the accident.
Denell is in for a terrible shock. The adrenaline that protected her has completely worn off. Now, if she's to survive, she must face her ordeal with no defense against the pain flooding throughout her body.
When I tried to move, it was just throughout my whole body, just this excruciating pain. And on top of the physical pain was the mental pain of being stuck there. I would have rather had 20 people around me hitting me with the hammer. That would have been better than what I was going through. And that's when I started to think, somebody's got to notice that I'm missing. I thought maybe somebody will notice my truck is still parked there.
But as she lives alone, no one is looking for Denell. No one knows she's missing. She is completely alone. It's nearly 24 hours since her devastating fall, and Denell is facing a new danger: dehydration.
I was aware of how dangerous it can be to get dehydrated.
With her fresh water supply gone, only a small puddle by her side is helping her stay alive.
But it was really a struggle to drink from that water source. It was hard to get the water into my water bottle and into me. There was a lot of silt in it.
Easy for you.
But while water can help keep her alive, it also carries a risk.
I didn't want to drink too much because if I peed on myself, then the risk of hypothermia would have been worse because it was so cold out there.
Urinating would wet her clothing. In the bitter cold, it would freeze, speeding up the onset of hypothermia. Only Denell's willpower has prevented it from already happening. As the day wears on, the risk posed by the bitter cold lingers, but a new threat emerges. Inside her body, Denell's injuries have taken a lethal turn for the worse.
I started to feel this inflammation in my midsection, and it was kind of soft and squishy. And I remember if I tried to move, this whole jelly roll would sort of move, almost like a water balloon or something. I remember thinking at the time, oh, it's inflammation.
It's not inflammation. It's far worse. Denell's shattered pelvis has severed blood vessels in her pelvic cavity. She's been bleeding internally for a day and a half, starving her brain and other major organs of the vital oxygen they need for her to survive. Denell is bleeding to death. Unable to move and facing another night in freezing temperatures, Denell is finding it much harder to stay in control. She struggles to do her sit-ups. Worse still, she's beginning to hallucinate because of her blood loss and fatigue.
I remember looking up to the stars, and instead of them being these vivid stars where I could see the Milky Way, all I could see was these stripes in the sky. The second night was a lot harder. That first night, Taz kind of cuddled up next to me, and the second night, he didn't want to. He would come and check on me, but he didn't cuddle up next to me. He just kind of looked at me like, you know, what are you doing laying there? But I don't think he knew what to do either. You know, he probably was, maybe he was thinking, you know, should I leave and go get some dog food, you know, and take care of myself, or should I stay here with her? I think Taz knew something was wrong then. His demeanor had changed a little. He seemed a little bit depressed. He seemed kind of frustrated that I wasn't taking him to his doggy bed. He wanted to continue on back to the house. And he kept looking at me like, come on, let's go to a more comfortable spot. Second night felt a lot colder to me too. Felt long and cold.
What Denell doesn't realize is that the cold is keeping her alive. Her core body temperature is now so low that her metabolism is slowing dramatically. Her blood pressure is dropping, which in turn is slowing the internal bleeding. The cold is delaying the worst, but Denell is already living on borrowed time. As the night wears on, Denell is fighting for her life. It's taking every ounce of willpower to avoid drifting off to sleep, where the onset of hypothermia would lead to certain death.
I remember wanting to be at home in my bed, where it was warm and comfortable, and where I could sleep. I had been awake this whole time, and I was starting to get the sleep monsters where I wanted to sleep, but I knew I had to stay awake. And I still kept hoping somebody would notice that I was missing. The reality of the situation was that I was in the middle of nowhere, and nobody knew where I was.
Thanks to her endurance training and extraordinary willpower, Denell has survived a second night in the freezing winter desert, where most people wouldn't have survived one. But it's unlikely she will survive another. 3 pints of blood have seeped into her pelvic cavity, and she's becoming much weaker.
On that lump around my midsection, it was blood. I couldn't see it because it was all internal, but I was losing a lot of blood. I didn't want to die, and I had to get out of the canyon, and nobody knew where I was, so I tried again. And I was determined to fight the pain and to try again.
Two days after she set out on her run, several phone calls from Denell's family and friends have finally alerted the police to her disappearance.
Morning, Frank. What do you got there?
I got a possible missing persons call yesterday. I went out to the house this morning to check it out. Lights are on, laptops on, truck's gone. No signs of activity for a couple days at least.
I know her. Denell Ballingy, the marathon runner. She trains up around Amasa. As a matter of fact, I'm heading up that way right now. I'll take a look around.
Let me know if you find anything.
I will.
oh, maybe I made it about 3 inches, and I got myself stuck in this small, wasn't even a pothole. It was just a change in direction in the rock, and I couldn't even barely get myself out of it.
With little blood-borne oxygen reaching her vital organs, Denell's body is close to shutting down. It's only her extraordinary physical conditioning that's keeping her alive. But she won't live much longer without medical help. And she knows it.
I was hyperventilating, I could barely breathe. And I also starting to lose my vision. I would turn my head to look, and it would just sort of be this blur across the sky. And then I would have to focus on something in order to sort of get my vision back.
Barely able to see, Denell can go no further. Defeated, she spends a painstaking 3 hours inching her way back to her only source of water. 50 hours after her dramatic fall, the adventure athlete's hopes of getting out of the canyon alive now seem futile.
I got myself back into this spot, and I just laid on my back and started crying. And I started to lose hope. And Taz came over to me and was just licking my tears. And I was so sad that I wasn't I didn't know what was gonna happen to Taz. There was not gonna be anybody to take care of him. I was gonna miss not being able to play with Taz, miss being able to run with him and do the things I love to do. And that's when, still can't talk about it.
Local detective Craig Shumway knows that Denell often trains in the Amasa back area, north of Moab. He's hoping his hunch pays off.
Bingo.
Now a search and rescue operation can be launched, but it may already be too late for Denell. Within an hour of the discovery of Denell's truck, the Grand County, Utah search and rescue team mobilizes. Denell's been missing over 2 days, and they know any hopes of finding her alive are fading fast.
Okay, we've got a missing persons, potential injury in the Amasa back area.
John Marshall is in charge of the search team out in the field.
Our organization is set up that individual officers take turns being the officer in charge on any particular day. That day just happened to be my day.
Female, brunette, about 5'4", 120 pounds, name Denell Balenji.
Balenji?
You know her?
And instantly, in my mind, the story completely changed. We're not looking for a lost tourist, somebody who just wandered off the trail. We're looking for somebody that's got more backcountry experience than your average John Doe on the street. And if this person's been missing in the backcountry for 2.5 days, they're not just lost. This person's in some serious trouble.
While critically injured and exposed to freezing conditions, Denell's endurance training has helped keep her alive for over 2 days. But the physical ordeal is wearing her down mentally.
I was pretty close to dying at that point. And I had lost hope that anybody would find me.
Now, after 51 hours, her intense willpower is breaking down. Despite increasing risk of hypothermia, she can no longer stop herself from urinating. With night bringing colder temperatures, Denell knows that without a miracle, she'll likely freeze to death by morning. The extreme athlete has finally given in.
That's when I started to think about my life and everything that I did. I started to think about my life and everything that I did and everything that I still wanted to do. And I thought about my family and my friends and how much they meant to me. And I thought I was going to die. I mean, I was dying.
Tess. 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 I need you to help me.
Taz was there with me, and he was all I had at that point. And I said to him, I said, Taz, I'm hurt, I need help. Can you go get help?
Taz, I need you to help me. Go get me help. Taz, go find some help for me, please. Go. This is my last chance, Taz. Go!
And he turned around and he took off.
Taz is her only hope. But Denell knows that by sending him away, she may now face death alone. With little time to spare, Moab Rescue Operations Chief John Marshall arrives at the Amasa backcountry search area first.
The backcountry here in southeastern Utah doesn't play any favorites. It's a beautiful, awe-inspiring landscape, but it also is deadly.
There's a dog down there. You see him?
Yeah, I got him.
Taz has found his way out of the canyon and is heading towards the search party. But as he races towards them, John fears the worst.
I know my dog will never leave my side as long as I have a pulse. So to see her dog down in the bottom of the canyon for the first time, my heart dropped. It says, this can't be a good sign. The dog has left its master.
As the rest of the search party arrives, Taz reaches the top of the canyon. But he doesn't stop, and his behavior is bewildering, particularly to experienced tracker Bego Gerhardt.
This bedraggled dog came running down the Jeep road and right through us. The odd thing was he didn't really want anything to do with us. Like he didn't walk up to the first person and go, feed me.
John Marshall knows that Taz could hold the key to finding Denell. But standard procedure dictates that he cannot delay the rescue operation any further.
Bego, you take the Massa Back Trail and the ATV.
Bego Gerhardt is under no illusions about the enormity of the task facing them.
It's usually you're going to look for somebody that's just out after dark, or they broke their ankle and you pretty much know where they are. But this was a full-on search, had no idea within, say, 20 square miles, which is huge in this country with all the canyons and cliffs. 20 square miles can take a long time to cover.
It's time they simply don't have. As evening approaches, temperatures are already dropping. But Bego Gerhardt can't rush, for fear of missing a clue that may lead him to Denell.
As we went up, every time there was a sandy place, I'd look in the sand for tracks. And pretty soon I thought I found some tracks that could be 2 days old. and there were dog tracks along with the shoe prints.
Back at the search and rescue base, John is now sure that Taz is trying to tell them something.
This dog was on a mission, so it's almost as if it ran around and say, hey, look at me, I'm gonna get everybody's attention. Now I'll show you where she's at.
Where is he going?
All of a sudden, down in the bottom of the canyon, the dog reappears and headed back up the Amasaback Trail. So I get on the radio and I radio over to the vehicles heading up the trail.
1T812 to 1T836. Hey, Bago, looks like the dog's coming your direction. Let him pass. Let's see where he's going.
I'm looking over my shoulder, and sure enough, Taz appears and takes off up over the hill. I'm going, you know, I think I should follow Taz for about 5 minutes just to see.
Okay, dog. Let's see what you know.
Time is running out. As nightfall approaches, a new threat to the rescue operation has emerged. Heavy snowfall is forecast, which Denell couldn't hope to survive. Following Taz may now be the last chance of finding Denell alive. Experienced mountain tracker Bago Gerhardt knows that Denell's dog could be her only real hope of survival.
I know to pay attention to dogs because they know stuff. So when he ran up over the hillside, I had a very strong feeling of I better follow him for a few minutes.
As Taz leads Bago deeper into the canyon, the going becomes more treacherous. Bago must slow the ATV and risk losing the dog's trail. Denell has no way of knowing that Taz has found help. She is resigned to dying out in the open. But when he returns, Denell senses a change in his behavior.
Next thing you know, Taz came up and he came right by me and he went straight to the puddle and he started drinking from my puddle. I remember thinking, that's my lifeline, that's the only water I got. Can't you find a different puddle, Taz? But I couldn't, I couldn't say that to him, and I just pet him a few times and let him drink from the puddle. And his demeanor had changed a little bit. He had seemed to get a little bit of energy back. And then he licked my face again, and he was kind of wagging his tail a little bit, and it was sad for me to see this happy little dog that I was never gonna be with. At the same time, I heard this other sound.
Help!
I wasn't hopeful because I'd been screaming help for 50 some hours straight, and nobody had come to help me.
And just about the time I thought I was going to run out of road, I heard this blood-curdling scream. I'll never forget it. And had to be Denell.
I can't move!
The sound got closer, and the engine cut out, and I start begging. Desperate, begging for help, explaining that I'm hurt, telling this person, you cannot leave, I need help, I need help.
Help, please help me.
It was the best moment of my life, because I knew right then that I was going to get a second chance. I knew I was going to make it.
And it was quite emotional because not very often do you go on a rescue where somebody's life is really quite on the edge. The look on her face was one of relief, and then the tears came.
Next thing he said to me was, "You got one good dog." And I just started crying. I just laid there and started crying.
I don't think any human could have survived another night in those temperatures.
Taz's extraordinary bond with Denell has saved her life.
Taz certainly did make the difference in shaving hours or perhaps even days off of finding Denell. And in this rescue, she didn't have hours or days to spare. She was on the brink as it was.
I knew Taz was a smart dog, but to be able to do what he did, this was a whole nother level of communication. Suddenly, you know, my dog was taking care of me instead of me taking care of him. You know, I look back on it now and I'm so grateful. He's truly a best friend.
Denell is airlifted to hospital and undergoes emergency surgery to repair the severed vessels that have pumped 3 pints of blood into her pelvic cavity. Then there's a 6-hour operation to pin her shattered pelvis back together. It's touch and go whether she'll pull through.
When we get the reports back to her medical condition, and all the doctors were saying, she really shouldn't be alive with the massive amounts of blood loss that she had, the hypothermia, the frostbite, everything combined, she should have been dead days ago. But here it is 2.5 days later, and she's smiling.
But there's another shock waiting for Denell when she gets to see her feet for the first time in 3 days.
Laying there in the hospital bed, and they had taken my shoes off, and I finally got a glimpse of my feet, and they were black from frostbite. Every single one of my toes and then part of my foot was black. You know, with frostbite, you just have to give it time, and eventually over the next 24 hours, slowly but surely, the color started to come back in my toes, my feet, and so I knew I was gonna be able to, my feet were gonna be okay.
The prognosis for Denell's fractured pelvis was not so reassuring.
The doctor said that the injuries in my pelvis were pretty extensive, so I didn't know if I was going to be wheelchair bound the rest of my life or if I was going to be able to walk again.
Her life has been saved, but her body may be shattered beyond repair. Doctors fear she may never walk again. Against all the odds, the extraordinary determination that kept her alive in the canyon has now put her back on her feet again. After 6 hours in surgery and months of rehab, Denell is up and running.
I'm still able to do what I love to do. It's taken several months of recovery and rehab, but I'm back out running again, running the trails. Taz and I go out almost every day.
And Taz has a new playmate.
My son he's really a gift, and every moment with him I appreciate. And I think I appreciate him even more knowing that, you know, he may have never been if it wasn't for Taz and all the people that, you know, were there to help me survive that experience.
When Ken Hildebrand is thrown from his quad bike in the remote Canadian wilderness, he's pinned to the frozen ground beneath 1/2 ton of metal.
I almost threw up just from the pain.
Injured, alone, and exposed to all this savage region can throw at him, Ken must battle to stay alive. All he can do is hope that someone finds him before he either freezes to death or the predators closing in on him move in for the kill.
My chances were very slim, very slim.
Ken Hildebrand is packing for a solo trip into the Canadian Rockies in the depths of winter. And he knows it pays to leave nothing to chance.
Some guys on the rescue squad now call me Mr. Gadget because they always thought that I carried too much. And they used to always say, well, if we need to go on a rescue, we always want to be paired up with Ken because he never gets lost, he always knows where he's at, and he can survive.
No, I'm going up to Bob Creek to collect some traps. But, you know, I should be back in time, give or take an hour or 3.
The survival expert regularly heads into the mountains alone and makes no firm plans about his return with his family and friends.
Well, listen, if I don't show, we'll do it when Lil's back, okay?
Ken is a registered animal trapper, and this trip is to check up on beaver traps that he set the day before.
We trap to keep a good, healthy population of animals. And beavers are a rodent. The goal is to try and keep beavers from overpopulating.
Ken loves the great outdoors, and nothing stops him from enjoying this vast wilderness, not even his disabled leg.
I had polio. I had over 20 operations when I was a child. I mean, I was never supposed to walk. I threw the braces away and everything else, and I said, I'm gonna walk. I'm gonna do whatever normal people do.
Getting around this remote region is a real challenge, and Ken's trusty steed is his 4-wheel quad bike.
The terrain is very rugged. The country is very mountainous. The hills are very, very steep. And there are a lot of places on my trap line that people, even that are good quarters, they wouldn't even tackle.
Today's ride is even more dangerous. Ken's bike is carrying a lot of extra weight.
My quad, without any fuel in it, and that weighs 600 pounds. The beavers, 35 and 50 pounds a piece. Then the 3 gallons of gas, yeah, pretty close to 1,000 pounds. A small pickup truck would probably weigh that.
The temperature drops below 0, and the wind picks up. So Ken calls it a day.
The wind was blowing at least 80 kilometers an hour. It was stuff blowing in my face as I was trying to drive. It was blowing up small rocks. All of a sudden, I felt this sharp pain in the eye, and I blinked, and I felt like a piece of grass in my eye. And the second I let go of my handlebars, I grabbed a hold of this piece of grass. And the bike started going up and over. I was on the way down, and I could feel the bike was following me over. It's just that there was nothing I could do. It felt to me like I was fast enough that I was getting out of the way, but then, wham, it was so fast. It just knocked me right face first into the dirt. And then I felt this excruciating pain in my leg. I could feel my foot. I could feel my ankle just totally dislocating and the bones were breaking. I almost threw up just from the pain. The steel rack rammed me in the smaller part of the back and drove me down and knocked the wind out of me. The pain was from my ankle and in the calf of my leg. I couldn't push and lift myself enough to move the bike. No matter how I tried to move my legs, I couldn't.
The heavily laden quad has pinned Ken to the ground in the middle of nowhere. As a paramedic with the local rescue unit, Ken's first instinct is to try to assess the severity of his injuries.
I took my pulse. My pulse was at 160. It was bounding. I could feel, so my blood pressure must have been up high because I could really feel my pulse. My skin was pale. If I pinched it, it was slow to come back to normal. It took 5 seconds for my color to go back in my finger, so I knew that I was in shock. Pain and the anxiety was causing me to make my heart rate go up. So I knew I had to slow myself down so that I could rationalize, I could think properly.
Ken learned how to deal with pain as a child, fighting polio.
I kind of mentally block it out. It's amazing how much pain I can actually block out.
Ken cannot reach his legs, which took the full impact of the crash. And he can only imagine the kind of damage that's been done.
My first assumption was that, yes, I dislocated my ankle for sure, possibly crushed it. I thought that maybe I had done a lot of damage to my right knee because it hurt like hell. My polio leg is not very big. I can actually put my hand around it like this. When it smashed down into that ground, I thought for sure that knee was done.
The weight of Ken's quad bike and survival gear exerts enormous pressure on his injured legs, causing excruciating pain. It crushes his good right leg against his weaker polio leg, cutting off the circulation from his calf to his foot. Ken knows that to avoid permanent damage, he needs to act fast.
My first reaction was, I need to get out from underneath the quad, even if I've broken my leg. So I looked around and tried to see if there's any sticks or anything I could grab.
All of Ken's gear is still strapped to the quad. Only his axe has fallen clear during the crash. But it's tantalizingly just out of reach. Ken's survival instinct kicks in.
I always carry this fire starter around my neck and a compass on a string.
Getting his hands on the axe could mean the difference between life and death. To Ken, the axe is his only means of escape.
It took me several tries or more to finally catch the butt of the axe handle. I thought right away, well, maybe I can use my axe as a leverage to push the quad off of me.
But, trapped face down, it's impossible for Ken to get enough leverage on the axe handle to lift the quad.
Now I think, okay, I'm stuck here. I'm actually trapped. But when you're in that situation, you got to try something, and if that don't work, you got to try something else. I was thinking, well, if I can reduce the weight on the quad, maybe I'll have a better chance of getting out from underneath it.
But every strike causes agonizing pain to Ken's injured body as he tries to knock the heavy gear from the quad.
I thought, if I can perhaps maybe pile a beaver up, stick the axe in there on the corner of the rack.
With the beavers under his arms, Ken's hoping the extra height will make a difference. It seems to be working. The quad moves a fraction of an inch.
It felt so good. I mean, it still hurt like hell, and it felt like the bones were broken, but at least that steady, constant pressure was relieved.
Fueled by adrenaline, Ken decides it's time for a make-or-break effort to free himself.
I've just broken my best chance of getting out of here, so what am I going to do now?
Ken is now completely trapped in this Canadian wilderness. He has to come up with another escape plan if he's going to survive.
Now I thought, okay, the axe is broke, the handle's not as long. Perhaps now I can get underneath there and chop and hack away some of the ground.
If Ken can loosen the soil beneath him, he might be able to work himself free. But weighed down by his quad and the equipment, it's a near impossible task.
You try chopping like this here in a little space. It's a challenge. Because I couldn't get underneath my leg. I kept trying to get underneath, but every time I tried to chop to get underneath it, I'd either hit the ground and the axe would ricochet into my leg, or I would just hit my leg.
Despite the pain, Ken simply refuses to surrender and accept his fate.
When you're caught in a survival situation like that, your attitude has so much to do with it. It's very easy to give up, to think that, oh, it's all despair, there's no hope. As long as you don't let those things get in your way and you stop and rationalize, it's surprising how many little things that you can do. I continued trying to figure out and evaluate some way that I could move that quad so that I could get one leg free. If I could get just one leg free, I can get out from underneath this thing.
Despite his ingenuity and effort, Ken begins to realize he may have to spend the night alone in the freezing Alberta mountains.
All your nerves at that point in time is raw. Your mind is going through a million things, like, how long is this going to last? I tried every which way possible and thought of what if I could do this, or if I could get that, or... After 5 hours, I had exhausted all my options.
Darkness is closing in. The Rockies at night are deadly, especially in winter when the temperatures can plummet to 20 below. Freezing cold winds rush down off the mountains, and these howling gusts play tricks with Ken's mind.
I'd hear something and I'd stop. Now, am I really hearing that, or am I not hearing that? In fact, I was.
Incredibly, Ken has crashed his quad just half a mile away from a farmer's house. If somebody would just hear his cries, his ordeal would be over.
When I first heard the dogs, it gave me a little bit of spark of hope. Well, maybe I won't have to spend the night after all.
Ken's prepared for every eventuality. He even carries a whistle around his neck, which he uses to attract attention.
The dogs, of course, because they have so much better hearing than a human, they could hear me.
But his distress calls are drowned out by the high winds and go unheard by human ear.
Over here!
I heard him going in and out of the house a few times.
Hey! Over here!
Help was so close, but yet so far away.
It's another devastating blow for Ken. And to make matters even worse, all of the gear and supplies that he's bought that could keep him alive are tied to his bike, completely out of reach.
What I had on my quad, I could have survived for a month, no problem. I had water, I had a hot coffee in it, my first aid kit, of course, and a sleeping bag that's good for 40 below.
Without all this life-saving equipment, Ken faces the ultimate test of his survival skills. The temperature is already 11 below, and with the wind chill, it feels even colder. He might die of hypothermia if he doesn't think fast.
I knew that the wind, the cold could kill me easily in a matter of probably half an hour or less if I went to sleep.
The freezing conditions take their toll. Ken knows that his violent shivering could be the first sign that hypothermia has set in. And it can only get worse from here.
Once you stop shivering, you are in severe hypothermia, and your shock can be irreversible. People that go into hypothermia get this euphorium of being warm. They stop shivering, they go to sleep, and then they die. During my 15 years on rescue, I have probably seen 3 or 4 people that were in a situation that I was in, and none of them survived. So I forced myself to stay awake. And even when I got to the point where I couldn't shiver properly, I would force myself, deliberately force myself to move, to simulate shivering. I knew I needed to keep my body heat from going into the ground.
If Ken skins one of the dead beavers, he might be able to slide its fur underneath his body for insulation. But there's a danger the smell might also attract predators. And with his axe broken, he's powerless to fight them off.
I know the possibilities of cougars or any predator coming around is greater every hour that I stay there. Had I been attacked by a cougar, my chances would have been 0.
Ken knows without skinning the animal, he will die. There's little chance of rescue soon. His family aren't expecting him home for days, and even his dinner plans were tentative.
But listen, if I don't show, we'll come when Lil's back.
Ken decides the rewards of skinning the beaver outweigh the risk of attracting predators.
I put the hide side down and the fur side up, so that made my stomach a lot warmer.
The temperatures continue to drop, and it's another 8 hours until sunrise. The beaver's pelt gives him some temporary relief, but at a cost. The smell of fresh carcass could be carried for miles around, with predators soon picking up on the scent. Ken's greatest concern is dehydration. It's been 12 hours since his accident, and he hasn't been able to drink any fluid.
I had already been sweating for quite a bit because of the pain. Number two, the exertion I was using trying to move this quad.
His body is losing water rapidly, and if he's unable to replace it, he will die.
Part of the problem with hypothermia is your fluid levels. Because your blood is drawn to your vital organs and that, you need that fluid. I had the stuff on my quad, but I couldn't reach it. I had an extra gallon of water, a thermos full of coffee. I knew that I needed to get some kind of moisture somehow, somewhere.
Ken carries a roll of plastic flagging tape to mark out the areas where he's laid his traps. Now he has an idea that he can use it to save his life.
If I can get frost on the ribbon, I can run it through my teeth. And I can get the moisture from the frost. I don't know how much moisture I got from it, but it was enough to keep the inside of my mouth a little bit moist at times.
But it brings him little relief. He's not eaten for 20 hours, and his body is weakening with every minute in these severe conditions.
I knew I needed something for strength. I decided I was going to try and eat some beaver. It was like meat that's crystallized, partly frozen. So that probably, in itself, probably helped me to kind of gnaw it and get it down. But it wasn't the pleasantest thing that I've eaten. All of a sudden, I just felt sick to my stomach, and it came back up. So I thought, well, this isn't good. I'm losing more bodily fluids.
Every decision Ken makes now could mean the difference between life and death.
The thing that played the most on my mind was the fear. I didn't want somebody in my family to have the anguish of finding me and, you know, partially eaten by an animal or something. You know, who knows what can happen once you pass away.
After 15 hours of darkness, Ken's survival knowledge and sheer strength of will have seen him through the night, crushed under his quad bike in freezing temperatures. Suddenly, the early morning silence is broken by a welcome sound.
thinking, the rescue crew is finally coming. It's about damn time I'm gonna give them guys hell. And it flew off in the distance.
Once again, Ken's chances of rescue are just out of reach. Desperate for help, he tries to alert the farmer again. The farmhouse is only half a mile away, but Ken's desperate cries go unheard.
I was just exhausting every possibility that I could try and use. One defeat after another. At that point in day 2, I wasn't really sure how long I'd be able to survive.
Ken's second day passes slowly, with his survival kit just out of reach, and the chance of rescue so frustratingly close. All he can do is lie and wait, and get what moisture he can. He's still covered in the scent of fresh meat, and the dangers of night threaten again.
I thought that I heard something move. And I seen a couple of coyotes off on the right.
Ken's biggest fear has been realized. The scent of the skinned beaver has attracted some unwelcome visitors. Even from a distance, the coyotes can see that Ken is trapped and can't move.
Coyotes can be unpredictable. It's not the first time that they have attacked humans. When I heard coyotes messing around, I thought there was a possibility that they might get more aggressive.
My soul, my Savior, God to me, how great thou art.
I got a couple of rocks, and I've got the broken axe handle laying there. I thought, how long that would last, who knows?
Ken has already been trapped for over 30 hours. His survival training has kept him alive, but the paramedic realizes that parts of his body are already dying. The constant pressure of the quad's wheel and the swelling in his right leg is causing serious nerve and tissue damage. Ken knows that even if he is found now, his good leg might not survive.
During the night, it got to a point where it was like your foot goes to sleep and you get all those needles and pins going through it. I figured, well, my foot is beyond saving now, for sure.
The hopelessness of his situation starts to take its toll.
We just finished celebrating my granddaughter's birthday, I was thinking about that quite a bit because my daughter had videoed me dancing with my grandkids. That's probably the last time I'll dance with them. I'll be missing out.
Ken draws strength from the battles he won as a young boy.
You know, I've been through worse than that. I mean, I was never supposed to walk. I had 20 operations when I was a kid, and I threw the braces away, and that much of a challenge that I can't overcome that.
To thee, my Savior God, to thee.
It works wonders for your morale if you sing. It also, if there was something coming close, they knew that I was human, and perhaps they might stay a little further away before they found out, you know, what kind of circumstance I was actually in.
How great thou art, how great thou art, how great thou art.
Just before daylight, they came back.
The coyotes have returned, and this time they changed their tactics, closing in on Ken from behind. Unable to see them, Ken can only imagine their next attack.
You can hear them scratching, and you can, you know, quick pitter-patters of feet. And then you hear a little yapping. And then you can hear some more feet, so you don't know whether they're 200 yards away or whether they're right behind you. They were definitely excited, and they were getting each other excited.
As the coyotes move in for the kill, they discover one of the dead beavers that fell off the quad during the crash.
It sounded just like they were fighting over it. They sounded like they were a lot closer.
Now, the coyotes have a taste for blood, and Ken fears he is next on the menu.
What's next? Are they going to get more aggressive?
The frenzy of noise seems to attract the attention of the dogs in the nearby farmhouse. But once again, high winds muffle the noise from human ears.
Perhaps if he would have let one of his dogs go, maybe they would have come to me.
The noise seems to scare off the coyotes for now. As day breaks, Ken has been trapped for nearly 40 hours. The chance of rescue remains so close, yet so far away.
Every time that I could hear the sound of the dogs barking, or I could hear the farmer opening the door, and I would blow the whistle, nothing would happen. It was very frustrating, damn frustrating to... What's going on? Why cannot something come my way for a change? Why can't my luck change? I'm the type of guy that, I've always been very independent, and this is the first time I found myself in a situation where I couldn't rely on myself to get myself out of it.
Ken's friends and family still have no idea he's missing, and no rescue operation has been launched.
I was down, definitely I was down.
As a paramedic, Ken knows his body is rapidly deteriorating.
I knew that shock was probably getting worse. My core body temperature was definitely dropping. My fuel intake was 0. It was more concentrated on trying not to fade off and go to sleep. I knew that if I was going to survive at all, I had to stay awake. Just before dark again, the coyotes came back and there was a few more. I was so intent and focused on what these coyotes might be doing. One can only imagine and think because you can't see them, right?
It's Ken's third night trapped under the quad, exposed, dehydrated, and close to death. And this time, the coyotes have returned to hunt as a pack.
They're well versed at their attack tactics. They would have tried definitely for my face or my throat because that was the most exposed. If you're swinging one way, they would try to grab you from the back.
This pack have already tasted fresh meat, and they're craving for more.
If I couldn't scare them off with the whistle and hollering, my chances were very slim. Very slim.
Ken's outburst is just enough to fend off the coyotes. But if he has to spend another night out there, they'll be back, and he may not have the strength to fight them off for much longer.
For the full 4 days I never slept. I consciously made sure that I kept myself awake because I know from experience the wind, the cold could kill me easily. My body was telling me it was a downward slide. My mental alertness wasn't there. My coordination wasn't as good as it could have been. So I knew all those things were telling me that my body is shutting down more all the time. For sure. My family was my primary focus. I can deal with whatever comes along. It's how can they deal with it? How will it affect them? I thought that if I didn't make it, maybe while I still got my faculties together and I'm still able to write a message, I should write a message to them, just in case. Well, I told them I was sorry. And I loved him. took my glasses off and I laid them in front of me, and I thought that, well, maybe, you know, just maybe I could get a little bit of rest. Finally, I actually closed my eyes.
On the fourth day of battling pain and fear, of forcing himself to stay awake, to fend off dangerous coyotes and hypothermia, Ken finally lets go.
That morning was a nice day for a walk, and I decided to take my dog to a particular area to visit friends. And looking at the beautiful hills and the mountains in the background, I changed my plans, went to another area, and found an area I'd never been before. Why did I change my mind? I have no idea.
Let's go.
Search and rescue expert Roy Davidson seems to be being led by fate to a certain point in the mountains.
I had no intention of being in that area whatsoever. I changed my plans 5 times to end up where I was. When I got down into the bottom of the valley, that's where I changed my mind again.
Let's go. Come on. Come on.
I just looked over and I saw the quad. And it looked like somebody underneath it.
Let's go. Come on.
I'm on search and rescue, and about a year earlier, we'd had a search. We'd been looking for a missing hunter on a quad. We found this fellow, and he was underneath the quad, and he was dead.
Oscar. 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 Oscar.
It was exactly the same scene. I figured there was probably somebody pinned under there that was probably dead.
Hello? I'd heard something, and is my mind playing tricks on me, or is this real?
Are you all right?
Did I go to sleep? Am I dreaming, or? I thought I was seeing things. I thought I was hallucinating. I said, oh boy, you know, this is getting really severe. Is it real?
What's your name? Ken Hildebrand.
I felt blessed. I felt lucky to be alive. I don't have to say goodbye to my family. The relief of like when they lifted the quad off of me, it was fantastic. You know, I just can't describe how great it felt, but it was short-lived.
Come on.
I tried to move my legs, and then I realized that I couldn't move my legs.
When he first told me that he'd been there for 4 days and 3 nights, I didn't believe it. He was very calm. He was very businesslike. He knew what he had to do. He thought his legs, or at least one leg, was broken.
What were you doing out here?
That was probably a place where the quad wheel was sitting on his leg and the flesh was frozen.
I'm just gonna put this on. You've done that before.
I knew that for 2 days I didn't go to the bathroom anymore. I knew that, you know, I could have liver damage, I could have kidney damage.
I think the reason that Ken survived is he's tough. He's one tough dude.
Roy has to get Ken to hospital as soon as possible.
I tried to be as careful as possible driving out of there. It was pretty rough. There was no road. It was just up the bottom of the valley. And his leg was starting to hurt him.
It was probably hitting the bumps and stuff where I felt circulation going into parts of my legs and that I could actually feel. And it's ironically that the pain actually felt good. I don't know how to explain it. It just, I wasn't down, but I wasn't, you know, jumping for joy like you think a person might. Because I knew I was still alive, but I knew I had a ways to go yet before I was out of the woods. How far, I wasn't sure. And I knew I wouldn't know until I was in the hospital.
Surgeons fought to save Ken's right leg, but eventually they had to amputate, leaving him with a prosthetic limb and his weaker polio leg. But with the same determination that he had as a child, Ken is walking again.
I had no doubt in my mind that I wasn't going to walk again. I'm going to walk. It's not just you that has to survive, it's your whole family that has to deal with the issues that come up, and if you love each other, you'll make it through it.
A plane carrying ecologists over the heart of Africa suddenly goes out of control.
I had 15 seconds to say I had a good life.
It crashes, leaving 3 men with serious life-threatening injuries. Exposed to the harshest of elements, with little hope of rescue, their only chance of survival is for one of them to walk for help.
I don't want to die. If he didn't get through, we were all going to die.
At the mercy of the same animals they're trying to save.
I really felt that this was it.
How long can they survive in such a hostile environment?
Can you hear me?
It's early in the morning, and a group of ecologists are about to go on a special charter flight. They'll be flying into one of the remotest parts of Central Africa, the Luano Valley in Zambia. Graham Child from Zimbabwe is leading the team.
I've worked all over the world, but my real love is the central part of Africa. You have fantastic wildlife.
Clive English has flown over from the UK, especially to work with Graham.
The chance to do this work with somebody like Graham was just a real opportunity that nobody would ever turn down.
Come on, the weather's perfect.
Tower, this is Romeo Delta.
That's great. Lovely morning, sun in our eyes, and we're off.
The team has hired pilot Adam Pope, who knows the region well.
It is very spectacular. It's very remote and kind of pristine wilderness. Everyone was quite buzzed up. I don't think Mumba was quite so keen. He'd never flown an airplane before.
Zambian Mumba Chikungu is here to provide the men with local knowledge.
You okay? Yes.
The men are planning to establish a conservation park in the area. And the aim of this morning is to spot large herds of buffalo.
As we flew around, we saw about 6 or 7 elephants.
We were really looking for buffalo. They are usually quite plentiful, but I wasn't finding them.
Okay, take me down. Let's have a look down there.
He said, let's go in and see what we can find.
They're flying towards a wetland area where buffalo might gather. But this means flying in close to a huge escarpment rock face.
We had to get in quite close to this escarpment to be able to have a look at them properly. We were traveling quite fast.
Hold on.
The closer they get to the escarpment, the more turbulent the air becomes.
I noticed that the airplane seemed to be descending.
Then suddenly, the air sucks the plane downwards.
You get these vortexes that come off the ridge, and we'd flown into one of those.
At full throttle, Adam attempts to pull the plane up over the oncoming escarpment to escape the vortex.
I was trying to keep the airplane going at maximum revs to keep the nose up. The stall warning came on. This is bad news. I know this is really bad news. We were in serious trouble.
It seemed like we were not going to get over the top.
Just seconds before impact, Adam manages to bank the plane.
I managed to get the wings level, but we were going down.
Going in! We're going in!
What happened is that we just lost it.
Going in! We're going in! Brace! Brace!
I had about 10 or 15 seconds to say I had a good life. And then we hit.
The plane is shattered on impact. All 4 men are trapped inside the fuselage.
I woke up, and the first thing I knew one had to do with these situations is get out of the aeroplane.
Get out! Get out!
I wasn't really aware of where I was. I must have been somehow aware that the right way out was on my right.
Pilot Adam struggles to free himself from the wreckage. He's in for a shock.
I landed on the wing, but then, there was this huge pain. Shoots through your whole body like an electric shock. And I immediately knew I'd broken my back.
Adam has escaped the burning fuselage, but he's now helpless on the wing, where the fuel for the plane is stored.
Fire!
As fuel leaks closer to the flames,
we still had a significant amount of fuel on board, and I was lying on it.
The smallest drop could ignite the fuel tank, turning the plane and all 4 men into a fireball.
Fire! Get out! Get out!
Mumba scrambles clear, but Clive is still inside the wreckage.
I remember waking up. First thing I saw was Adam lying on the wing. I smelled aviation fuel. I thought I had to get out of here.
Get out! Get out now!
It was hot and it was horrible, and there was just carnage everywhere. There was a very steep slope, and I just rolled down the hill.
The plane is a ticking time bomb, ready to explode with Adam stuck on the wing.
I was scared. I thought, this is not good.
There was flame coming out of the engine. There was a fair amount of fuel leaking from the wing.
Fuel is very, very explosive stuff, and the slightest spark or flame, the whole thing fireballs. slightest contact and the whole thing will blow. And there was nothing I could do about it.
Miraculously, the fire burns out. The most immediate danger is over.
Clive!
But like Adam, Clive is seriously injured and unable to move.
I just had this terrible pain as if someone had stuck something into my back. I was just writhing on the ground looking for a position that would give me some relief.
On impact, Clive's spine was twisted backwards and his vertebrae crushed together. Despite fracturing his back, he's managed to roll 70 feet away from the plane.
I felt a little bit guilty that somehow I'd panicked because of fear of explosion and just tried to run away from that as fast as I could.
Adam!
Clive has no idea if his colleagues have survived.
I could see the plane, but I couldn't really see any detail. I couldn't see Adam. I could just see the plane from where I was lying.
Adam! Clive! Adam, are you okay? I'm on the wing!
I kept calling to Adam, who just kept asking me if I was all right, and I said, yeah, I'm okay.
So I knew that Clive was alive, but in serious pain.
While Adam and Clive are both injured, Mumba is lucky enough to have survived relatively unscathed. But Graham is still missing.
I couldn't see or hear anything from Graham at all.
Graham!
And I thought he was dead.
Can you hear me?
I mean, I really did think he was dead.
I check on Graham. Mumba, is he okay? Mumba, is he okay?
Graham has taken the full impact of the crash.
Is he okay?
It's his foot. His foot is hanging off.
But he's alive?
Yes, he's breathing.
So that was a huge relief.
Graham is the most severely injured of them all. In shock, he doesn't grasp the full horror of what has happened.
I knew my back was damaged and I knew my feet were damaged, but I didn't realize how bad.
Adrenaline is numbing Graham's pain.
When I looked down, my one foot was badly damaged with my leg bone sticking out. I could see out of one eye a little bit and everything was blooding up very fast.
To add to his misery, Graham can barely hear the other men. His hearing aid has been lost in the crash.
You hit bad.
I'm afraid I can't feel my legs.
I couldn't move my legs. And then I realized that, you know, I was paralyzed. You're lying there. You're the pilot. You are responsible. You know, these guys are your responsibility. And I was thinking, Graham is in dire straits, he needs help.
We need to make radio contact. We need to contact Lusaka.
Okay.
Remember, you need to switch the radio on.
It's a massive risk. With the plane soaked in fuel, one spark from the radio's electrics could trigger an explosion and kill them all. But it's their only hope.
So we turned the radio on, and you can hear a click.
Mayday. Mayday. Can you hear me? Mayday. Mayday. Can you hear me? Mayday. Mayday, can you hear me? If you're out there, can you hear me?
I was lying on one wing, Graham was lying underneath the other thing. And I mean, we would have been fireballed.
Mumbo, turn it off. Turn it off now. Now!
I said, this is crazy, we've got electrics flying around, and let's turn it off, forget it, it's not going to work.
Their only means of communication is damaged beyond repair. The four men are now stranded in one of the remotest areas of Central Africa, with no idea if anyone even knows that they've crashed.
Would anybody be missing us? Is anybody going to come and look for us? And how would they ever find us in this place?
They now face a new danger. Exposure to the blistering African temperatures, which can rise to over 100 degrees.
The sun just bearing down on you, you couldn't get out of it, you were exposed. It certainly felt as if I was burning.
3 hours since the crash, the intense heat and lack of water is beginning to take its toll on the men.
It was so hot that we all needed water very badly.
Without water, the men will soon begin to suffer extreme dehydration.
You can survive without food for ages and ages, but you can't survive without water for very long.
I wanted Mumba to go into the trees and see if he could find some water. But he didn't want to go into the trees.
You need to find water, okay?
Water.
He was definitely afraid. Almost certainly he was in shock and traumatized.
You need to get some water.
Going in! Going in! Yes!
You're the only one that can move. Please, Mama.
Okay.
To find water, Mumba must venture alone into the bush. But he knows it's also home to dangerous predators.
He definitely had a strong fear of wild animals, and we were in a game management area where there was a lot of game. I was sort of left in the clearing by myself and sort of listening for him. I was concerned for his welfare.
Eventually, Mumba returns.
I've managed to find a stream.
Excellent, Mumba. Well done.
When Mumba came back and said, look, I've managed to find some water, then that was fantastic. Mumba was the hero of the moment. I mean, he really was.
Oh, that is good. That is so good.
The water brings only temporary relief to the men. As the sun goes down, it's no longer the heat that's the danger. Now it's the African night, where temperatures can rapidly drop close to freezing. Since they'd originally planned to be back by lunch, the men are dressed only in light clothing and are now at serious risk of hypothermia.
The problem with us was that we were completely exposed to the sky. It was quite cold. Graham was a constant source of concern. He was older, and he had this horrific broken leg.
I wasn't sure whether my foot was savable or not.
Graham is at real risk of developing gangrene in his severed foot. And his pain is so severe, he's drifting in and out of consciousness. Mumba lights a fire, but at a safe distance from the fuel-soaked plane. It brings no comfort to Graham or Adam.
What was that?
There were animals around.
My greatest concern was a hyena coming in and smelling my blood. Hyenas like bloody bits of meat to chew.
There were quite a lot of noises.
Clive. There's something out there.
Adam? Adam?
And then it suddenly shot off. It was a long night.
Adam knows that the threat of animals and the brutal temperatures mean the men will not survive for long.
I did feel guilt. I was a pilot, and as a pilot, you are ultimately responsible for the safety of all your passengers.
He must come up with a plan.
I was thinking somehow you've got to get them out of here alive.
Remember? The chances of us being found are very, very remote. No one's coming, no one knows we're here. We need you to go and find help.
I said, look, you know, the survival of a lot of people depends on this.
But Adam...
Please, Mumba. We need help.
It was a whole question of trying to reassure him that within him he had the ability to go and do this thing, and that he wasn't going to be eaten by a lion or trampled by an elephant.
It's too dangerous. There are animals out there, wild animals.
Mumba, you have to go.
Mumba faces a stark choice: to search for help alone in the dangerous African wilderness, or stay with his colleagues and watch them slowly die.
Adam has asked me to go and look for help. I told him it was too dangerous, but he insisted. I don't know what to do.
Adam wouldn't ask you if he had a choice.
He was very reluctant to go. He was clearly afraid. Definitely he was afraid.
I don't want to die.
You have to be strong.
I said to him, if you don't go, then you'll probably be left sitting here with 3 dead people.
If you go, we have a chance.
Okay.
Get some rest.
I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight.
It's dawn. The time has come for Mumba to leave. But he has one vital task to complete before he can go. Every drop of water he can collect could be the difference between life and death for his injured colleagues.
We had no radio. There was no other way we could get out. Mumba was really our only hope of getting any salvation.
Thanks, Mama.
I'm going now.
It's a brave thing you're doing. Good luck, man.
You too.
I wasn't at all sure that he was going to have enough courage to go through with it. I thought that he'd come back again and say that, you know, he just couldn't.
Slowly but surely, he sort of moved out of the clearing and disappeared into the trees.
Adam has directed Mumba to where he believes there's a village.
I thought that if he just followed that stream, he'd find habitation, that there'd be people there.
If Adam is right, Mumba may be able to reach help in a matter of hours.
As every hour went past, I thought, well, this is good. You know, he probably is giving it a crack.
But Mumba is unaware that he's actually heading in the wrong direction, deeper into the African bush and further away from the village. The supply of water Mumba left behind will only last a few hours. Once it runs out, they'll have no means of collecting any more. Without water, it will be a matter of hours before severe dehydration will take its toll. Their survival depends on Mumba.
There was no response for the whole of the day. I was wondering, had he passed out along the way from exhaustion or something like that?
After 5 hours, Mumba has still not returned. The men are on their last few drops of water.
You know, your lips are cracked and sore, and your tongue tends to thicken. Water was absolutely fundamental to our survival.
In these conditions, a healthy person will die within 3 days from dehydration. But having experienced extreme physical trauma, the weakened men are even more vulnerable. It's now only a matter of time before they'll die in the unforgiving African sun.
Well, with Mumba gone, I realized I would have to try and find where the water was. I would have to find a way to move.
But with fractured vertebrae, Clive has been unable to move since the crash.
I really didn't know how I was going to do that. Any kind of movement was very painful. I started to wriggle along the ground and just sort of pushed my way through the vegetation, literally. It was extremely painful.
He doesn't realize that with every movement, he's risking permanent paralysis.
Suddenly, I could hear trickling water. I found a cool, clear spring of absolutely crystal clear water. And I just put my head in there and just drank. It was absolutely magical. Nature was providing us with a real lifeline.
Clive finally reaches Graham. It's the first time he's seen him since the crash, and he's shocked by what he sees.
So that was a pretty emotional moment, actually, to see that he was grinning, you know.
How's it looking?
He clearly had concern for losing his leg. It was shocking to see his leg in that condition. One of his feet had snapped off above the ankle. It was lying on the ground, just attached by tendons. The blood had congealed, it was covered in ants. It looked like liquid tar. I didn't see how anybody could repair that leg.
That bad, huh?
And it must surely have been hurting, and he was certainly in pain.
For the first time, Clive is confronted with the true horror of Graham's injuries. Time is running out for the severely injured men. 8 hours since he left for help, and there's still no sign of Mumba. Clive knows that their fate is now in his hands.
I don't think Mumba made it, yeah.
Doesn't look that way. He'd be back by now.
I knew that there was every chance that Mumba might not have got through. I sat with Adam and we discussed the options. I decided that we would have to do something other than rely on Mumba. I could see a ridge, but if I could get up there, I felt I would be able to see what was below us, and maybe if there are any villages.
If Clive can see a village close enough, he could attempt to reach it, despite his fractured back.
I grabbed a pole and then tried to stand. Slowly, I inched my torso into a vertical position.
While he manages to stand, his progress is painfully slow.
Provided I didn't twist or turn or bend forward too quickly, I was okay. Climbing that hill was just really very, very difficult. When I got to the top of the summit, I looked down to the valley floor. There was no settlements. There was absolutely nothing. And a very steep descent to the valley floor, which would have made it extremely difficult to even get down there, let alone across it and find people.
With no village in sight, Clive realizes that in his disabled state, he has no chance of reaching safety.
As I stood on the ridge, I just suddenly was aware that I'd put a silver survival blanket in my top shirt pocket. and thought this is a good place to put it. But it wasn't a logical decision. It wasn't something that I thought through, I just did it. I thought, well, somebody would possibly see it. It would increase our chances of being spotted.
36 hours since the crash, and time is running out. The condition of Clive's colleagues is worsening as they face another bitterly cold night.
Adam had physically deteriorated throughout that day. He was very weak. It was a very cold night, and he just seemed to go into uncontrollable shivers.
Adam doesn't know it, but he's now developed pneumonia. His lungs are inflamed and filling with fluid. Without urgent medical care, his lungs could collapse, and then he will slowly die.
I was really concerned that he wouldn't last very long. Watching him shivering like that was very tough.
As Adam weakens, Graham is fighting his own battle for survival.
By then I was beginning to smell a bit because I was beginning to go bad.
What Graham can smell is infection spreading rapidly through his severed foot. The open wound and exposed tendons are deteriorating with every hour that passes.
I looked down and there were 3 or 4 big black ants chewing away at the bits of meat and tendon and whatnot on the end of my leg. But there wasn't much I could do about it. I couldn't even brush them off.
I'd done a calculation that after another night of cold, I didn't think Adam would survive that.
Graham Child is struggling to stay conscious despite the pain from his severed leg. Pilot Adam Pope is suffering from chronic pneumonia.
Adam was beginning to get a lot weaker. I was beginning to lift his head to assist him with drinking water. It was quite distressing to see him deteriorating the way he was. I was really concerned that with the heat of the day, he would really suffer yet again.
Clive makes a desperate decision. He will attempt to reach safety despite his fractured back. He has no idea whether he's even capable of making it.
I wasn't really sure whether I could do it, but I was absolute agreement that I would rather try to do something like that than just sit there and watch these 2 guys slowly deteriorate. I'd sort of thought about it, but I kind of wanted it to be their idea because leaving them in the plane and walking away from the plane was almost breaking every rule in the book. But I couldn't see any other way, and as it turned out, neither could they.
We'll be waiting for you here.
It was quite an emotional moment.
The men know that this may be their final goodbye.
I'll see you soon, Adam.
All I remember was looking back at the plane. No one there to get them water. No one there to help them with anything they may need. They were just going to lie there, and if I didn't get through, they were just going to die. I just remember looking back, thinking, this is it. I might never see these guys again. That was a tough time, very tough time.
It's a massive gamble. Clive is not sure which direction will even lead him towards a village, or how far he will get in the dense African terrain. With barely a few hours' worth of water, the injured men are now alone and completely at the mercy of the African elements.
As soon as Clive went away, I knew that this was the last act, really. We couldn't survive much longer.
Adam and Clive are now clinging on to life. All they can do is wait and pray for rescue.
There was nothing else we could do. I don't know that we even communicated with each other. We might have shouted to each other once or twice during the day. But that took energy.
We were both completely vulnerable. We were on our own. We couldn't move. We couldn't do anything. We couldn't collect water. And we were vulnerable to any kind of foreign thing. My thought process were on my parents and my brothers to a certain extent. This is not good for them, that, you know, that they must be suffering enormously because of this.
Graham, can you hear that?
Suddenly, this airplane flew out over the top of us, quite high. And it flew out a little distance beyond us.
A search plane is scouring the area. But Adam and Graham know that their plane is obscured by dense vegetation.
And eventually it flew off. We were pretty depressed. We were lying there thinking, that's probably the last chance we've got. I mean, that was a really good chance, and they obviously didn't see us.
Their one chance of rescue is gone. Deep in the wilderness, Clive also hears a plane, but he knows he'll never be spotted.
I walked for the whole day through different kinds of vegetation, crossing gullies. At the top of every ridge, you were convinced that at some point you'd get to the top and you look down and there would be the village that you were waiting for. And of course it wasn't. I began to get more frantic that the next ridge had to be finally the one I was looking for. And when that didn't come, all the insecurities came out. Am I in the right place? Have I gone the wrong way? I just thought, I failed. I haven't got through.
Clive's last ounce of strength deserts him. He can go on no further. As the temperature rises in the midday sun, there's an ominous sign. Vultures.
These birds are opportunist eaters, so, they were circling over something they thought would be good to eat.
Vultures are scavengers that feed off the flesh of dead bodies. They can sense the men are close to death.
I could hear something in the distance.
I was very excited. I think the adrenaline was probably pumping as fast then as at any time.
And this helicopter comes flying in from our left.
The silver space blanket that Clive laid out was spotted by a search plane. With no place to land, a helicopter was dispatched to rescue the men. Atoll Freiling, a volunteer rescuer, was in the chopper.
I never forget the pilot saying, "I don't think anyone can survive that." And that's when we saw this hand waving. And I said, no, there's somebody alive down there.
And I said, oh, this is fantastic. The whole surge of positive emotion that goes through you just seeing the helicopter. And a weight went off my shoulders there. God, this is, it was just amazing.
It was just a question now of time, and they'd lift me out.
Mumba finally reached a village, a day after the men were rescued. He later died of an unrelated illness. Completely unaware of the rescue, Clive English spent a night alone in the bush before he was finally rescued. He made a full recovery. Graham Child underwent emergency surgery on his foot. Remarkably, his foot was saved, and today he has full mobility.
When I saw Graham in the oxygen tent, I just could not believe that he still had his foot. It was just extraordinary that he'd sort of come through this the way he had, and he still seemed like somehow he would just survive. And he has. He has.
Adam Pope spent 72 hours paralyzed on the wing of the plane. It took him 5 years to learn to walk again.
When I was rescued, there was a sense of regret that a great adventure was ending. That whole kind of experience was now going to be fragmented and shattered, and you were going back into the real world.
An amateur treasure hunter's first holiday after life-saving heart surgery becomes a living nightmare when he gets lost in the Australian wilderness.
They're not going to find me. You idiot! I was finished.
He's at the mercy of a hostile environment, deadly predators, and his own mind.
I was actually wishing I'd died.
Without food, water, or his vital medication, He edges closer to death with every step. Theo Rosmulder is on a long-awaited gold prospecting holiday in a remote part of Western Australia with his wife, Pauline.
Hi, love. Can I get you anything?
No, thanks, love.
Feeling lucky?
Yeah. Today might be the day.
You had your pills?
Yeah. Had him earlier. See you, love.
The treasure hunting trip is a reward for Theo, who's recovering from triple bypass heart surgery. To survive, he needs daily medication to regulate his heartbeat, and Pauline has come along to keep an eye on him.
I don't enjoy the same enthusiasm of Gold Detective as Theo does, but I do go, as your good wife does. It was an eye-opener to me as to how remote and desolate Western Australian bush is. Once you'd lost sight of that caravan, you didn't go any further. You turned and came back because, I mean, you got turned around and I was lost. You know, it was very, very easy to get lost.
The Australian outback is one of the world's most sparsely populated regions. Apart from a small Aboriginal settlement about 6 miles from Theo's camp, the area is completely uninhabited.
You can drive for 8 hours constantly and not come across a soul. Wouldn't pass a farmhouse. About the only thing you'd lucky to see would be maybe some wild camels, not a donkey, and basically dirt, trees and nothing else.
The outback is also home to dangerous wild dogs, or dingoes. Opportunistic predators that eat everything, from lizards to kangaroos. And sometimes, even people. Theo and his 2 friends, Doug and Brian, focus their search on a remote region peppered with old mines from the 1900s gold rush. After 2 weeks gold hunting, they feel they know the area so well.
We really need this today?
They leave their handheld GPS in the back of their vehicle.
Back here, 5:30 then.
Yeah.
Be lucky, boys.
To be honest, if I look back, I was getting pretty cocky. I'd been out so many times by myself and thought I knew the area like the back of my hand.
The men will guide themselves back to their vehicle using the sun, as the outback has few features to navigate by.
We're only going to go out for an hour or so at the most. We decided we weren't going to walk around any great distance. Gold fever.
Lovely.
They talk about gold fever, yeah, that's basically it. If you don't find it, it's the thought of actually finding one. And when you do, you want to find another one.
With one shiny nugget in his pocket, his prospects look good. But Theo's thirst for gold gets the better of him, and his intensive search takes him much further than he realizes.
You get that engrossed in what you're doing, you don't check to see how far you've got, and when you turn around you think to yourself, my God, have I come this far?
While Brian and Doug return safely, Theo's not only late, but he's lost his only way of finding their vehicle. Heavy clouds have rolled in, presenting him with a serious problem.
I looked up at the sky and there was no sun to speak of because of the cloud cover, and the cloud cover was exceptionally thick. So I realised that, this is getting serious.
Theo had planned to retrace his steps to the vehicle using the sun. Without it, or his GPS, he has absolutely no way of navigating.
I basically couldn't quite work out as to which direction to actually go back to the car. And I was getting pretty dejected. So I took an uneducated guess.
Theo has made an error that could cost him his life. Instead of trying to find his way back, he should have followed the golden rule of the outback. If you get lost, stay put and wait for rescue.
He's taking his time.
It's now half an hour past their rendezvous time. Theo's friends Brian and Doug start to wonder where he is.
I got myself totally disorientated to the point that I didn't know where left, right, up, down, north, east, west was. I looked around and I thought, I've been here before. This area looks so familiar. But I realised that it didn't matter where I was. It all looked familiar.
Theo was in one of the world's harshest environments. A vast and featureless desert, devoid of food and water. Without a compass, and with light fading, Theo is totally lost.
How in the hell am I going to get out of this? It was getting just on dusk. I knew by then that I'd be spending a night out in the open if I didn't find my way home.
Then, in the last minutes of daylight, he stumbles on a fence, a lifeline in the middle of nowhere.
We were told that if you find a track or a fence line, if you follow it, it'll take you back to the Aboriginal community. I've got to try and work out from here which way to go.
Theo's decision may mean the difference between life and death. One way will lead him to the Aboriginal settlement and safety, but the other will take him deeper into hostile wilderness, miles from help, food, or water. Lost and alone, Theo has to make a stark choice. Left or right? With night falling fast, Theo decides to take a chance.
When you're looking at a cold night, if there's an opportunity to get back to camp, you tend to grab it. I take tablets for the heart operation that I had, and I wanted to get back to make sure I took those.
You had your pills?
Had them earlier.
Theo's medication is essential to maintain a steady heartbeat. But he left his pills in camp. Missing doses can send his heart out of control and put his life in immediate danger. Back at camp, Pauline is increasingly worried.
He can nearly talk himself into palpitations if he doesn't have his tablets.
The heart wasn't doing that great. I could hear it just thumping in me head, and the more I walked, the worse it got.
Theo has bet his life on the direction he's chosen to lead him to safety. He's still ignoring the rule of the outback, to stay where he is once lost.
I took off, followed the track, did that for probably an hour.
But his gamble is about to fail.
When the track ran out, I thought to myself, well, that'd be right. The only track I picked to follow, and it's the only one that ran out.
Theo has walked miles in the wrong direction. Instead of the safety of the Aboriginal community, he's ended up deep in the desert.
That's about how good my luck was going.
Hello, Theo? Pauline here?
Yeah, Pauline, we're just packing up, and, Theo's not back yet.
You what?
By this stage, it's dark. Really was cold. We found our way out there to where they were.
Theo's wife raises the alarm, but a full search can't begin until daylight. Without his medication, that could be too late. But it's not the only danger Theo faces. Temperatures in the outback can plunge below freezing in winter. He's only wearing thin cotton clothing and is at real risk of hypothermia.
Wouldn't you just know it?
At night time, it gets very cold. Once the sun went down, you lost all heat. You think to yourself, well, okay, I've got to find somewhere to huddle into that gets me out of the weather somewhere.
Theo faces another crucial decision.
Do I tread back, follow the track all the way back, or do I try and find some place to camp for the night? I decided to look for an outcrop with a hollow in it where, you know, the kangaroos sleep.
Theo abandons the fence, knowing that he risks not finding it again. Instead, he searches for a rocky outcrop and possible shelter. But it could spell danger.
I was a bit dubious when I first got there. Don't know what's in here. You know, if I come across a kangaroo, that's fine. They'll just jump off and be more frightened than I would be. I don't want anything to do with dingoes.
Dingoes often sleep in kangaroo hollows and will attack if disturbed.
I went with my pick out front. If I disturb them, they might get nasty.
He has no option but to cautiously enter the shelter. If he stays out in the open, he's likely to freeze to death. The cave is empty, providing shelter, but little comfort.
The fact that I was only wearing a cotton shirt, jeans, I was just freezing cold.
We just kept looking and looking and looking and beeping the horn, and I stood up and just yelled and yelled and yelled. And then we thought, well, this is getting really serious.
As night draws in, there's still no sign of Theo. So Pauline and Brian turned for help to the people who know every inch of this terrain, the local Aborigines.
Can I help you?
Yeah, we've lost a fellow of ours about 8 k's up the track.
Does he have any water on him?
No.
Derek, go and get some of the boys.
Unaware that a search effort is underway, Theo faces a long, cold night alone.
Here I was huddled into this outcrop of rock, which was only covering probably 2/3 of my body. I heard a motorbike, and I sat up and looked out to where the noise was, and I could see somebody. I started running towards the headlights and waving and yelling and screaming. The motorbike was too loud and they couldn't hear any yells or anything that was going on, and they just kept going, and I lost sight of them. I just couldn't believe it. That's when I knew I was going to be spending the night out in the open. That's when I knew I was in trouble.
Theo knows what a night exposed to the outback will bring.
Bloody idiots.
I thought, this is it.
Theo has survived an ice-cold night. Although he missed a chance of rescue, he knows people are trying to find him. Daylight brings fresh hope.
They've got the people out in the ground looking. So, you know, I've got to be found. Everybody's out looking for me.
But help must come soon. Not only is Theo without vital heart pills, but as the daytime temperatures rise, so does the threat of dehydration.
I could see a fairly large outcrop of rock, and I thought, well, that's the place I need to be. If they're going to find me, they'll come and look at that place.
Theo's gone a full day without vital medication. But now, a search and rescue operation is underway.
Pauline, rescue plane will be here in an hour.
When they said the aeroplane was coming, that was when I thought, he's fine. You know, the aeroplane will find him. I mean, you see all these search and rescue things where the aeroplane finds people.
Guys, wait a sec. Can you take these, please?
What are they?
They're his heart pills. He needs them. He really needs them.
Without those, the heart goes into spasm and have another heart attack.
With police and volunteers helping, the Aborigines can now share their renowned tracking skills. But finding one person in such a vast terrain is like finding a needle in a haystack. Theo has had neither food or water and gone 24 hours without vital medication that regulates his heartbeat. His chances of dying are increasing with every hour.
I know my energy levels were dropping dramatically because I had no fat to burn whatsoever. I mean, I've only been out of hospital for 12 months. Finally got to the outcrop of rock.
Camouflaged against the scrub in his pale clothes, Theo's best chance of being seen is to find high ground.
I heard an engine going. And saw a plane flying around, and I realised that everybody's out looking for me.
Hey! Here! You! Hey! 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 Oh, you beauty. Hey! Here!
The spotter plane is heading straight for Theo. He's certain rescue is just moments away.
I figured from what I've seen on TV, if he saw me, he'd sit there and he'd make the winds go side by side. Figure, oh, well, I'll look for that if that's the case. Didn't see me. I just said, oh, well, they'll see me the second time. The second time he flew over, I was waving and yelling and whatnot.
Come on, boy! Come on! Hey! Hey! Oh. Idiot! Bloody.
Despite flying directly overhead, the pilot failed to spot Theo against the scrub. It's a crushing blow. There are dozens of people looking for him, but he's never felt so alone.
Well, I called him every name under the sun. Yelled, screamed, threw rocks at him. Just couldn't believe that here I was out in the middle of nowhere, sitting on an outcrop of rock, and he couldn't see me.
Theo's situation suddenly worsens. Now, his body, weakened by his recent heart surgery, reacts to the frustration and physical strain of his ordeal. Just a year earlier, Theo's operation involved removing veins from his legs and grafting them onto his heart to pump blood more effectively. Medication regulates the blood flow, but without it, Theo's heartbeat can swing wildly out of control. He's at critical risk of heart failure.
I had visions of, grafts being blown off.
Theo Rossmulder has been lost in the outback for more than 24 hours. Rescue planes have failed to spot him, and lacking vital medication, his heartbeat is now dangerously irregular.
The heart was going haywire and I have to wait for it to calm down. I just hope the old ticker holds up because the way it's thumping and bumping, it's not doing real well. With my battery on the detector, I knew it still had a bit of power in it. And I thought, well, if I could get the battery apart and wire up the batteries to actually spark.
Okay.
And have some bark there where I could actually try and get it going. Wired it all up so that they spark when I put the two wires together. I might be able to get a fire going.
Planes have been flying overhead every hour, but so far failed to spot him. Building a fire might be his only hope of being seen.
Come on, mate.
I'd put a lot of effort, probably most of Sunday afternoon. And I was putting all my hopes into that. The stuff that I wanted to light just didn't come to life, just didn't happen. I was totally disgusted that I'd wasted a good battery on an effort that didn't work.
As the second night falls, his chances of survival are fading fast. He again ignores the rules to stay in one place and continues to wander in the hope of finding the fence. But the more he walks, the more disoriented he starts to become.
I didn't have any actual sense of which way I was actually going to. I was walking away from where I was lost and not staying in the same area.
Alongside Theo's heart defect, 48 hours without water is now becoming life-threatening. A healthy person could go 3 days without it, but Theo is not healthy, and he hasn't had a drop to drink in 2 days. Severe dehydration pushes him closer to death with every hour.
When the body starts shutting down, it's not pleasant. Every part of your body hurts. You can't sit down without the part that you're leaning on. It just aches. When you start walking, your legs hurt, your arms hurt. It had gone from being saved and rescued to trying to survive, and the idea that there's a possibility you were going to die. I was getting so weak and thirsty. My throat was constantly dry, my lips were starting to get swollen. I had nothing to drink, there was just no water about whatsoever.
Theo's body is losing 2 to 3 litres of fluid per day, causing muscle cramps, headaches, and extreme disorientation. Desperate for fluid, he makes an uncomfortable decision.
And it all of a sudden dawned on me. Hang on a minute. You can't waste this. This is your body fluid's going to waste. This is the stuff that's going to keep you alive. It's the only bit of moisture you've got. You know, this was pure water going through. When you decide that that's what you've got to do to survive, that first mouthful's bloody terrible. The first time it near made me sick. I'm thinking to myself, well, you know, I've come down a few pegs on the ladder, having to do that.
Each time Theo drinks his urine, it becomes more concentrated and less hydrating.
The more times you put it through the system, the stronger it becomes, which in turn makes it taste even worse. I couldn't drink it. It was just too vile. I was just withering away, and it was just an ordeal. It's like trying to run a car on an empty fuel tank.
Some 70 rescuers are combing the landscape, trying to find Theo before it's too late. Based on where he was last seen, the police have defined the search area, but Theo keeps wandering in and out of it.
I was starting to lose hope, I think. They would come back and, I'm sorry, Pauline, I haven't found him.
And as ongoing air searches fail to spot him, Theo too is losing hope.
By the time he was flying over me 14 times, I'd given up. I basically knew he wouldn't see me.
Theo faces a third night lost in the outback. Lacking both food and water, his energy is rapidly draining away.
It was just lonely, cold, and then all sorts of things go through your mind because you've got nothing else to do but think. And yeah, and it wasn't pleasant. I just, you just don't want to go there. It's, yeah, it was just terrible.
Suddenly, he hears the terrifying sound of a deadly new threat.
The dingoes and the wild dogs were watching me constantly. You really start to think, well, I'm not going to get out of this.
The Aborigine trackers have been searching for Theo around the clock.
Have a look at this.
They finally make a breakthrough and find one of his prints.
Yeah. And he's got company.
But they've also spotted another print alongside Theo's. The paw prints of a predator, the dingo.
Can I speak to you, missus?
Yeah, sure.
He's still alive.
How do you know?
We've seen his footprints. The dingoes are following him. They'll keep following him, missus.
Why?
In case he falls.
They were saying while an animal is still fit and healthy, a dingo won't follow. It will come look and then it'll go away. But once an animal is very poorly, they just keep their distance and track it until it falls.
Theo summons his last ounce of energy to keep moving.
As long as you're moving, they're not even going to come anywhere near you, but as soon as you fall down, they're in for the kill.
But as he continues to walk in and out of the search area, it hampers the rescuers' efforts to find him. Theo's mental reasoning has now become so clouded that he clings onto his expensive metal detector, but drops his pick, his only defense against the dingoes.
I basically left the only decent weapon that I had against them laying back in the dirt. I thought to myself, well, I'm going to be dead within 24 hours.
And as his energy levels hit rock bottom, Theo was also losing his mind.
I was hallucinating. I knew I was seeing things.
Theo's physical and mental decline means he had little energy to walk. His fourth night exposed to the freezing cold could be his last, as he risks dying of hypothermia.
It got very wild, very cold, very windy. So I basically just sat on my backside and shivered all night. You were shivering all the time, you were cold, you couldn't lay down, you were aching all the time. All you're waiting for is the sun to come up so you can just start getting warm again. I was in so much pain that it was starting to get unbearable. Stomach cramps. I was starting to think I wasn't going to survive. So thoughts of the wife, kids, friends were certainly coming into your mind. I was thinking I was going to die, so I might as well write notes to everybody on the back of this oxidised piece of tin, which I did. This is my last message. Haven't got any energy left, and just carried on from there. I love you all. Trying to explain, more so to my wife, that it was my fault that I was there. Because I told her I was bloody stupid. Yeah, and it shouldn't have happened. Religion becomes very, very strong.
Dear God, can you help us out, mate? If you see me out of this, I'll see you right, I promise.
Hi, love. It's Mum. There's something I need to tell you. It's your dad.
Theo's wife, Pauline, has been waiting on tenterhooks for news. Until now, she's resisted phoning their 3 grown sons to tell them their father's missing.
He went detecting with Brian and Doug, and he didn't come back.
Don't worry, I said, as soon as the moon comes out tonight, he'll find his way back, honey. It's okay. I said, you know, it's okay, Mum. He will be found. It's okay. And I'm crying and crying. And I didn't tell them that how vast an area we were in. And I mean, you could not imagine it.
Your dad's a fighter, isn't he?
By Monday, I think I had him as dead. I really did. I couldn't think that someone of his weight and health could live that long without food, water and his medication. I really didn't.
5 days lost in the outback, without food, water, or a single dose of essential heart medication, have pushed gold hunter Theo Rosmulder to death's door.
There was nothing left in the tank. I was finished. I was actually wishing I'd die.
Theo is no longer looking for shelter. He's seeking protection for his corpse. He doesn't want his body to be eaten by dingoes.
If you're in a situation where you don't have any choices, bar one is how you're going to die, you start to think that, well, let's make it as best as possible. When I found that cave, I basically decided, well, that would be a good resting place. What I'd planned on doing was basically crawling into the hole and bricking the front of it up. You know, I just didn't want to be a dog's dinner, basically. I was prepared to die. I knew I didn't have much time left. I heard a motorbike going off in the distance, and I looked over, and I could see this motorbike, and I thought, "Oh, you're seeing things." I thought, "No, you're going crazy." You know, it's not there. You know, you've seen things before, and that's just not there. But I kept watching it. I was looking at something that I couldn't see, but it was there, and it pulled up. It wasn't right there in front of me. I either sit here and hope that he drives up close, or I start walking, like I've been doing for the whole week. It hadn't done me any good, but by God, I could walk. I started waving, but I mean, it was taking such an effort to even stand up and wave.
On the verge of death, Theo has narrowly missed another rescue opportunity.
I'm going to turn around and go back. That was it. If I was going to die, that was the place I was going to die. I'd picked it. As soon as I could see them, that they knew where I was, I basically just collapsed on the ground. It was just a feeling of utter enjoyment. The emotions were going through that, you know, it's finished. That the thought of dying's not going to happen. All the plans that I had of, you know, going into the cave and letting nature take its course just wasn't going to happen. And, you know, those guys, they're the best looking bunch of blokes I'd ever seen.
Rescuers found a fresh set of Theo's prints, and the Aborigines were finally able to track him down.
Can't explain it. It was just a huge relief. It was, oh, thank God.
After 5 days in the outback, Theo Rosmulders suffered from severe dehydration and lost some 35 pounds. Yet his heart survived the ordeal without major complications. He now knows that had he stayed put on day one, he would likely have been found within hours.
I thank everybody involved for the effort they put in. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here. And like I've been telling people the whole way through, if you get lost, stay put. I mean, once you move away from where you're actually lost, you are lost. And it could cost you your life.
Young lovers, Gina Allen and Brandon Day, are on a day trip from hell. Lost in a freezing mountain wilderness with no way out. The city dwellers are trapped in a nightmare they cannot escape.
We're stuck. We're completely stuck.
And just when it seems it can't get any worse, they're plunged into a tale of death and despair, which threatens to engulf them too.
If we make a mistake, we probably will die.
Brandon, hurry!
I will. It'll be fine. He's a really nice guy. Jessica knows him too. She says he's very nice.
We met in the spring of 2006. He had seen my MySpace profile, and within a couple of weeks, went on our first date, and we immediately hit it off. We were almost inseparable at that point. A few days later, he asked me to go with him to California.
Tasha, I'm at Palm Springs. Oh, I know, the hotel is amazing. I know, I can't believe I'm here either. Oh, he is totally gorgeous, and he has been such a gentleman. No, if he was gonna abduct me, he wouldn't do it at a business conference, would he?
I had qualified to go to a national sales convention. I'm a financial advisor. I was allowed to bring a guest with me and thought it'd be a really good time, and invited her out with me.
Hey, hard day at the office?
Oh, so hard. You have no idea.
I just looked at it as, hey, look, how would you like to go on an all-expenses-paid vacation to a resort? How bad could that be?
At the end of the convention, Brandon and Gina head out on a day trip to a nearby beauty spot. Intending to be back well before nightfall, the couple dress light.
I I'm gonna leave my purse here so maybe you could take these for me.
His pockets full, Brandon leaves his mobile behind.
We didn't think anything of it. We were only going to be gone a couple hours, or I guess so we thought.
At 10,834 feet above sea level, Mount San Jacinto is the second highest mountain in Southern California.
And as we're going up, she mentions, you know, this is mountain lion territory. There's also a lot of rattlesnakes in this area.
But as long as you stay on the trails, you should be okay.
Among the most rugged wilderness regions in the US, Mount San Jacinto is the second highest peak in Southern California. With no access road, the only way up or down is by cable car. And while temperatures can hit the 80s and 90s on the desert floor during May, the summit is still dusted with snow.
Somebody mentioned it's going to get cold because you're going up 8,500 odd feet and there's going to be a wind. So you might want to grab a sweatshirt or a jacket, something like that to have with you. So we got up to the top, about to head out for our walk. It was totally perfect. And I guess you just think, you don't have a care in the world at that point. We're the typical young couple in love. Seeing the snow, I decided, sneaking behind him, that I would mess with him.
Brandon.
What?
I just kind of turned to him and just nailed him right in the head with the snowball, and that point, it was on. It was just so fun, just throwing snowballs at each other in May.
Wait, stop. Listen.
What? What is it?
You hear that? Sounds like a waterfall. Don't get me mad.
So we headed off to go find this waterfall.
I can hear it. Can you see it yet?
Not yet.
Unused to this kind of environment, the city dwellers from Dallas, Texas, don't realize that the mountain is playing acoustic tricks on them. While the sound of the waterfall seems nearby, it is actually rebounding off the hard rock walls and echoing around the mountain.
It didn't sound far, but I guess, the sounds play with you, play with your mind, and play with your head.
Gotta be here somewhere.
Are we there yet? I mean, this is getting to be like a real hike.
A little further, Gina. Should be really cool.
We eventually did find the waterfall, which was not impressive.
Wow. It's not exactly Niagara Falls, is it?
Ow.
Did you get one?
Oh, maybe you don't want to see this one.
See? Let me see it. See?
We took some pictures, which didn't turn out very well at all, and then decided to turn back.
Time should be getting back. Come on. Yeah, we should. All right.
Gina and Brandon have 20 minutes to meet their tour party at the cable car station. But going back the way they came is not easy.
It seemed so simple when we walked off the path to get to the waterfall. It felt like all we did was around two boulders, behind a tree, and over the top of another boulder, and there it was. So we kind of, retraced our steps, and it was seeming to take much longer.
Can you hear that?
This way. Can't be far.
We could hear voices, but we couldn't really match up with them.
It's now less than 10 minutes before the tour party leaves. Brandon and Gina can hear the other tourists, but they cannot find them.
This way.
We couldn't get to them. They seemed to be just right there, and we lost voices. We couldn't hear anyone else talking. And at that point, you kind of, okay, something might not be right here.
Meanwhile, the rest of the tour party has descended without Brandon and Gina and will soon return to the hotel.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Brandon and Gina now realize they've not only missed their rendezvous, they've lost their way back to the station. It's beginning to be a true test of their fledgling relationship.
You've got no idea where we are, have you?
Not exactly. But at least I'm looking for a way out.
He goes, you can sit there if you want to, but I'm gonna keep on moving. I think he wanted to be the big, strong, tough guy that's not scared in front of me.
At that point, it was probably important that I sent a little message of, okay, we can't panic. We have to stay focused on the task at hand.
Despite Brandon's determination to find the mountain station, the dense pine forests and steep rock faces block their path. They're tantalizingly close to the station, but they just can't see it.
I think we're close. We just need to go a little bit further this direction or this direction. We'll see something we recognize and we'll be fine. That went on for a while, and then I realized that no, I do think we're lost. And so at that point, we decided, okay, we have to start yelling for help.
Hey! Is anybody there? Hello?
We're too short. Must have taken a taxi back. Okay, let's go.
We've now passed the rendezvous time. Now we have a real problem. Okay, before it was something that was very manageable. Now it's sinking in. I think we have an issue.
As night falls, Gina and Brandon are lost in one of the most desolate and unforgiving parts of the Southern Californian wilderness. But even worse, no one knows they're missing. The most immediate danger for Brandon and Gina is hypothermia. Lightly dressed, they're at the mercy of the plunging mountain temperatures, which can drop well below zero at night. They must retain body heat, or frostbite, exposure, and eventual death may follow.
All we had was wind pants and windbreakers on, not any type of gear or something to prepare for this type of weather, or food or water or anything, because we originally had only intended to walk maybe a few hundred yards to take a picture and then head back to a mountain station. So we weren't hikers, we were tourists.
Brandon, I'm so cold.
It's okay, Gina, it's okay.
I really felt responsible. It's one thing to put yourself in a bad situation, but to put somebody else in a bad situation is tough to stomach. And so, at one point, Gina started to cry. She was very scared. And, I started to just apologize. I'm so sorry for putting you in this situation. And she stopped me right there.
And I said, no, we're okay. We're in this together. We both took the wrong steps. We're both following each other here. We're okay. We're in this together. So I think at that point, he accepted that I was not blaming him by any means, that I was right there with him, that we were gonna get through this together.
Look, you can't stay here. You'll freeze to death. You've got to move.
Where?
We passed a cave a little way back. It's better than being out here in the open. Come on.
Stumbling their way through the darkness, Gina and Brandon are aware of another very real mountain danger.
We had been warned that there's mountain lions and rattlesnakes in these mountains. We weren't really looking to see any wildlife. We were hoping we didn't see any wildlife at that point.
There it is.
Wait, don't go in there.
Why not?
I don't know, anything could be in there.
I can't see a thing.
I don't know if it was just a gut reaction or just instinct or how he knew to do it. He took my camera, which I thought was genius. I don't know how he thought of it.
Give me your camera.
Camera?
It's got a flash, doesn't it?
Turn on there.
It's clear. There's nothing in there.
Although no longer out in the open, Brandon and Gina are still at the mercy of Mount San Jacinto's bitter chill.
Well, that night, yeah, it really got to a level cold that I've never experienced before. I'm looking at my watch, and it's 11 o'clock at night, and I'm thinking, okay, we have 7 more hours of this? You know, and we're already freezing, shivering, and how much longer can we endure this?
Brandon and Gina survive a long, cold night in their makeshift shelter. Exhausted, they've had nothing to eat or drink in the last 24 hours. Even so, Gina's mind is on more everyday anxieties.
This was by far the most awkward date I had ever been on in my life. Here I am with this guy I barely know, and I'm stuck. Now he's going to, smell my morning breath, and he's gonna see me without my makeup on, and I have dirty hair, and it's all those classic girl things you think of when you're in a new relationship.
Brandon's thoughts are on more practical matters.
In my mind, I'm going through a checklist, okay? There's a series of fail-safes. First off, the tour bus had a head count and a list of names, so they would have known we didn't make it back on the bus. Secondly, at dinner that night, some people from my firm would have noticed we're not there.
Unfortunately, the fail-safes have not triggered a search. With the convention winding down, Brandon's work colleagues have not noticed their absence. Brandon and Gina are not expected home for another 2 days, so their families have no idea they're missing. Brandon and Gina climb further up the mountain, thinking they need to go higher to reach the cable car station. They're in for a shock.
Oh my God.
There's no sign of the station. Gina and Brandon now realize they've crossed to a different ridge of the mountain.
Hey, look. Look at that tree.
There are a lot of trees.
No, that was that dead one we passed on the way up from the cable car.
We climbed a hell of a long way up.
They now know they're more lost than they thought. And facing another freezing night at this altitude could kill them. The young couple need a plan.
See that creek? That creek running there?
And that heads down towards Palm Springs.
Yeah.
We made the decision that we're going to try and walk our way out of here. We're going to try and follow the mountain river, and it has to lead out somewhere.
Let's go.
What Gina and Brandon don't realize is that between them and the river is some of the most treacherous terrain the mountain has to offer.
So we kind of look at each other and say, all right, well, we have nowhere to go but down. And it's steep. It's very steep at that point. We slid on our butts, I guess, with one leg straight out in front of us, the other leg bent up. And we moved. Definitely shook loose some of the rocks around us, which got a little frightening.
A boulder about the half the size of a suitcase goes tumbling all the way down, and then you hear that just hit the bottom of this rock face. You know, if we make a mistake, we're either dead or we're hurt to the point to where we probably will die. Gina, as she was trying to slide down, had kicked a rock or some rocks.
Brandon, watch out!
And here it's coming straight for me, straight for my head.
Brandon! No. Where are you?
This thing probably missed me by about a foot and a half.
I'm okay.
That was really, really close.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
The mountain is too steep and treacherous to climb back up. Brandon and Gina are now committed to sliding down the rest of the rock face, despite the danger.
No.
It takes us the better part of a day, and around 4 or 5 o'clock, we finally make it to the bottom.
It's the first water Brandon and Gina have drunk for over 24 hours. Water could prolong their survival, but with no source of food, their health is already deteriorating, and their judgment too. They think that following the river will lead them to safety. They have no idea what lies ahead in this hostile wilderness.
The stream we were following would get really narrow, to the point where you could almost jump across it, to really wide, to the point where we had to look for like 4 and 5 rocks to hop across. And you essentially kind of play leapfrog, trying to just hop on rocks to get your way over. You know, the last thing you want is wet feet.
Under normal circumstances, getting wet would be an inconvenience. But with night approaching in the cold mountain environment, it could spell disaster for Brandon and Gina.
We get to a point where I'm leading, and I'm going down like a downed log. And I guess it's something that I learned through my years of cheerleading, is that you think light. You train your body to think light. I made it down safely, but he's 60 pounds heavier, might not support him the way it supported me.
Instantly, I'm soaked from the thighs down.
In wet clothes, Brandon is now at real risk of hypothermia. With no cave to shelter in, the couple need to think fast to prevent the creeping cold of night from freezing Brandon to death.
I'm gonna get these shoes off.
So at that point, I guess my nurturing instinct kind of kicked in, I guess, to take care of him.
And we huddled up again to keep us warm, and she sat on my feet throughout the night, trying to help keep them warm, because I was shivering pretty good throughout the night. The sun comes up Monday morning. We wait a little bit longer because my shoes and my socks are still pretty wet, so try and let the sun hopefully dry those out for another hour or so.
After 2 nights stranded in a savage mountain wilderness, with no food or way out, all Brandon and Gina have left is a determination to keep going.
We're not gonna die here. And also, we just really didn't want to sleep another night out in the freezing cold. We wanted to get ourselves out of there. Now at this point on Monday, we haven't seen or heard anything or anyone. So we have no evidence, no reason to believe a search has started. At that point, it seems surreal that we haven't heard anything, but that's the situation we're faced with. And I think we had come to accept that for whatever reason, that a search wasn't coming, or at the very least wasn't started.
What'd you say?
And I was just praying is all.
You don't think we're gonna get out of this on our own?
Yeah, I do. Just gives me hope, that's all.
But Gina's prayers are going unanswered. Their hotel computerized booking system has automatically checked them out. But the rooms have not been made up, so no one knows they're lost in the mountains, fighting for survival.
And we really just have to be careful as we make our way. You know, we don't get ourselves into a situation where we can get bitten or fall and get hurt or anything that's going to get us stranded.
With little sleep, nothing to eat, and no sign of rescue, they'd been driven on by grit and sheer determination. Then suddenly, signs of life appear in the distance.
Well, first, I'm making sure I'm not hallucinating. You know, we haven't eaten, we haven't slept. At this point, you know, I'm sure that my judgment is starting to not be as sharp as it once was.
You see that?
What?
That.
Oh my God. Hey! Hey!
All of a sudden, you just get this feeling of, oh, I think we made it.
Is anyone in there?
No.
Brandon and Gina realize this is not your average campsite.
We definitely know right off the bat that something's wrong.
Stuff had been buried a little bit by dirt. And at this point, we're realizing this is not a good situation. We don't hear anybody, we don't see anybody. It's just a very ominous feeling.
Hey! Hey, Brandon! Look at this.
So we start going through the bag, the contents of the bag. We're discovering these maps. We had no idea really what we were looking at, but just that there were some sort of maps. And there was obvious writing in the white space.
Brandon, look. This is today. This is May 8th. Someone's here. We're gonna be okay.
No, Gina. This diary's a year out of date. It's May 8th, 2005.
It was just a blow. That, for one, how have we found this exactly 1 year ago to the day? And in seeing everything that he had, he was obviously prepared for something. You know, he was an experienced climber, experienced hiker. That this campsite's abandoned, You don't know what the hell is going on.
May 8th, 2005. Took a fall. Too weak to climb out a canyon. Down is gorge. No way out. Gorge? What gorge? Wait, listen, here's another one. Listen. May 11th. I'm 60 today. Down to last 2 crackers. God, this is... Here, May 14th. Heading down to creek for water. Goodbye and love you all.
I'm looking through the bag and I come across all of his identification. I see his name is John Joseph Donovan, and he's in his 60s, from Virginia. And I come across his driver's license, his credit cards, his debit cards, his everything.
Gina, these are someone's last words. Gina, we've just read someone's last words.
That was exactly a year ago to the day that we found this campsite of somebody saying goodbye to the world. And now here we are in the same place exactly a year ago to the day. And to go from such a high to such a low in such a short amount of time was just something that shakes you. This doesn't happen. You know, this is stuff that people make up, you know, and put into a movie.
In digging through all of his cards, I see the prayer card that has the St. Christopher prayer. And that's when just too many loose ends were tied at that point, that St. Christopher is the patron saint of travelers. And I had been praying to St. Christopher my whole way along. His penmanship was very much like my father's, and my dad's birthday was May 7th. And it's just all kind of coming to a head at that point. I can't take it. It's too much. And Brandon is continuing to read, and I'm starting to freak out. At that point, I took his bag and I gathered up everything I could. I gathered up his glasses, his shoes, his jacket, because in my mind, that's somebody's dad. And somebody's dad didn't come home. And it was just important to me that any of his family have his things. I can't think of anything but getting the hell out of there.
Gina, wait! Gina, wait, stop! Gina!
It's just a mess. We're losing all sense of cool, which we'd maintained our composure the entire way, and that was a breaking point.
Gina!
And, you know, Brandon came up and grabbed me and just kind of said, breathe. Just breathe and settle. We have to settle. And, you know, just that look in his eye, I knew that he was afraid for me. And we kind of just took a moment to maybe try to gather ourselves a little bit. And all you can hear is this rush of water.
For Gina and Brandon, the horror story they find themselves in is unrelenting.
What is it?
What?
What's it?
Again, the water gets us every time.
That's a waterfall.
Come on.
And so we get closer. We make our way back around some big trees that were close to the water, make our way around. And that's where we see the gorge that John had talked about. we're stuck. We're completely stuck. He had the maps, he had the compass, he had everything, and he couldn't get out. So how the hell are we? Clearly, you know, looking back upstream, what we had just come down, there's no way we can get back up it. We had jumped down so many boulders and trees that there's no way we can climb back up. To our left was straight, sheer rock walls, and to our right, it was a bowl. It made a big, giant bowl. To know that something so beautiful was so dangerous, it's just so hard to put into words. That feeling of seeing all this tremendous beauty and I'm stuck.
We see what he'd written about. There's about 140, 150 foot waterfall and no way to get around it. You know, we're at an impasse. You know, now what? You know, we can't, at this point it's sinking in, we can't walk our way out.
They thought that following the river would be their escape route. Instead, it's led them into a trap. Now, after 2 days struggling against fear, they're losing the battle.
And at that point, we knew we were not getting out. There's no way. There's no way we can get out. This man was prepared. He had everything he needed. We were not prepared for anything. We just had on our running shoes. We had chapstick, a digital camera, sunscreen, and running shoes. And this man was prepared and he couldn't get out. It's very defeating, very defeating.
But the missing hiker, John Donovan, has left Brandon and Gina a lifeline.
Yes, matches. Think they still work?
I don't know how we missed it. That throughout all of his things, bag inside a bag, inside a bag, inside a bag, he had another little bag of wouldn't strike anywhere matches that were still dry. By some miracle, they were still dry. And we decided, okay, let's start making fire.
What's that noise?
Fire?
No, that.
What?
It's a helicopter.
It's the waterfall. No, it's the waterfall.
It's a helicopter. Hey!
Hey!
The young couple have no idea whether the helicopter was ferrying tourists or looking for them. Whatever the case, Brandon and Gina may have just missed their only chance of being rescued.
That night, we were alone. It was the one night that we weren't side by side. We slept a good, well, I say slept, but we rested a good 10 to 15 feet away from each other. He did his thing and I did mine. You would think at that point you need each other even more so than you ever would. But we didn't, and I don't understand that. And at that point is when I started to really lose my faith. I lost hope, and I lost faith that we really were gonna get out. At that point, I started letting go, just resigning all hope and accepting it and realizing that it's okay. But I'd spoken to my mom. I had spoken to my sister. I had spoken to my best friend, and I knew it was okay. I had spoken to everyone that I love in the last few days, and it's okay. It's okay that I don't come home.
Tuesday morning, we felt by far the worst we had felt since we'd been out there. And just standing up from a crouched position was difficult.
Over 4 days, the young couple's physical resilience has driven them on, but not any longer.
Just the constant nights of not getting any real sleep, of shivering, the days of climbing and getting cut and scraped and bruised, trying to make our way down this mountain, being dehydrated, not having any food. I think it had all finally really hit our bodies.
Although they now have a means to collect water, starvation is having a dramatic effect on their health.
Our bodies are starting to tell us that they don't have much more. We had turned some type of a physical corner, and it was downhill.
Exactly what happened to John has been a mystery, until now.
When I was gathering water from this pool, I did notice something out of the ordinary, something that didn't seem right. I think really, maybe part of me knew what it was, but the other part of me didn't want to know, at least not at that point in time.
For Brandon, the discovery of John Donovan's body is the last straw.
That's when I made the decision, I'm gonna light the whole place on fire, the whole damn place. And they have to see the smoke from that. We only have so many matches. We don't know how many times, if any, that we'll see another helicopter. So this was our last bullet. This was our last shot.
Come on, come on. Yes. Come on. Yes.
And it took much faster than I anticipated. Made sure the fire caught, and within 60 seconds, it's a large fire and getting larger.
No.
Brandon? Brandon?
To see the fire and the smoke and not see him, I'm losing it again. I'm like running around on this little rock trying to get every vantage point I can see to see if I can find him anywhere in there.
Where are you?
And finally, I see his little head moving through the mess, and the flames are getting bigger. And I'm just, hurry up, get up here, get to me.
Brandon, hurry! Faster! Run! Brandon, come on! Brandon, hurry! doing?
I'm okay.
Just, come on. How do you not see this? Again, not a cloud in the sky, crystal blue skies, just amazing, beautiful. And all you can see are these huge plumes of just black, black smoke.
It burned for about 45 minutes or so, produced a great deal of smoke. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. And the thought was, I mean, they have to see this. I mean, if they don't see this, what next? We just kept on putting our hope in this. This was kind of this is our last shot. And we watched the fire begin to smolder, and eventually wasn't putting out nearly the same smoke. It basically burnt itself out. And now about an hour's gone by, and we still don't hear anything. We don't see anything. And so the thought starts to creep in both of our minds of, that was our best shot. What are we gonna do next? I'd always tried to be positive that we were gonna find a way out. There's gonna be a search for us. There's gonna be something. We just have to keep ourselves safe, and we're gonna be okay. But now here we are, in a spot where we know somebody's died. And what are we gonna do? A lot of things run through your mind when you're really faced with, okay, this could be it. And it was the most beautiful sound we'd ever heard, because coming up from the valley floor is that sound of a helicopter. I think we both would have cried if we had tears, but we're both so dehydrated. We didn't have enough moisture in our body to come up with tears. But, the pure joy of knowing you're gonna make it out.
We're hugging and we're kissing, and it's just, we know we're going home. It's just such a feeling of just pure joy that I don't even know how to formulate the words. I don't know what to even say. It's a pretty amazing feeling. And if we hadn't had that bag, there would have been no way out. And to know we're really going home after 4 days. I remember turning to him and saying, I said, you saved my life. Because he lit that fire. And if he hadn't lit it, I don't know. I hate to even think. I don't let myself think. I don't go there.
We're just so thankful to John Donovan for his sacrifice. And his last action, even not being on this earth anymore, was helping 2 people. So, certain people just have a way of leaving their mark.
John Donovan's remains were recovered 3 weeks later. The Navy veteran was buried with full military honors. Gina and Brandon stayed together for 2 years after the ordeal, and then separated. When a plane spirals out of control in a freak storm, 3 friends must jump to save their lives.
Once that door was open, I just jumped.
Without knowing the fate of his friends, Will Slattery faces a terrifying ordeal. He battles strong currents, the threat of deadly sharks, and of being driven to the edge of insanity.
Death was imminent and very, very close. I first skydived in college. Contrary to what a lot of people perceive skydiving as, is a bunch of crazy testosteronic nutbags. You know, it's a very family-oriented sport. It's a beautiful bunch of folks who love the same thing, and floating through the sky, there's nothing quite like it.
Will Slattery and his 2 friends, Jimmy Simplicio and Manny Sanchez, are on a dream vacation, skydiving in Costa Rica.
Costa Rica is a great place to jump. The sky down there was absolutely gorgeous. It was blue, clear, beautiful. We were all jumping in shorts. It was just amazing, you know, really comfortable skydiving. Just a really good vibe down there. A perfect time away in this exotic tropical location. Jimmy was a really great coach, a really great teacher, a mentor to me. Manny was more of a friend. Manny actually used to wear this big jester's hat. It was quite funny.
Get drunk and do it again, you know? I'm not gonna take my hat off. No.
Will and his buddies have traveled to Costa Rica from California, where they're all members of the same skydiving club.
Elsinore Skydiving School.
You knock yourself out.
Giles Fabris manages the club and checks in with the guys, even if they're thousands of miles away.
Elsinore Skydive Club, Giles Fabris.
About Skydive Elsinore was the family of skydivers that live and jump there. The best group of people anybody could possibly ever meet. Fantastic family atmosphere between the skydivers, it really is.
What will I do with all this paperwork?
They were going down to Costa Rica to kick back, relax, do some jumps, enjoy the scenery, and generally just have a great vacation with a ton of skydiving in it.
Yeah, all right, you enjoy it. Cheers.
Hey, it doesn't get much better.
Good stuff.
We're gonna chug. We're gonna chug. Slide back.
Hey, Bill, please, he's gonna talk. It's a clear blue skies.
And wind
clear blue skies.
Yeah, wind in your hair, except for mine.
The next day, Will prepares for his final day's jumping. And as always, safety is the #1 concern.
You check your gear over and over again. I'm probably more anal, so to speak, about that than a lot of other people, but I tend to check my gear several times to make sure that everything's in order. I'm an adventurous person, but I'm in no way a cowboy. I'm not going to do something that's going to kill me. People will tell you I'm quite conservative. If you pay attention to what your gear is doing and where things are supposed to be and keep them where they're supposed to be, it can be a very, very safe sport.
Hey, Will, you almost ready, buddy?
Yeah, man.
All right.
The guys have delayed the day's jump until the afternoon. There's been a storm in the morning, but by lunchtime, the skies have cleared.
Cloud's gonna blow over.
It was sunny, you know, some white clouds, but nothing stormy. Minus the intermittent clouds, things that day looked like they would be just the same as the day before.
Hey, Bradley, what's up, buddy?
So we all started getting our rigs together and getting our gear on to get ready to go skydiving.
Yeah, good to go. Ready? Let's go, Jimmy, baby.
The plane we flew down there was a Cessna 206. It was a small airplane, smaller than probably most cars.
All right, my man.
Planes for skydiving are generally, they'll take out the seats. So it's basically an open compartment in the back, and we'll sit back to leg, you know, so kind of sit in a row so that we're packed in there nice and tight, you know.
Okay, blue skies, safe landing.
Fire up, baby. You're up, ready?
Yeah.
Nervous, man? You look nervous. A little bit.
The atmosphere on board is light-hearted.
I was there.
But as the plane climbs, the weather begins to close in.
Within 5 to 10 minutes after we took off, we actually entered the clouds. And from that point on, for probably 20 minutes, we were in complete whiteout, meaning all around the airplane was white. We couldn't see the land, we couldn't see the ocean, we couldn't see anything.
Pretty thick, huh? Freaky.
A little bit unnerving, you know.
Will and the guys hold tight, obeying the golden rule of skydiving.
Skydivers aren't supposed to fall through clouds. It's just a matter of safety because people can get disoriented.
Sorry, guys, I thought we might find a break.
We were expecting at some point to come out above the clouds, but we just never did.
With no break in the clouds in sight, the guys decide to turn back.
Okay, guys, it's too thick.
It's just not worth taking the risk.
We were a little disappointed, but we all skydive a lot, so it wasn't a big deal, you know, we'd get over it. We're used to clouds and, you know, you don't jump through clouds generally, so it was fine.
But as the plane turns and makes its way back to base, they hit serious trouble.
Within 20 seconds after we started going into minor turbulence,
God, I hate this car.
it just got worse and worse.
Okay.
Then the plane started going into massive turbulence. I was definitely not a happy camper, you know. I didn't want to be in a little tiny plane flying crazily all over the sky.
No.
Seconds later, the plane begins to lose control.
The plane was just going haywire. It even started to tilt. I was on the ceiling, I was on the floor, I was on the ceiling, I was on the floor. I was frightened. At that point, there wasn't much we could do except ride it out or jump out.
With the plane now hurtling towards Earth, Will and his friends have no option but to take drastic emergency action.
And at that point, we all started going for the door, trying to get it up. It was the only thing we could do. It took us 4 tries to get the door open because we were being thrown about the airplane so much.
Come on!
Despite not knowing how high they are, and if they have enough time to parachute properly, they dive into the void.
Once that door was open, my butt was out of that airplane. I did not want to be there. I knew that. I trust my skydiving equipment. I trust my parachute, and I did not trust that airplane at that point. I just got out. 5 to 8 seconds later, my automatic parachute went off, which means I was going at a very fast velocity at about 700 feet. We were very low in very low cloud cover, and it was a shock to me. At that point, I looked around for my friends. I saw Jimmy under his canopy as well, going the other way quite a distance off, and Manny was under his canopy next to me, flying parallel to me.
Will is desperate to know that his old friend, Manny, is okay.
I kept calling out to him to try and get his attention so that we were coordinated on landing. But he never answered. He was just kind of limp, you know? His head was hanging down, and my assumption at that point was that he got hit by the airplane coming out. It occurred to me that he might be dead.
Just seconds after jumping, Will is now hurtling towards Earth at 40 miles an hour, with absolutely no idea where he might land.
The plane crashed in the water behind me, and I looked back and saw the tail of the plane sticking out of the water. I was in somewhat shock at that point.
Will has hit the ocean, still attached to his parachute rig, and he must act fast to avoid drowning.
If you land in water, you want to get your chest strap off so that you can take your gear off immediately and swim under the parachute. At that point, it was really about focus and trying to do the right thing, so if there's a chance of survival, that you survive. It took me 2 or 3 minutes, and that was a pretty scary feeling because you can actually get tangled up in the lines and drown.
On surfacing, Will's first thoughts of his friends. They've also dived out of the plane. One of them, Manny, seemed in serious trouble.
I removed my shirt and my shoes because I wanted to be able to freely swim over and find Manny. I felt the need to act fast because if Manny was unconscious, then it was important to get to him and keep his head out of the water.
Manny! Manny!
He wasn't answering me. I didn't see his parachute. I didn't see anything.
Manny! Is there anybody there?
So I swam around toward where I thought he would have landed. I didn't even see a lick of him.
With his friends gone, Will quickly has to face up to his complete isolation.
Hello?
I accepted the fact that I was alone in a pair of shorts in the middle of the ocean. There was nothing. The plane went under. I saw no parachutes, no Jimmy, no Manny, no nothing, except ocean.
Stranded miles out in the Pacific Ocean, Will is overcome with a feeling of complete hopelessness. And he can see no way out.
I couldn't see land. I saw no boats. I didn't think there was any way I was going to last overnight in the ocean. If I'm going to die, why couldn't I have just gone in with the plane instead of have to struggle out here until I drown? If there's a chance at life, I'll fight, you know? But if I'm going to die no matter what, why stretch it out, you know? Give me instant death.
Will knows he's landed in shark-infested waters.
Had remembered what I'd known about sharks being able to smell blood and realizing that I was vulnerable in the middle of the ocean. If they want you, they can find you from very far off.
But he begins to replace his fear of sharks for a feeling that they may actually offer him a quick way out.
You hungry?
I didn't want it to be some long, drawn-out process. Like, who wants a long, drawn-out death?
Come on!
Which is why I decided that being eaten would be a much better option.
Come on! You hungry? Ah! Come and get it, come on!
But the sharks don't come, and Will begins to take stock of his predicament.
If I'd been off the coast of the States, there would be Coast Guard and other boats looking for me within a short period of time, but this was a third world country. So I thought, you know, don't be a spoiled American and think there's going to be a boat coming to get you. You have to survive this or not.
Let's just enjoy the view.
Alone in the ocean, with night fast approaching, Will decides to fight back.
I started to have to make decisions about what exactly I was going to do. I had to do something. I didn't want to expend all my energy treading water when I knew that if I just laid back, I could float. The most important thing out there was retaining calm and not panicking, because panic I knew would kill me. Staying calm, and that required a faculty that was born anew in myself, that I think I've certainly never experienced before. There's something very pure about the action of trying to live and saying, whatever happens, happens, but I'm going to do my best to try.
The ground coordinator, Tanya Handel, is waiting for the guys to land at the agreed location.
My stomach started to turn when I arrived and there was no skydivers on our drop zone.
Even if they'd landed somewhere else, Milt Burton, the owner of the skydiving school, knows to call her.
Okay, guys, we're all good. Remember, Milt, call me when you land. Blue skies, safe landing. Milt, are you there? Over.
I immediately thought they must have canceled the dive and returned back to the airstrip.
Unable to raise Milt on her mobile phone, Tanya heads back to the airfield.
20 minutes later, there was nothing, no one to be seen at the airstrip.
Out in the ocean, Will has been struggling to stay afloat for 5 hours. His muscles are drawing on emergency reserves of adrenaline. He's beginning to suffer acute exhaustion, and he's in complete darkness.
I could scarcely see my hand in front of my face. It felt like I was in a dark, dark place, a dark world that was very isolating. I don't think that I've ever felt more vulnerable.
But as he drifts alone in the dark, Will suddenly gets his first ray of hope.
I saw 5 or 6 lights spaced out across the land. I had no idea how far they were. I knew they were lights and therefore human, and I was pretty convinced that was where the land was.
It's the glimmer of hope he's been waiting for, and Will makes for the shore.
I had to go slow, calm, collected, cool. I would do maybe 20 to 30 backstrokes and then stop. It was a great thing I knew where the land was.
Just as safety seems within reach, the undercurrents begin to pull him further out, back to the ocean, and back into the night.
I was exhausted. I was just exhausted. I saw no actual possibility of me getting out of the ocean alive.
Back at the airfield, Tanya is waiting for the plane to return to base. It's been missing for 6 hours, and there's been no sighting of the aircraft.
Tower, any sign of them yet? Over.
She needs to check the plane hasn't diverted to another airstrip before alerting the emergency services.
We were all just praying that they were sitting in some cantina with no cell service and alive. We were just praying that they were alive. We didn't care where, just that they were alive.
Alone in the ocean, his thoughts turn to the people he may never see again.
I thought about family, about friends, people back home, about Jimmy and Manny, certainly. I wondered how they were. Had they survived the initial landing in the ocean, getting out of the airplane, would they be able to survive the night?
Anybody there?
Ahora mismo. The weather's getting really bad.
On shore, Tanya now realizes that something has gone badly wrong. The skydiving plane has not returned and is missing.
Sí, tenemos que buscarlos. No, listen. Escucha. The plane has not landed.
She knows the plane must have crashed, but the Costa Rican emergency services can't launch a rescue during the night. Visibility is just too poor.
No, not tomorrow. Now. We have to go now.
Panic was going through my head.
I mean, they haven't called me. They always call me.
We didn't know where to even put our energy into looking. Where could they have gone? North, south, up the coast, down the coast, in the mountains, off the coast. We had no idea where to even start to look for them.
Out at sea, Will's been in the ocean for 9 hours. The water temperature has dropped to 45 degrees. He's rapidly losing body heat and dehydrating even further from the effects of swallowing seawater.
And as soon as it got to be night, the swells were getting bigger, it was colder, and I was getting more water in my mouth, which I knew eventually over time could be responsible for taking my life.
No search has been mounted, and he's fast running out of hope.
I saw no boats. It was dark. I didn't think there was any way I was going to last overnight in the ocean. No boats, no planes. I'm dead, man. I don't think that I've ever felt more vulnerable. My life, my essence of actually the physical life anyway, was teetering on an edge.
Just when it seems things can get no worse, Will comes under attack from beneath the water.
I realized that I was in a school of jellyfish, and they were stinging me all over my back.
Jellyfish tentacles contain thousands of tiny needle-like filaments that deliver small doses of venom just below the skin.
The pain was excruciating. It was all over my back, my legs, my feet, everywhere. It was extremely painful.
The jellyfish is stinging Will's skin, leaving welts and bleeding sores. The salt water stings him relentlessly.
It was excruciatingly painful. I was crying. I mean, it hurt so badly.
Will desperately tries to escape the jellyfish.
I swam faster to swim out of the school.
But he just keeps swimming into yet another school.
I was, you know, taken aback by the amount of times I was stung by the jellyfish. My God, how much worse can this get?
Come on!
It was excruciating.
The relentless stinging causes Will's mind to wander. What else is in the water, waiting to attack him?
Sharks hunt at night, and do I splash around until a shark comes and eats me? It seemed a horror. It seemed...
And then his worst fears become real. There is something in the water, and it's heading straight for him.
And I saw something floating in the water. And be it shock, I don't know, but I thought, oh, it's crocodile.
As it moves closer, Will is about to find out if a deadly nighttime predator is about to get him.
I thought, oh, great, I'll get eaten and drowned at the same time. I had no idea how far out saltwater crocodiles would swim, and this was too elongated to be a turtle. So I thought, oh, it's crocodile. I laughed, because who would think a log, a tree, is in the middle of the ocean? I was amazed.
After 10 hours in the water, the floating log is a lifeline for Will. His first lucky break since his ordeal began.
I put my arms over it and I floated with it, and was much more thankful to have something to float on rather than just my belly. It gave me a lot of hope that I didn't have before, maybe some chance that this was going to end positively.
News of the accident reaches Will's skydiving club in California.
Giles Fabris here from the club. I know it's late.
His friends fear the worst.
Will's plane's gone missing in Costa Rica.
The first thing I did was the difficult task of contacting relatives and loved ones of the missing. That was one of the most difficult tasks I think I've ever had to do.
Even though they're 3,000 miles away, they do all they can to help.
Your friends have crashed in a plane, it's in a foreign country. The first thing you do is to try and collect as much information on what's actually happening. I had an image of my friends being in the water and their life slipping away in the darkness. That was a very difficult thing to have to think about.
Then they hear that the air-sea rescue operation won't start until daylight.
I don't think anyone's organising a search of the coastline, so we're going to do it, okay?
From their base in California, they try to do all they can to help.
Get in touch with as many boat captains as possible, okay?
We decided that we would start calling fishing boats, calling charter boats in Costa Rica, and to ask them whether they would send their boats out to look for our friends.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
At least I got one boat out.
Will has survived 12 hours adrift in the ocean. He's clinging onto the log for his life, but prolonged exposure to salt water means his muscles are beginning to shrink, and he's suffering extreme fatigue.
The log was giving me something to float on, but I was exhausted. I was just exhausted. I was certain, because of the amount of water I'd ingested, the amount of pain I was in from the jellyfish, and the fact that it had gotten much colder that I was going to die.
"15 hours after crash landing in the ocean, Will has made it through the night.
I did fall asleep on the log. I only know because I woke up on the log. I have no idea when I actually fell asleep. I'm sure it was just through pure exhaustion.
Morning brings with it a tantalizing sight.
It was daylight and I could see the beach.
Oh my God. Oh.
And it seemed like the swells were pushing me toward land almost, and I could maybe, halfway surf the log into the shore, I knew that if I landed right at the right place, there would be a bar right there. I could pull up, I could grab a beer, I could call for a ride, There was a lot of hope at sunrise, my personal sunrise.
It was a long night. We were pulling data from the internet, we were calling the State Department, we were getting very varied sources back. Even when you have news reports that tell you that the chance of survival is very, very small, there's always a little bit of hope.
Hello?
And it's very important that that hope doesn't die. It's a frustrating feeling, knowing that people you love are in a situation and you're many miles away trying to do the best you can.
Yeah, that's what we thought. It's raining.
When your energy's focused on the well-being of your friends, the hours and the minutes tend to disappear. Time becomes kind of distorted. Everything takes on a rather unworldly feel about it. Becomes a very surreal nightmare.
Will rides the ingoing tides for over an hour.
I wasn't making as much progress as I needed to.
But the tide turns, and the undercurrents begin to work against Will, pushing him back out to sea.
I didn't feel visually like I was closer to the beach.
His only hope is the Costa Rican rescue operation, which is now underway. But the currents have taken him miles from where he crash landed. And the rescue teams are looking in the wrong place. Even if they knew where he was, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Throughout that day, boats and planes and helicopters would just pass, probably just doing their own thing and not looking for me. But it didn't make sense not to wave to it, so I waved a couple times, and then the log would roll over and I'd fall in the ocean. And that was a scene repeated over and over throughout that day. To have other human beings virtually so close, yet literally so far away, both gave me hope and was disheartening at the same time.
Hello!
I realized how insignificantly, physically, visually small I was in the ocean and how virtually impossible it was going to be for any of them to see me.
Hey! Oh, man!
In California, his skydiving friends know that if Will is alive, his chances of survival are now extremely thin.
James, anything?
No. Getting nothing online.
Come on, someone's got to know something somewhere.
Okay, we'll keep going.
Even in Costa Rica, the ocean is cold. The ocean is pulling energy from anybody or anything that is floating in it.
A few boats down that way.
Let me see if I can find what I can online. Get you this one. As time goes on, the chances of somebody surviving dramatically decrease.
It's a pretty big chunk of ocean, so our best chance is still the boats. Fingers crossed, yeah, let's keep hassling them.
Since the log was the only thing floating, I wanted to keep it with me. So I would try various techniques of pushing it forward and then swimming along to it and then pushing it forward.
But despite his efforts, Will knows he's still getting no closer to shore.
Initially in the morning when I woke up, I thought by noon I would be on the beach. And later it didn't quite seem that anymore.
Clinging to the log for 13 hours, Will realizes his last remaining lifeline is fast becoming a burden. Instead of pushing him towards land, it's riding the undercurrents and pulling him even further out to sea.
I thought that pulling and pushing the log along was really not increasing my progress. It was giving me something to float on, but it wasn't really getting me toward the shore.
The log that so far saved his life could also end up killing him.
It was the only floating thing I had besides myself. I mean, I'd slept on it. That tree saved my life.
He faces an agonizing dilemma. Should he let the log go and hope he has the energy to reach shore? Or should he hang on, praying for rescue?
I ultimately decided that the tree was keeping me in the same place, that I wasn't making as much progress as I could were I just swimming with my body. It was extremely difficult to let it go. I swam maybe 20, 30 yards away, and then I said, forget this, and I swam back to the tree and was very glad to have it back. To let it go was tantamount to saying goodbye to the one floating thing I had besides myself. You know, it seemed like it could be a very foolish thing to do, to let it go.
You're never gonna make it. Let it go. Just gonna let it go. Come on.
Will's hopes that the log will push him to shore are crushed. Even though he's totally exhausted, he knows he must let it go.
The third time I let it go, I just watched it go over the swells and go away from me.
Having let the log go, and with nothing to float on, Will's energy quickly runs out. He swallowed a dangerous amount of seawater and is now suffering from extreme dehydration.
The biggest threat at that point was my lack of ability to breathe any longer. I was very short-breathed, just and I knew that I could not last very long like that.
The effect of dehydration means Will's blood pressure is rapidly increasing. His pulse is racing, causing severe heart palpitations. If his body loses any more fluid, he could slip into unconsciousness and even die.
I'd taken on more and more and more seawater the whole time, which definitely exacerbated the effects of dehydration, as did the sun coming out, as did simply not having water.
Jesus.
I was thinking that within the next few minutes I was going to drown.
"3,000 miles away, Will's friends are desperate to find him.
I really wanted to know any piece of information that might give us an advantage in helping our friends. We found basic maps of Costa Rica and we looked at the weather data, and there'd been a large storm in the area. So it really told us that if the plane had crashed in turbulent weather, it had crashed in the ocean.
Now, we reckon with the way the current's going, they may even be further down the coast. We've got boats coming out here, and here.
So far, none of the boat owners they'd contacted has spotted Will. And after nearly 24 hours in the sea, he's running out of time.
When the sun came out, dehydration really set in, and I started hallucinating pretty heavily. I noticed a severe deterioration in my mental state to comprehend reality versus fantasy.
Will has swallowed so much seawater, his kidneys can't flush out the excess salt. His body is gradually shutting down, bringing on hallucinations.
I would think I saw a shark fin over here, and I would look over there, and and think I saw something else over there, and I knew that there were turtles there that can just slice you open and eat you, So those things were seeping in.
Will's ordeal has driven him to the edge of insanity, and his body is ready to give up the fight.
I just felt at that point that I had very little physical and mental energy to keep my head above the water. I had been in excruciating pain from the jellyfish. The swells had picked up. There was more and more water getting inside me. And I just felt at that point like the end was imminent, like it would be a very few minutes off.
He begins to say goodbye to the family and friends he thinks he will never see again.
I felt alone from other humans. I felt that I'd left, the other humans, the other people in my life behind. That part of my existence was over, and that I was going to die, and that I hoped that I'd done well in life, that I'd shown compassion and kindness to people, and that they felt that love, They say that your life flashes before your eyes when you're about to die. And very similar to the night before, I thought that death was imminent and very, very close. I felt that I'd left the other people in my life behind. That part of my existence was over, and that within a very few minutes I would be dead. I went vertical and I thought I saw a boat, but I was by no way sure. My mind was not together any longer. I was hallucinating heavily at that point. Either a boat was there or there wasn't.
Focus well. Focus well. Focus. Breathe. Hello?
I waved to them and yelled in Spanish as loud as I could.
Hello? Hello?
For them to have seen me was unlikely, so I laid back down in the water to await either drowning or rescue.
Having used up his last scrap of energy to wave at the boat, Will collapses in the water and awaits his fate.
I looked up and saw them, and I couldn't believe it at first.
Will has drifted miles from the search area, and by complete chance, he's finally spotted by passing fishermen. He's so close to giving up, his rescues come in the nick of time.
They said, "Come on, get on the boat." And I said, "I can't." I had no strength, And they all reached down, and it was just, I think, as much in shock as I was when the plane crashed.
Oh my God.
just couldn't believe it, you know. It crashed in the middle of the ocean, and my fat, pasty butt made it through 24 hours in the ocean.
When I found out Will was alive, that brought a lot of joy.
Hey, guys. Guys, come here. It's him, look. It's Will. He made it.
Wow, yeah.
He made it.
Yeah. Awesome.
Come on. See? How did you do that? Oh, look.
He didn't just survive the crash, he survived the crash and he survived the bloody ocean.
I just literally said, oh my God, I'm invincible. And I collapsed onto the boat and held onto this guy's leg until we got to shore. Unfortunately, the search and rescue operation was looking in the wrong places. There were some Costa Ricans that were looking in the mountains. Others were looking in different parts of the ocean. So when they found me, they had a better idea of where my friends were going to be.
A report was made that there were more survivors found. As it turned out, that was misinterpreted information on the radio, and that there were no survivors found.
Over the next few days, the bodies and plane wreckage are pulled from the ocean. Will's friends, Manny Sanchez and Jimmy Simplicio, along with the pilot and remaining passengers, all perished in the crash. Will is confirmed as the only survivor.
Manny was this amazing, almost cartoonish, almost childlike, beautiful human being. And Jimmy really is the same, an enigmatic, amazing character, you know? Kind of a hard ass, but a really beautiful soul at the same time. Did we do the right thing by jumping out? You know, I mean, I did the right thing. Manny and Jimmy did the same thing as I did. We all made the same decision, so I'm comfortable with the decision we made.
After his 24-hour ordeal, Will spent 5 days recovering in hospital. He's still skydiving.
I love skydiving. I've done probably 2,000 jumps since the accident. The airplane was the dangerous thing there. My parachute saved my life.
Best friends Troy Driscoll and Josh Long are only minutes into a fishing trip when a violent riptide drags them out to sea.
It has no mercy. I mean, it's gonna kill you regardless if you like it or not.
The boys spend 6 days battling for their lives. And without food or water, they're pushed to the limits of survival.
I just simply asked Josh to kill me. I didn't want to be there no more.
We don't want to die yet. We're too young to die.
When we woke up, we were bored, you know, didn't have nothing to do. It was actually my idea to take the boat in the ocean. We can paddle it, I'm sure. You know, what can go wrong?
Josh! What? Let's take the boat out today.
In the river?
Screw the river, man. Let's do the ocean. Shark fishing.
Troy, shark fishing.
Troy was just, like a younger brother to me. He stayed probably the whole summer at my house.
Come on, man, be great. Get a new pole, get in the boat on the sea, catch a shark, you're set.
The best thing about Josh is he'll always be your friend. Once he commits as your friend, he's gonna have your back. He'll never leave you.
Let's go fishing.
What's the matter with you? Well, here she is, my baby.
First time I saw the boat, I laughed because I was expecting, something a lot nicer. It's a project, it floats.
She's looking good.
Troy, do you want to go fishing or what?
Yes, I do.
Best friends, 17-year-old Josh Long and 15-year-old Troy Driscoll head off to Sullivan's Island, a popular fishing spot just off the coast of South Carolina.
The weather was great. The part of the beach that we put in was actually very calm.
Josh has only just finished rebuilding the boat. It has no engines or sail and is completely untried at sea.
We actually never used the boat before we put it in the ocean.
What's with the wetsuit?
I know, in case you might want to swim or something. The water's still a little cold.
What are you, a baby?
What you say?
Nothing.
The two boys have fished the waters around Sullivan's Island many times before and have no concerns.
We just plan on being out there, just for a few hours and then going home, and getting ready for school the next day.
Ready? Yeah. After 3. 1, 2.
No, wait! I forgot the bait.
Troy, this is a fishing trip.
I just had my cell phone in my pocket, and my dad's real straight about cell phones, and he was paying for mine at the time, and I knew I wasn't gonna mess it up. So I just put it right back in the truck.
You ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, pull! Row.
We kind of got an idea of, hey, let's go paddle between those sandbars over there. Sharks and fish probably get in the gullies because it's 2 sandbars.
And everything seemed good. We were making good leeway. He was paddling on the front and I was paddling on the back.
I was having fun. I was bouncing up and down.
Wow, man! Whitewater style.
But in their excitement to go fishing, the boys don't check the Coast Guard warnings. There's a powerful riptide forecast for that morning, right in the waters where they're paddling.
And we were almost to the sandbar when we just got hit by the current.
Hey, we're drifting.
I figured it was a joke, So I was enjoying the moment. I was, hey, this is fun, we don't have no control. Hey, this is great.
Wow, man!
But, Josh then grew real serious real quick.
No!
What's the matter?
Kurt, we need to get out of here. Go, man, go.
I knew we were in a current, and then I realized that, we were actually going backwards. So, I tried paddling harder.
And the harder we paddle and the more energy we burn, it seemed like we weren't getting nowhere.
The boys are fully caught in the riptide, and it's dragging them away from shore and out to the open ocean.
When I realized how far we went in such short a time, I was like, this thing is really powerful.
Whoa, keep going! Still going out! Right, stop. Stop here. Yeah.
Well, we threw the anchor out, trying to get it to hook onto something, you know.
It wasn't doing its job. I mean, it wasn't anchoring us or holding us in one position. Sure enough, we just kept drifting further out. It was no match for the current.
Paddle, Troy, on! Oh, Josh, man, my arms. Come on, Troy! I don't think it's working.
You know, there's a bunch of people out there running and, you know, jogging and walking.
Hey! Hey! Over here! Hey!
And we were hoping that one of them would have seen us.
We tried to get their attention, but nobody, you know, heard us. We were already that far out.
It's taken just minutes for the boys and their tiny boat to be dragged hundreds of yards out to sea and into serious trouble.
We both talked to each other and saying, we're not going nowhere. This isn't helping. We got to do something different. We got to come up with a different plan.
We gotta do something. Stay here. What are you doing?
So I put the top of my wetsuit on, I put my fins on, and I started swimming.
Josh's plan is to swim to the sandbar with the anchor rope and then pull the boat to safety. In a panic, Troy also tries to swim for the sandbar, but straight away feels the force of the current.
I was almost there, and then I look back and see Troy struggling.
Feels like something's trying to just pull me under. You know, I just feel all my energy being sucked out of my body. And once you run out of energy and you can't swim against it, it has no mercy. I mean, it's gonna kill you regardless if you like it or not. I just told Josh I can't do it.
I went under again!
We were being pulled out to sea at a very fast pace, and couldn't do anything about it.
Just 20 minutes after setting off on an innocent fishing trip, the two schoolboys' day out is going badly wrong as they're dragged out into the Atlantic Ocean. Alone in a tiny boat, they have no water, food, or mobile phones. And their ordeal has only just begun.
John, get him! Just kill him.
Troy, we're gonna come get us soon. Don't worry, okay?
I told Troy, I said, well, you know, they're gonna come look for us. They're gonna find us. So I was like, you know, and I told him, I said, I'm just gonna fish, you know, while we're waiting.
Shark fishing. Come on, man. Give me my new rod.
Right as I got the pole rigged up and I stood up to cast it, a wave hit the side of the boat and knocked me over, and I knocked over my brand new fishing pole in the water.
No, my new pole! No!
He lost his brand new pole, and that really ticked him off a lot, and he pretty much lost it.
Stupid fishing trip! My new rod!
Everything I did was getting, you know, screwed somehow that day. It was definitely one of my temper tantrums.
Dad! Whoa! Cool it, man. Yeah, this isn't gonna help, is it? Shut up, man.
I knew he lost the fishing pole, but that was the least of my worries. You know, I was like, hey man, listen, this isn't what we need to do right now. You don't need to be cussing. You don't need to be throwing stuff. You know, we need to be here as a team. You know, we came in it together, and we were gonna go out together.
Crazy, man. You're losing your mind on me.
Sorry, man.
Crazy.
As dusk falls, and with no sign of rescue, the boys begin to take stock of their situation.
Josh? What? When are they gonna come?
I don't know, Troy.
How will they find us?
I don't know.
But they don't know where we are. What's gonna happen then? Are we just gonna drift around in the ocean at night? Yeah?
Shut the hell up.
You know, I was telling him, I was like, Troy, we've only been out here for, you know, one day. I said, they're gonna realize tonight that we didn't come home, and they're gonna be out here the next morning.
Okay. Okay.
I knew it wasn't good, you know. We don't see land, we don't have a cell phone, we don't have food or water, but it's the first, you know, couple hours into the trip, so somebody's gonna realize, okay, the boys are not home, something's not right, and we need to go look for them.
They're coming. I know they're coming.
The boys haven't been seen for over 10 hours. And back on shore, Josh's father calls for help.
Hello, is that the Coast Guard station? I want to report my son and his best friend missing.
They were saying, where did the boys put in at? That was their first question. They want to know where, what the description of the boys and where they would have put the boat in.
I mean, we have no idea where they went. No, they didn't say a thing.
The Coast Guard can't mount a search until they know exactly where the boat was launched from.
Okay, thanks.
So Josh's father now begins his own search to find where the boys might have entered the water.
I had no idea where the boys were at, and very, very concerned that we haven't heard anything, no calls, and we kept searching until past 4 o'clock in the morning.
Josh's father first checks the river, where he believes the boys have gone fishing.
No, Connie. I checked the river, but nothing.
Finding nothing there, he also checks the ocean shore, close to Sullivan's Island.
I went out on the beach. I walked until I stopped probably about 100 yards from where the trailer was. But his car was black. So, I mean, I drove right past it, didn't see the car.
With no sighting of where the boys have launched, no search is mounted that night.
Hi, Debbie. What? What, they're not going to launch anything tonight? Or anything at all? Really? All right.
Out on the ocean, the two boys are still drifting in their tiny boat. Alone, they face their first night out at sea, in the middle of a storm.
The first night, I barely slept. We were very, very cold.
Strong waves begin to batter the tiny boat, and the temperature plummets to below freezing.
Coming in too fast. We're all right. We're all right.
When a wave would come, it would pull that side of the boat down, and water would come over.
Come on.
You know, it felt like ice hitting you. You know, all in all, we were, you know, freezing to death.
John, keep moving. Keep moving, okay?
Couldn't feel our hands. We were shivering. We pretty much, we had to cuddle with each other, you know, just for body heat. It was that bad.
Suffering the extreme nighttime cold makes the boys realize just how much peril they're in. Panic turns to terror as they face up to the reality that their lives are in real danger.
The first night was filled with a lot of emotion. Our mood, you know, went from being, okay, we're gonna get rescued to, okay, you know, why are we still here? There should have been a boat, there should have been a helicopter, you know, what's going on?
You know, when we looked out that morning, there was nothing. We realized that we were, you know, so far off that we were gonna, you know, the land was now out of the option.
I did a 360 as I twisted around. I saw nothing but waves and ocean, and there's nowhere to go.
After a night shivering in freezing temperatures, Josh and Troy now endure over 23 degrees of relentless heat.
We had no shade. Anybody who knows, you know, who's been in salt water and their clothes dry after being wet, it's really crusty, salty. It was wear and tear on our skin.
Every so often, I would get in the water. Just basically cool off in the water.
You know, we swim around. It got our mind off of the situation.
So cool! Oh, yeah.
But the boys are swimming in waters notorious for sharks.
All of a sudden, we look down, and there's a shark that raced up and hit the boat.
The boys realize their predicament with seconds to spare.
And we looked down, and the water was so clear, there was a shark. It was a good size. It was about 7, 8 feet. There was a few of them just circling under our boat. So we were like, you know, that's it. We're not jumping in no more.
Back on shore, Josh's father receives dramatic news from the Coast Guard.
Hello? Hi.
We got a call, I believe it was around 10:30, telling me they had found Joshua's car.
Well, where was it? Sullivan's Island, but...
And then my heart immediately dropped. I knew they were on the ocean, my worst fear.
Right, yeah, I'll meet you there. Okay.
The Coast Guard has been searching for the boys' truck and has found it right on the ocean's edge.
Drove right past. We need the key, sir.
Sure, sir.
They opened up the glove box, they found both their cell phones and their wallets.
Knowing where the boys entered the water, the Coast Guard is now able to mount a full-scale search.
A church down the street had opened their doors, and they allowed us to come into their recreation center, and we pretty much started to congregate there. The press started to show up, all of their friends started to show up, people from around the community. I mean, it was literally hundreds of people started to show up at this church.
Now, we have people on land. We have boats in the water.
How do you know they're actually in this area?
Sir, let me show you. Okay, what we've done is we've taken our computer models and we calculate that the boat could not have gone any further than here.
I was concerned, but I was very confident that that day we would find them. That, you know, with all this effort, with all these planes, with all the helos out there, that we were going to find these boys that day. I just almost had no doubt that they were going to be found that day.
But the boys have already drifted 90 miles further north, beyond the Coast Guard's search area. Out at sea, Josh and Troy are battling the elements. They've drunk no water for over 24 hours.
So thirsty.
And are experiencing severe dehydration. Their bodies have lost over 3 pints of fluid, causing muscle cramps, headaches, and extreme disorientation. They're desperate for something to drink.
Very hot. I mean, it's pretty much no clouds in the sky. As the day progressed on and it got hotter, the water was very clear. Our mouths became drier and we were just thirsty. So it was almost tempting to drink.
So Troy and I decided, hey, well, we'll gargle it and spit it back out. And that way you have something wet in your mouth and, you know, it'll kind of, it's cold, so it'll help us a little bit, but we won't swallow it.
It wasn't good, but just have something cold in your mouth. That's all we needed.
The boys know that drinking the salty seawater will dehydrate them even further. But they're now so desperate, they find it impossible to resist.
It was horrible. I mean, it's a bad day when you know that's the only thing you have to drink. But what you're drinking's killing you and hurting you.
Weakened by dehydration, the boys are also suffering extremes of weather. Nighttime brings another severe drop in temperature. And with no protection against the biting cold, the boys have only each other's body heat to keep themselves warm.
We got to stay up. We got to keep ourselves dry. Let's cuddle. Let's talk to each other. Let's communicate. Let's make sure we're okay.
Stay with me.
In the church, Josh's father is keeping an all-night vigil for his boy.
Any news?
Nothing.
The Coast Guard?
They're back out in the morning.
You look tired. Why don't you try and get some sleep tonight?
Hey, I am not sleeping whilst my son is out there.
But you're gonna be no use to the boy if you fall over exhausted.
Yeah, okay, come on.
Let me lock up.
The boys wake on their third morning with a sense of despair. Then, on the horizon, a ray of hope finally appears.
Hey! Hey! Help! Help us! Please! Please help us!
It looked like a matchbox boat, you know, so little.
Hey! Help us!
A fishing boat is passing, just 100 yards away. The end of their ordeal is now surely only moments away.
Help us!
We yelled at the top of our lungs, tried to get somebody to see us, you know.
Please help us!
But it was like a needle in a haystack. We were so small.
Help us, please!
They just turned and kept on going.
Please help us! Come on! Come on! Why don't they see us?
It was good to see something else. But, you know, they didn't stop, so, you know, we lost a lot of hope.
The boys begin to realize how unlikely it is that they will be spotted in the vast ocean.
We knew that there was no way they're going to find us because the ocean's so big. And if they hadn't found us yet, they weren't going to find us.
And how helpless their situation now is.
You're in the hands of the ocean, and you can't do anything about it. It's either you're gonna suck it up, and you're gonna try to survive and hang in there, or you're gonna give up and you're gonna die.
Morning.
Josh's father, Eddie, begins yet another day's search for the boys, determined to remain optimistic.
Okay, people, now, I know that we're all tired, but this is the day. We are gonna find them today. We're not gonna give up because they are out there.
Every day when I would get up on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, I would just think, today's the day we're gonna find the boys.
As well as the Coast Guard search, Eddie also keeps up his own lookout on the ocean.
Well, the search got bigger every day. I mean, because we knew we had more distance we had to cover. The boat could have traveled more distance every day.
Despite a massive Coast Guard and community search, there's still no sign of the two boys.
It was like Groundhog Day. Every day was the same day. You know, you wake up, there's water. There's nothing else but water.
They're suffering from extreme dehydration. Only their youth and good health are keeping them alive.
Well, when you have nothing to eat or drink, you know, for days, you know, it starts to really hurt, like wear on your body. I really didn't understand the meaning of starving or parched or, you know, dehydrated until then.
The dehydration is now life-threatening. The chemical balance of their bodies is undergoing serious change, and they require urgent medical attention. But despite the desperate need for water, all Troy can think about is food and how hungry he is.
I noticed my hands were peeling pretty bad because it was so hot. I was so dried out. So, you know, I decided to take a little piece of my skin off my hand, and I balled up and put it on a hook we had left over in the boat. And you know, I kept doing it, and the little fish every time won.
It's not working.
The boys failed to catch any fish. But Troy is now so desperate, he's prepared to eat almost anything.
You know, I had to have something in my mouth, something that had texture, some type of meat.
Troy, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Why you got the knife?
I'm gonna do it, Josh. I just need something to eat. What? Don't be sick.
Well, I seen him over on the side of the boat with a knife in his hand, and he was kind of just touching it to his skin, but he wasn't like cutting it. He was just touching it, see how sharp, I guess, it was.
What the hell are you doing? What's the matter with you?
Will you do it?
What?
Do it,
Shut
please.
up, man.
So I asked Josh, you know, can you please cut my finger off, you know? With me looking away, just go down on it as hard as you can.
Please, shut up. Please do. You ask me that again, and I will knock you out. Do you understand? You crazy? Cut your own finger off? What's the matter with you, Troy?
We've been there on most of the islands around Charleston.
Back on shore, after 3 days of searching, the Coast Guard gives Josh's father some devastating news.
Anything?
Nothing.
Right, well, first light, we're going to target Lake Mary.
Mr. Long.
Then we're going to go down to Ashley Riverbanks. They might have run aground.
Mr. Long, we've been searching for 3 days. This has been the most extensive search in South Carolina's history, and we found nothing.
No, you can't call off the search.
I'm truly sorry. There's nothing more we can do.
Please.
Coast Guard came to us and said they're going to officially call off the search. And now they're going to switch it from a rescue to a recovery.
I'm sorry.
Starting first thing in the morning, they were going to just start combing the beaches looking for the bodies. I just totally couldn't believe that they're going to stop searching for the boys. It melted my heart to know my little boy was possibly gone.
Knowing the Coast Guard has now called off the search, Eddie is left with little more than his faith.
How are you, Edward?
They're still out there. I just know that they're still out there.
Throughout the whole thing, I just had to rely on prayer. I just realized that this was going to be, in God's hands to bring these boys through.
Out at sea, the boys are facing up to the reality that they may never be rescued.
You okay?
Yeah. I didn't think I was gonna ever have a future. I thought my 15 years on the earth was it.
Every time we thought of our family, our parents, it was just real emotional.
You're talking, man.
We both, looked at each other, and we were very, very sad, very nervous, very scared.
We were both trying to doze off, and I fell asleep, and he was already asleep. And next thing I wake up to a sound of an engine.
The boys have been woken by a huge cargo ship heading directly towards them.
Troy, wake up!
I've never been close to something that big. It was stories upon stories high. At the same time, it was so close, it seemed like I could touch it.
Hey! Hey! Stop! Stop! Stop!
Just as the boys had given up all hope of being rescued, it seems help has finally arrived.
Stop!
But the enormous ship doesn't stop and is now about to run over them.
Come on! Hold on!
Incredibly, the swell of the ship pushes the boys just out of its path and saves them from almost certain death.
Come back! Come back!
They can only watch as their final hope of being rescued disappears into the night.
If they're not going to rescue us, we're only feet away from them. They're definitely not going to rescue us when we're, a couple hundred or 1,000 feet away. It just wasn't going to happen. We were simply a needle in a haystack.
The boys have now been out at sea for over 5 days, and with no food or water, are in the most extreme stage of dehydration. They've lost pints of water, over 20% of their body fluids. Their vital organs are shutting down, and they're drifting in and out of consciousness. Few people ever survive this long without water.
My body hurts. I didn't want to be there no more. I didn't want to be out in the middle of the water. I was suffering, and it was a slow death. I was ready to go home to God.
Stop! Stop it!
I can't take this anymore.
Come on.
Stop it, buddy.
All right?
Even though Josh tries to stay strong for his younger friend, he's also battling his own demons.
Josh? 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 We didn't believe in suicide, but I was just swimming in the water. I just was like, if I went down as deep as I can go, I swam down probably about 35, 40 feet.
Josh! Josh!
If a shark grabs me, don't try to save me. I was like, just let him eat me. I'm not gonna put up a fight. And then I thought, you know, what I might lose, you know, what I'm missing out as far as growing up and how my family's gonna move on without me. All those emotions run through your head.
Josh! 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 What are you doing?
I came back to the surface and I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna let God go when he wants to, because I can't do it.
I would go back and forth the whole time to hang on to hope, but also realizing that they might be gone. And that was a struggle, and not knowing. Knowing they were out in the water, knowing that if they're out there, what is the condition? If they're not out there, and if they're gone, you know, how long before we can bring a closure to this? Every night when I would come home and drive down the street, someone in my neighborhood lined the entire street with bags with candles in them. So when I drove home, it took me right up to my house. The bags and the candles were out every single night. I was going to have to get ready for what I thought would be the memorial service once the bodies were found.
When you get back, forget to work on my truck. So when you're 16, I teach you to drive.
Towards the end of the week, you could tell he was starting to get real weak. He really had nothing left in him. He didn't want to hardly move. Basically, I keep trying to wake him up because I thought, you know, I really didn't want him to die.
Trot. Trot.
I didn't want to be in the boat no more. I want to be dead. I just simply asked Josh to kill me.
Just kill me, will you? Stab me, put an end to
You're
this,
talking
please.
crazy talk.
I'm done.
I can't.
Sure.
I can't do it, man, never.
Troy asked me if I would stab him. And I just told him that there's no way I could do that. Because if Troy had died, I wouldn't be able to come home, even if they did find us. Because I couldn't go home and tell his parents that I let their baby boy die.
Come on.
Troy has now completely lost the will to live. His best friend won't kill him, so he tries one last desperate attempt to put an end to the ordeal.
See that?
Every night you'd see like little glow-in-the-dark little balls, and they're called jelly balls.
Troy now sees the jelly balls as not only something to eat, but a possible way out.
If it's poisonous, you know, and it kills me, hopefully I die a peaceful, you know, a peaceful death. I wasn't just gonna eat a little bit and get real sick and suffer even more. I was gonna eat a lot, and if they were poisonous, you know, I was gonna go out on the first hit.
But the jelly balls have no effect, and now the boys can do nothing but await a slow, agonizing death.
We pretty much realized that we were just waiting on to die. We didn't know how much longer we'd be alive.
Be over soon.
course, we both cried, saying, we don't want to die yet. We're too young to die.
You know you're dying, but you're dying slowly, and it's painful, and it's long, and every second that you're alive, you're dying at the same time. I knew I didn't have much longer.
In fact, their dehydration is now so advanced that they literally have only a few more hours left to live.
You should write something down.
Summoning the last of their energy, the boys scratch out their final goodbyes to the families they're leaving behind.
We loved them and we're sorry, and I thanked everybody for their support. And basically just said that I'm sorry for what happened.
I remember writing to my mom and my dad, specifically saying, thanks for everything you've done for me. Thanks for teaching me what you've taught me.
The two schoolboys are staring into the abyss. They've given up on life and can do no more than await death's final call.
Josh, I hear something.
Well, as me and Josh laid in the boat, I heard the roar of a boat again.
It's louder. Looks like it is you. It's getting closer.
I see this huge fishing boat coming straight at us. So at that time, I jerked Josh. I was like, you gotta get up.
Josh, help us! Hey, help me! Help us! Please, help us!
I was crying, but at the same time, it was like I wasn't crying because I had nothing to cry. I was just screaming, hey, please help us. Please, we need help.
Over here! Help! Come on! Over here, please!
The two boys are just a speck in the ocean. But unlike the boats on previous days, this time, they've been spotted.
So basically, we knew they saw us. We kind of just started, basically just gave each other a huge hug, and we're like, this is a miracle, I can't believe we're actually getting saved.
Come on, guys! One at a time.
The captain reached over and pulled me up because I barely had any energy to get up. And, I flopped on the deck.
Need some water! There you are. Get you up here. You okay? You okay?
I couldn't understand them because they were whining, whimpering, happy, sad, the whole 9 yards. But one of the first things that Troy said to me, he asked me if I believe in God. And I said, well, yeah, I guess I do now. Because miracles happen.
Some water, thank you, man. Thank you. Got you. You're safe now. You're safe.
Yeah. Better now, huh?
Catch me through the Coast Guard.
Hello?
It was the Coast Guard. And he said, we have your son. Would you like to speak with him? And I said, put him on. And when I first heard his voice, it didn't even sound like Josh. It sounded so weak, and he was so incredibly weak. But he started saying, Dad, I love you. And to hear his voice, it was a true miracle. There's no doubt. in my mind that it was a true miracle.
Doctors believed that the two boys were within hours of death when they were rescued.
He looked so thin and so exhausted, but he just, from the moment I walked in the door, he was just, Dad, I love you, I love you.
I love you too, darling.
It was hard to believe that we made it out alive. We were expecting the worst. Troy and I knew we were just waiting on dying. And I couldn't believe that we got a second chance.
Josh has used his second chance to become a family man. He married his high school sweetheart and now has a baby boy. Troy has gone on to fulfill his lifetime ambition to become a firefighter.
I have a lot of faith in my own self now. If I ever face anything that, might be difficult, then I'm not going to give up.
Ken Jones is on a solo mission to climb Romania's highest peak. Alone and miles from civilization, his quest becomes a fight for survival when he's hit by an avalanche.
I ran as fast and as frantic as I could. I was running for my life.
He's thrown down the mountain. His pelvis is shattered.
It was agony, like a red-hot poke was being pushed into the side of my leg.
Unable to walk, he has no way to call for help. His only hope, an agonizing 8-mile crawl. Across rivers and through a frozen wilderness. His greatest fears are being eaten alive or freezing to death.
One slip, I'd be dead.
Journeying into the heart of the Transylvanian Alps, a remote region of central Romania, is Ken Jones, a former British paratrooper in search of a holiday with a difference.
I think I'm quite a nomadic person. I tend to spend quite a lot of time on my own. I've always got an urge to travel or go off and do things. It just seems to be in my blood. I get restless and I need to go.
Ken's military background has given him a taste for extreme adventure, and he's chosen to challenge himself in one of Europe's wildest landscapes.
Romania ticked a lot of boxes for me. I just wanted to remove myself from the tourist trail. I wanted a challenge, somewhere I could make life a little bit tougher for myself.
He's on a solo mission to climb Mount Moldovano, but it's not for the faint-hearted. At 8,300 feet, it's Romania's highest peak. And in the depths of winter, even reaching the mountain is a risky business.
It was a crazy and dangerous journey. The taxi driver's just driving like a lunatic up the road. I just thought, what the hell am I doing? This is probably as dangerous as the mountain.
In the summer, this wild landscape would be teeming with hikers. But in mid-January, the snow and sub-freezing temperatures mean few people are brave enough to venture alone into these unforgiving mountains.
I became aware of just more or less having the whole mountain range to myself. It was a nice feeling, but it was kind of scary as well. You become aware of your own smallness.
Normally, it's a 2-day climb to the top of the mountain. But super-fit ex-army man Ken has challenged himself to conquer it in a single day.
Me and my brothers were always really competitive. We'd always race each other to the bus stop each morning, and on the way to school, everything was a race. I do like the feeling of my body working and functioning well, and I soon found a good rhythm. I'm a fanatical lover of freedom. And sometimes you've just got to put yourself out on your own, just to enjoy a different kind of peace.
Ken's made light work of the lower slopes. But hazardous terrain ahead threatens his ambitious bid for the summit. A clear channel through the trees offers the most direct route to the top. This man-made fire break prevents the spread of fires in the summer months, but in winter, it's a hotspot for deadly avalanches.
I did an Arctic warfare course in the army, and I knew about the possibility of avalanches. I was well versed in drills and how to deal with them.
With his goal in sight, Ken ignores the risks and opts to fast-track it to the top.
The snow on these upper reaches of the slope was more of a fine powder. And at points, I'd sink up to my waist. My going slowed down significantly, and it became really hard work. There was a ramp. It was a really steep wall, so I needed to rely heavily on my crampons and my ice axe, and that was pretty tricky. At one point, I got halfway up, and I just slipped.
The fall serves as a warning. The mountain is treacherous, but Ken is determined to keep going. Ken retraces his steps and soon passes the point of his slip. With effort comes reward. His choice of extreme location is starting to pay off.
I really felt like I was in my own world up there. I was totally exposed and totally alone. This is as remote as I'd ever been. Very few people are privileged with having a whole mountain range to themselves.
But the punishing conditions have put him behind his ambitious schedule. Few hours of daylight remain, and the clock is ticking on his bid for the top.
I knew with the amount of snow on the mountain it would be pretty tough, but I felt really fit and strong. I trained hard, and so I felt good about getting to the top.
Sheer athleticism and extraordinary determination bring him within reach of his goal. But as the sun sets, he must decide whether to make a last-ditch push for the top or retreat to shelter and make a second attempt in the morning.
I kept hoping that the snow level would change or be a bit more friendly to me. I kept walking a bit more, not quite wanting to give up, but doubts started coming into my mind as to whether I'd make the top that day. Summits are always important, but there comes a point when you've got to say, enough's enough, don't do anything silly.
Reluctantly, Ken opts to return to the relative safety of the trees.
The plan was to get securely into the forest so I could dig a snow hole or set up my poncho. I didn't want to be exposed on the open slope, and, you know, the trees offered some natural shelter.
At night, the mountain will be even more treacherous. Ken needs to descend quickly and find level ground to camp. Again, the fire break offers the most direct route. But following it is a dangerous strategy.
All of a sudden, there was just a noise from the top of a mountain. At first, I thought it was something like an animal. It was so strange and unearthly. I'd never heard anything like it before. And then I realized that this is an avalanche. I was transfixed. I'd never seen an avalanche before. In a way, it was perverse. I just wanted to look at it. I should have turned and run, but it's just something so big and magnificent.
But Ken has no time to lose. Each passing second brings him closer to death.
I turned my back on it and ran as fast into the forest as I could possibly make it. And all the time I could feel like it was chasing me. My heart was beating, it was just going crazy. It was gonna hit me, bury me. I thought I was gonna die.
Ken dives to safety in the nick of time, and the avalanche is funneled down the fire break.
It would have definitely killed me without a doubt. I was pretty shaken for a while. And then when I realized I was safe and I calmed down, then I just started to laugh.
He's had a narrow escape, but he's still in danger. The snow on these upper slopes is unstable.
After the avalanche, I began to feel really vulnerable on the slope. I need to find somewhere safe to sleep. So I wanted to drop down, get deeper into the forest, sleep for the night, and still possibly be able to make an ascent the next day.
It's now a race to descend to safer ground before nightfall. But through the trees, the going quickly gets tough.
But the terrain became more treacherous. Branches were poking in my eye. It was becoming a bit of a nightmare.
The rough terrain and the slope of the mountain forces him back onto open ground.
I knew the quickest passage was down the fire break between the trees. I didn't want to go anywhere near it again. But I had no choice. I had to go down it.
But taking this shortcut is a serious gamble. In his race against the light, Ken decides it's a risk worth taking. But his luck has run out. The mountain is about to show him how lethal it can be. This time it's on him in an instant. It's run or die.
I ran as fast and as frantically as I could. I was running for my life. And then the next thing I knew, it pulled me off my feet. I was utterly terrified. It swallows you and engulfs you. You can feel all your bones and organs inside, everything's rattling. All of a sudden, I was falling. And then I was thinking, this is really bad. I landed on my ass and I heard a massive crack. And that was my pelvis shattering and the head of my femur snapping off. must have lost consciousness. I lay there, not knowing what was happening or where I was. I couldn't really feel anything. It was dark.
The fall has inflicted a bloody gash to his head. But Ken is about to discover that his body has suffered a far more deadly blow.
The pain finally hit me. It was absolute agony. It was like a red-hot poke was just being pushed into the side of my leg.
The impact has broken his femur and smashed his hip joint through his pelvis, shattering it to pieces. Bone fragments have severed blood vessels around the pelvis, causing internal bleeding and making his core body temperature plummet. In this extreme environment, his injuries could prove fatal. Ken knows it's bad, but is unaware of the full extent of the damage.
I sat up and started assessing my situation. As I put my hand to the side of my leg, my left hand felt wet and sticky, and I got a big open wound on a couple of inches on the side of my left hip. It was bleeding quite heavily.
He needs to act quickly to prevent further loss of blood, which could harm his chances of survival.
I managed to force myself to roll on my side. Pulled a first field dressing from my pocket. And that seemed to stem a flow of blood. And after I dressed it, I pulled my trousers back up and I decided not to look at it again. My natural instinct was to get up and walk. My leg was in pain, but I wasn't sure if it was broken. I felt a jolt of agonizing pain shoot up my leg, and it became apparent that there was no way in hell I could walk. My leg was gone. It was a pretty desperate situation.
He's in urgent need of medical attention, but he's 8 miles from the nearest village and has no mobile or satellite phone. With military discipline, he's packed for the harsh conditions, but the avalanche has torn off his backpack and buried it further up the mountain.
I was deprived of all my provisions, my sleeping bag, my stove, my meals, everything I needed to survive.
Nobody knows where Ken is or the danger he's in. If he's to cheat death, the stamina and self-reliance that brought him here must now get him out. But he faces a tough dilemma. Go up in the vain hope of finding his life-saving kit, or conserve precious time and energy and descend in search of help.
It was a real tough decision to know what to do. The implications of making the wrong decision were deadly.
He then spots his torch, which has fallen from his backpack and miraculously turned itself on.
This torch was now my best means of survival. If I could get the torch, and I'd possibly have a chance, even if it's a small one, of finding my other items of kit. I'd have a bit more food. I'd have a sleeping bag. It was small distance, but it was so painful and so difficult to cover the ground.
Ken finds his hat and a waterproof sack before eventually salvaging his torch. But hopes of recovering his backpack and sleeping bag are futile. His route is blocked by a vertical ledge.
Under normal conditions, I could have negotiated it effortlessly. But like this, it was impossible. was a pathetic effort, and I just fell over backwards. My leg folded up underneath me, and it just wrenched at the joint.
He has two options: to keep searching for his kit, or conserve time and energy and head back down the slope to find help.
I decided I was going to go back down the mountain. The least difficult way of moving was in a sitting position. Every time I moved, I could just feel bone grating and sliding inside of me. I'd be retching in agony.
Ken has trained hard, but nothing has prepared him for this pain. For over an hour, he descends with gritted teeth until he finds flatter ground to rest. But it's only the beginning of his ordeal. The foot on his broken leg is painfully swollen. He needs to ease the pressure immediately, or gangrene will take his foot.
I realised the implications of not getting my left boot off really quickly. I could feel the bones grating and moving around in my leg. I mean, I had to inflict this pain upon myself. There's no other option. If I didn't get the boot off, I was going to lose my foot. It was almost blissful just to have my feet free, and all the blood that was stuck in my foot could work its way back up my leg.
The relief is short-lived. At night, temperatures plunge rapidly to as low as -15 degrees. His only protection is a mountain jacket and a waterproof sack which he uses to shield his feet from the biting wind. His body desperately needs food to provide him with energy to fight off the cold. His last provisions are stowed in his pocket, and it's vital he rations them carefully.
I had a small plastic bag with some crushed sausage rolls. I got kind of careless, and before I knew anything, it was gone. I'd eaten the packet.
Ken faces a long night ahead. The idea of being alone in the middle of nowhere preys on his mind.
The scenarios are running through my head where, I know, what if I don't get through the night?
If he falls asleep, his body will stop shivering. He'll develop hypothermia, and he'll die.
I was shivering so heavily I knew that I'd fall into the last stages of hypothermia and I'd never wake up. And I just thought, oh God, how am I going to get through this night? Just don't fall asleep or you'll never wake, you're going to die. Sleep was a potential death sentence, and it's constantly beckoning you, and it's so easy to do. And you realise as well, all you've got to do is shut your eyes, and you're not in pain anymore.
Facing a long and tortuous night alone in the wilderness, Ken's spirits hit rock bottom.
I just thought, how can time do this to me? It felt like a lifetime had passed. There's maybe 7 or 8 more hours to go through yet, and it's going to get colder. By 3 or 4 in the morning, the temperature's going to plummet even further. As time went on, I got more lonely. I thought about all sorts of strange things, comforting things like being warm in bed, and I thought about my brother and playing football and anything to distract my mind from the pain and the suffering I was in. The night was just a battle to stay awake. When daylight did arrive, it was overwhelming. It was such a relief. And the darkness can bring all this paranoia, and for daylight I realised I could do something.
In the early hours of a cold mid-January morning, the chances of anyone being in this inhospitable wilderness are remote. Ken only has himself to rely on, but the enormity of the task ahead preys on his mind, and he can't help hoping for rescue.
I kind of had it in my mind. Maybe emergency services would be called out. I imagined a helicopter or a couple of mountain rescue guys just walking through the forest blowing a whistle. I imagined all these little scenarios, but the more I thought about them, I just dismissed them. I was pinning so much hopes on so many slight what-ifs.
With his pelvis shattered, Ken knows he's in big trouble. Nobody knows of his ordeal or is expecting him back anytime soon. With no mobile or satellite phone, his only hope is that his training in hostile environments can get him to the nearest village, 8 miles from the mountain.
My army instructors always said, don't stand still, move and innovate or die. You've got to constantly be assessing your situations. As soon as you stop that thought process, it's all over. You can't think your way out of trouble. Your body's just a tool that will carry out the plan you formulate in your mind. You've got to do something.
With no food and his water bottle already drained, Ken sets out on his marathon journey down the mountain. He endures hours of bone-crunching effort, but covers little ground, and the exertion gives him a raging thirst. He's surrounded by water, but it's frozen. Eating the snow just lowers his body's core temperature and causes further dehydration.
I did eat snow. It would just melt into the smallest amount of water, so it wouldn't really quench my thirst.
A river in the valley below will give him the water he desperately needs. But Ken also knows that it leads back to the track where the taxi dropped him off 24 hours ago.
I figured it'd be the most likely place I could be rescued, so I just needed to get there and make as much ground as possible.
After an agonizing descent, Ken makes it off the steep slopes of the mountain. It's an incredible feat, but moving in the valley below poses an even tougher challenge.
When I hit the valley floor, there was no more sitting down and sliding, no more assistance from gravity. It was all physical exertion from then on.
Facing an enormous task to reach civilization, Ken sets small goals to measure his progress.
I started trying to play these little games of beating the clock. I'd set myself times to get to targets.
His progress is painfully slow. Each new target reached is a massive achievement, but also a harrowing reminder of the mammoth task ahead. Time is running out on his chances of survival, and he's still 7 miles from the nearest village.
My desire to keep moving was just to reach water. I was so dehydrated, I'd exerted myself so heavily.
After a brutal crawl along the valley floor, Ken finally reaches the river.
The banks were higher than the water level, so it was kind of hard for me to reach down and get access to the water. So I had the idea of tying the ends of my shoelaces around the neck of a bottle The relief on my mouth was blissful. It was like petrol going into a car. I just felt my body reviving, being full of energy again.
Re-energized, Ken wills himself on in search of the road he hopes will lead him to help. But he soon finds that access along the bank is blocked. The river, which provided him life-sustaining water, has now become his greatest obstacle. He's left with no choice but to cross.
I didn't want to accept I was going to have to cross the stream. I just sat down the bank looking at it. This is a mountain stream in the middle of January. It's as cold as it could get without completely freezing over. One slip, get my jacket wet. I'll give myself 20 minutes to live, and I'd be dead. I was just delaying thinking about it, and I was getting scared and terrified and thinking, what if? So I just thought, just get in the stream and cross it. It's as simple as that.
The human body loses heat 25 times faster in cold water. One slip in the stream, and Ken could quickly freeze to death.
I was shivering uncontrollably, my body was shaking violently, and I was gasping for breath. I could feel it rising up my legs, and I just thought, how am I going to do this? I just thought, tough it out, take your jacket off. I threw it across the stream. I just went, there you go, and now you've got to go and get it, or you'll be dead.
It takes him an hour to cross the stream.
I sat there for a few seconds, just shocked, trying to get my breath back. The stream, I just thought, that's it. It can't get any worse now. I must have done
it. Sheer grit and determination drive him onwards. But after crawling all day, he's barely covered a mile. Now facing another long night alone in this savage landscape, he's suddenly consumed by his greatest fear: being eaten alive by wild animals.
Transylvania is full of bears and wolves, and as the day was drawing to a close, I began to panic. I was so out in the open, still far away from the trees. I was scared, and I'd try and crawl as fast as I possibly could.
He makes it to cover, but the scent of his blood-soaked body and his weakened state makes him easy prey.
I was really hungry, cold, dehydrated. I think it affected me. I wasn't sure if I was hallucinating or hearing things. I really believed I was hearing packs of wolves surrounding me. I was convinced I could see eyes just looking at me. I'd just sit there panting, like breathing heavily, really scared, just waiting for them to attack me. I just thought, this is going to be horrible. Just being eaten's horrible, but to be eaten alive is just something else. When night came on that third day, the relief was like nothing else. I'd pulled through. It was such a big achievement.
Crippled by a broken leg and shattered pelvis, Ken desperately needs to reach the village 6 miles away, or face certain death in this hostile wilderness. After 2 punishing nights without food or sleep, it's a fight for survival, and nature is a formidable opponent.
It's starting to snow. And I know the sky seemed to close down above me, and just got this isolated feeling. A storm was coming, and then within a few minutes the snow was powering down. It seemed that the environment was just conspiring against me constantly. It felt pretty harsh and cruel, and you just become aware of how savage the mountains and the foothills can be.
It's been 48 hours since the avalanche nearly took Ken's life. Fighting his way through the snowstorm takes every last ounce of energy. And the cold, hunger, and dehydration are driving him to despair.
It's hard to keep moving because you think dying doesn't seem like such a bad proposition. At least all this pain's going to be over. You fall asleep and you can die. And I thought about my brothers and my sister. My mum as well. I'm close to my mum. Really close to my mum. I just got this idea and thought of someone coming round to my house and telling my mum and my brothers and sisters that I was dead. At this stage, I wasn't really sure why I was moving anymore. I thought to myself, this is what dying feels like then. So you're dying now. I was really lonely. I didn't want to die alone. So I just kept... I just kept moving and picking... Give us a minute, boys.
He's running on every last reserve just to stay alive, and now faces his 3rd night alone in the wilderness. He hasn't slept in 2 days, but in these sub-freezing conditions, sleep means certain death.
I wanted to keep moving. My body, it just decided it was gonna stop. I woke up the next morning and I just thought, oh, you're not dying. You're still here. And it's like my body wanted to stay alive. I'd come to a standstill the night before, and heavy snowfall had landed on me and totally cocooned my body. And I think it must have kept me alive and kept me warm. And I decided to start crawling again.
His shattered hip means every move is pure torture. Only his incredible fitness and superhuman reserves of willpower drive him on. In spite of the pain, he's confident the worst is over.
It'd be stupid to even conceive of it getting more difficult. I've just got to get to the track. It's not going to be far away. One big final effort today, and you know, I'll be safe.
At last, Ken is within reach of the road where the taxi dropped him off 3 days before. But suddenly, getting there looks impossible. A river blocks his path, and Ken knows just how deadly this might be.
When I saw that there was no passage through, I was really angry. I just realised I was getting back in the stream again. Except this time, yeah, it was gonna be hell. I remember when I was little, I used to go on the big diving board at the swimming pool, and I'd be so scared to jump. And here I was sat on the edge of a stream, and I was putting myself through that same suffering. So I thought, just get in the stream.
The ice-cold water could kill him in minutes. He needs to cross it quickly, but the far bank is too steep for Ken to haul himself out. Supporting himself by leaning on the bank, he's got to track along the river until he finds a suitable place to cross.
I was moving inches and inches, and it was painfully slow. It was freezing cold.
For over an hour, Ken struggles along the river until the opposite bank is low enough for him to crawl out. But the current is strong and the water is deep. He'll either make it or die.
Throughout this ordeal, it was just such a vital mission not to get my jacket wet. And I knew if that got wet, I was dead.
His jacket and thermal top must come off. If they get soaked, he'll freeze on the other side. But by taking them off, he's increasing the risk of hypothermia, which could kill him.
I was left with no other choice. It was a matter of being patient and being careful, and I just had to get across.
With his severe injuries, Ken takes tiny hops on his good leg, letting the current carry his broken limb. One false move, and he could quickly freeze to death.
All of a sudden, I became aware of my boot becoming loose, and before I could react, my boot come off my foot.
His boot is swept away by the river, and the foot on his good leg is now exposed. He makes it to the bank, but with a 3-mile crawl through the snow ahead, frostbite is guaranteed.
And my first thought was, I'm gonna lose my foot. I'm gonna get frostbite. I just thought, oh God, what am I gonna do now? When you get to a point where you don't actually care anymore, you don't really miss your family, or you're not really bothered about them, you don't even care for yourself that much. There's something inside you, a survival instinct, and it'll keep you moving. The body will do what it has to do to survive. It's just an incredibly reliant and efficient machine. It's kind of amazing to realize that about the body.
Ken's never-say-die attitude finally pays off. He escapes the savage wilderness and reaches the road where the taxi left him 4 days earlier.
It came as a massive relief to finally reach the track, but I still knew I got a long way to go.
It's still 3 miles to the nearest village, and Ken's body is running on empty. He's fought through snow, hunger, and grueling pain. He's numbed by the cold, but he knows time is now running out. He needs to get help quick or die.
So I figured, why don't I try and stand and walk? It was okay for a few seconds, and then there was a big crunch, and I felt bones grating up my leg. Even though it caused me a lot of pain, and I just thought if I could find some sort of a stick to just take a part of the weight, then, you know, I could use it as a crutch. It was such a relief to be walking. It seemed like there was no more enemies or obstacles. I felt it was more or less home and dry.
But his ordeal is far from over.
And all of a sudden, it felt like I'd just been stabbed in the stomach with a knife. There'd been no pain like this. It was the worst pain I've ever felt, or the worst pain imaginable.
The stress of Ken's ordeal is causing his body to produce stomach acid at such lethal levels. It's perforating the lining of his gut. The acid flowing into his abdominal cavity is literally eating him from the inside. It's a ticking time bomb that could kill him within hours.
At this point, it was all about tonight. I had to make it back. There was no way I could make another night. While I was on this track, I wouldn't stop walking.
Every excruciating move is a step in the right direction. But the road ahead turns into his worst nightmare. The route splits, and only one way leads to the village. It's 50-50 he'll make it to help.
The track looked less well trodden, but something told me there was a house up there. And when I reached the clearing, I saw the outline of a building. I thought, this is it. It brought me enormous relief. I felt like I'd made it, and I was literally within steps of safety and warmth.
But his gamble has failed. The building is just an empty barn.
It was a crushing blow. I'd made this turn up the track, and it was a wrong decision, and I just thought, I hope this decision's not going to cost me my life.
Once more, Ken draws on his inner strength to drive him from death's door.
I didn't feel I was ready to die. I felt a bit of resentment towards the mountain. I wasn't going to let it beat me now, after all I'd been through.
But his body is approaching total collapse, and he's wasted precious time taking the wrong route. He must now retrace every harrowing step back to the fork in the road. It's getting dark, and temperatures are starting to plummet.
I reached a fork in the road again, and then I took my only other option, and I felt relieved again. I thought, well, there's only this way now. And eventually I turned a corner, and I saw a light spill through the trees. And it brought a smile to my face. I just thought, I've done it, and just realised what an honest, faithful servant your body is, and I just felt really proud of myself then. I knew I'd got a strong heart and character, and I could get through things. For my life, and there was no sadness or bitterness towards the mountain or anything that happened. I'd made it back, and it was just so comforting to be with someone and realise that it all come to an end. I was safe.
Pioneering surgery repaired his hip and leg, but Ken lost 4 toes to frostbite. 2.5 years after the accident, he was finally able to walk again.
So few people get the opportunity to learn about themselves so intimately, and I feel privileged to have had to face such struggles to get where I am now, and I'd say that's a good thing.
Ken is now fighting fit and is hoping to one day compete in the challenging Tour de France.